The story begins with a bloody battle and the burning of an entire settlement. The barbarians who came to the village mercilessly killed all the inhabitants in the city of Grad. At this time, men and women desperately tried to escape or find their children to escape with them. However, one woman with a small baby in her arms could not escape. She prayed for the robber to leave alive at least her child. The invader thought for a moment. Now the evacuation was underway. There was a chance that someone would save the baby. However, he considered this too good-natured act for his cruel nature and decided to kill the unfortunate. Suddenly, his swinging hand, clutching a sword tightly, fell to the ground, and the woman herself froze in fright. Looking at the bloodied trace and a severed limb, the savage barely managed to scream, as the one who deprived his hand was already crept up. The man quickly learned in the legendary person who came. Among the barbarians, there was rumor that the meeting with him promised only death. He was known as an angel of death. He was called a ghostly death, and in reduction, just a shadow. Soon, aristocrats came to the place of robbery, who believed that the ghostly shadow would be a reliable ally for them. However, the head of the village did not understand why they would unite with this person, because despite his defense, the barbarians robbed the settlement for more than a month, and it was not possible to rebuff. With the advent of invaders, life in the north turned into hell. Winter came, and people either froze or died at the hands of merciless raids. The head of the settlement was interested in whether the king knew about this, or he simply pretends to know nothing. Surely the monarch simply ignored the north, considering these lands damned. At that moment, a beggar suddenly attacked the king. However, the bodyguard of the ruler was able to beat the boy, and decided to find out what he was doing. The young man was madly angry that the aristocrat behaved too arrogantly, and seemed only when the battle was already over. The bodyguard decided to chop off his tongue for such rude words. However, the aristocrats banned this, realizing that the child was not to blame at all. To think so his right. At that moment, a sister ran up to the boy who, apologizing to the master, tried to calm her brother. He was clearly unhappy and resisted with all his might. The head of the village explained that this child lost his family at the hands of barbarians more than 7 years ago. In one night, all the inhabitants of his native village were killed. And after that, the young orphan could not find its place and simply wandered around in the district in search of a refuge. However, these were not all the horrors of the north. Last year, one of the women of the settlement lost her husband at the hands of the barbarians and became a widow. Yesterday, she lost her only son. There were also children who killed their mother 2 years ago. And yesterday, they lost their father. After each robbery, an infinite number of such orphans appeared. Only then did the aristocrat realize that the situation was even more serious than they expected. Therefore, they needed to hurry up with the creation of a special organization, and for this they needed to find the very ghostly shadow. Soon, all residents received a notification. A poster was posted. However, no one knew how to read for a long time, so there was no sense in this. No one has long posted their posters. One of the men tried to read what was written, and the aristocrat bodyguard helped him. He explained that the inscription says, "The king is looking for a ghostly shadow, and the one who finds it will give a jade suspension, because the shadow was chosen to join the royal guard." It became obvious that in this case, the ghostly shadow is ready to take the guard even without an exam, which means that it was an opportunity to get rich. The bodyguard understood that many people heard about the shadow in the north, and wanted to know from people what they knew about this man. Many heard only many rumors and understood that there was no person who saw his face, but they remembered that one grandmother said that she had seen a mystical savior, and that he was simply huge. Women nearby said that the ghostly shadow avoided people, killed them because he was crazy. But it is not known why he only killed barbarians. Then the bodyguard became obvious. He will not find a person here who knows about the shadow for sure. However, it was a pity to hear it, because it was his chance to change his whole life. This conversation was carefully listened to a dark-haired man passing nearby. Soon after, he went to the diner in order to relax a bit. A waitress approached him. He asked her only one bowl of alcohol. Suddenly, a young man who ordered the same thing joined him at the table. He decided to find out from a man if he could share the table with him. The stranger pointed out that there were a lot of free places around, but the young man wanted to sit with him. This guy clearly wanted something from him. Suddenly, the young man turned to the man as a ghostly shadow. He was sure that he had exactly guessed his personality. However, the interlocutor was interested in why suddenly the guy made such a conclusion. The reason was simple. A year ago he saw this man. Although his memories were vague, the barbarians did not distinguish people of noble and lower origin, so they attacked everyone indiscriminately. However, for some reason he was left in the end. He doubted that the shadow remembered this moment when he saved his life. From that moment, the young man began his search. However, the man could not remember that he did something like that, believing that his interlocutor had confused him with someone. Although this could have happened, the guy had no doubt at all, because the souls of their dead victims clinging to people who kill others. He learned about it from his father. In addition, he spoke about the royal guard, whose purpose was the submission of the barbarians of the north, and that this unit would be personally founded by the king himself. The man doubted the reality of these rumors. But the boy explained that the information was received from a reliable source, and besides, he and his father completely focused on the extermination of the barbarians because last year he lost his mother because of them. The young man suspected that the shadows also had his grievances and reasons to brutally kill the invaders. Therefore, he decided to make him an offer. They will destroy the barbarians together. However, for this, he will have to risk his life. And in order to better cope with the task, he was ready to support him morally and spiritually. After which he finally introduced himself. This boy called Iltai from the Tai family. The ghostly shadow explained that this young man could die because of him, but he was determined to finish the begun. He was ready to follow him. The boy knew that he would not look for this man without his readiness to be killed. After which they still drank along the glass of alcohol. Soon, a beggar came to the king at the meeting, who, having met an aristocrat, told him that he had found a shadow. Then he turned to his sister to confirm his words, because no one believed him. The aristocrat soon heard this noise, and then the assistant said that some crazy child claimed that he had found a ghostly shadow. However, he was not the only one. Many declared and claimed that they were the same shadow. No one knew the true face of the mysterious savior, which is why people gathered for the sake of a jade suspension that could significantly change their lives. However, it was clear to the aristocrats from one glance that only a rabble gathered. A shadow could hardly be among them. Suddenly, a man who demanded that he be released a path came up. Together with him was the guy who had already heard that noble persons were looking for a shadow. The young man presented them his friend, explaining that he had arrived with him. However, residents demanded evidence that it was this person who was a shadow. After all, even the stranger himself could have introduced himself like that. However, such doubts caused only laughter in the kid. Compared to the person found, behind the back of this simple peasant, he did not see anything. At this moment, the aristocrat decided to find out whether the given man was exactly the same ghostly shadow, and the guy calmly explained that he had seen his abilities earlier with his own eyes. However, at that moment, the man decided to find out whether the goal of creating the royal guard was the extermination of the barbarians. After all, he believed that the responsibility for the massacre between Chosen and the barbarians lies precisely on the first. We have passed for decades since the king revealed his hostility in relation to the barbarians. So the discord began, because the savages always tried to look good in the eyes of Chosen. However, the king did not appreciate this. Therefore, he believed that the reason for their enmity lies in the fact that the king simply neglects other people. However, the aristocrat only considered it with sophism. After all, at least all the words of the man were false. But still he was going to turn away from the responsibility of the barbarians in current sins. The noble gentleman explained that whatever the past, current actions are important, and Chosen simply could not abandon people from the north. However, the shadow was only stubborn, believing that the aristocrat was mocking him, and demanded that the king come to him and tell him the same. The man exhaled, explaining that the king was already talking to him, because he was a king who came here to personally talk with his people. The assistant next to him immediately nodded, confirming the veracity of his words, and people opened their mouths, not believing their ears. After which everyone bowed to the one in front of the monarch. It was Sajon Lee too, the fourth king of Chosen. However, to the surprise of all the inhabitants, the man did not bow to the king at all. At that moment, a woman came, who, seeing the board of ads, already knew that those who came were looking for a shadow. She said that she personally met him. It was during the barbarian invasion last night. The mysterious hero personally saved her child. However, she suddenly fell silent in fright. The assistant explained to the king that the girl came to find a shadow. However, suddenly she was scared, not realizing that the barbarian forgot among them. She did not know why this demon was now standing so calmly in front of the king. Then, stuttering, she scaredly explained that she had exactly seen this man among the barbarians. With his own hands, he torn and killed them, the inhabitants of the village. The guy demanded an explanation of what the woman was talking about. However, the man already grabbed him. The stranger only explained that the woman was very lucky, since she managed to survive and come to tell about the shadow. And all her words are true. In addition, he told the king that he was now ready to kill him and unite with the army of the other barbarians. After which he killed a young man in a second who brought him here, and smiling recalled how he warned that he could die because of him, After that, the inhabitants of the village attacked a psychopath who dared to do this on their land. However, in the end, they were quickly killed for their carelessness. Then the inhabitants decided to attack him all at once, so that they had at least a numerical advantage. Obviously, such a demon in the flesh began to kill everyone in the district, and the dying guy was indignant why he was so stupid and did not recognize the truth from the very beginning. After all these souls that clung to the killer were the souls of the people of his native country. At this time, the king's evacuation has already begun. Everyone began to scarily look for a bodyguard Lee Song-mona, but he was nowhere. At the same time, the barbarian himself was much closer to prevent the person who called the king. At that moment, someone who decided to borrow a spear from a warrior for a short time appeared. This stranger flew into Barbara. While he ordered the king, he would apologize to his fellow countrymen in the afterlife. However, literally in a second with a spear, he was completely knocked down. The one who attacked him was clearly disappointed, hoped that the barbarian would instantly die after the blow, after which the mysterious savior literally flew up, breaking away from the ground, and even deeper drove the spear straight into the stomach of the savage. The barbarian himself, without giving up, tried to grab the attacker by the face. He demanded that he introduced himself, told who he really was. The king himself quickly recognized in him the child whom they saw at the beginning. At that moment, the young warrior finally took off his bandage, which was on his ears, and only then, the dying barbarian was finally able to find out who has been looking for so long. This guy, whom everyone was considered mad, but it was he who was a real shadow. After that, the barbarian decided to directly ask the guy if he was a real shadow. However, he was already tired of proof that he was a real hero, while the barbarian was a simple fake. Having broken the handle of the spear, which was stuck in his body, the bandit explained to the guy that he had arrived just in time. Initially, he came to these lands only to kill a ghostly shadow, and dreamed that the boy died in torment. However, it probably seemed to this man was talking too much, and for this, he had to pay his life. He promised a ghostly shadow that he was merciful enough to kill him in a moment. The king carefully watched their duel and saw rage in the eyes of this barbarian. Suddenly, the savage decided to attack him, realizing that he could not overcome the ghostly shadow. At that moment, his faithful bodyguard Lee Sun-mon finally stood up to the defense of Sajon Lee. With a light blow of his hand, he cut a limb. Then I decided to find out why the man acted so recklessly. However, he did not hear anything, since the close-up of the king began to scream on Lee Song-mona, demanding an explanation where he disappeared in a dangerous situation. He was even warned that he needed to be prepared to accept his punishment, because such actions would not get away with. At this moment, the king ordered not to kill the wounded barber, because he could learn a lot of information from him. To do this, it was necessary to save his life. And in principle, Lee Song-mon did not argue, ready to fulfill the order of His Majesty. However, at that moment, a ghostly young man had already attacked the enemy to finish him off. He literally turned his face into something resembling minced meat, and he did not stop until he released his anger, and the enemy certainly died. Soon, he was stopped by the bodyguards who considered the boy crazy because he ignored the king's order. However, the hero only asked a nobleman if he had seen the hell that took place around. All this was created by the hands of barbarians. It was hell, which he watched dozens, hundreds of times. 5 years ago, the barbarians burned his entire village and arranged a massive massacre, killing his parents. He did not understand why the king now demands to spare this person, not allowing him to break him into pieces. Only the sister helped the raging guy, who, hugging the boy from the back, asked him to stop. She explained that this was already enough. He tried to argue with his sister, but she continued to scream that her brother was scared. At that moment, the king finally decided to find out about the ghostly shadow what he was doing, and the guy was able to only fall to his knees, begging the nephritic suspension. In return, they could use it as they wish. All because he madly wanted to give his sister another life. However, it seems that Sajon did not like that the boy wants to get a jade suspension and become his warrior just for his sister. The boy explained that this place is like hell, and he wanted at least his sister to live in normal conditions. But despite the sincerity of his intentions, the king refused. The young warrior was concerned that all this was a punishment for ignoring the royal order, or because the last time he tried to hit him. However, Sajon Lee made it clear that he would not take him to himself if his only reason was his sister. Obviously, the guy wanted to know the reason for this decision. However, Lee Song-mon recommended the hero to leave, because he had to rejoice at what was alive after such disobedience. He was helped by a sister who suggested that they simply leave, not running into conflict. Therefore, holding hands, they followed into the distance, away from this place. Then the bodyguard decided to find out from the king, why did he not tell the boy anything? However, the monarch was too ashamed to admit the truth. At this time, the girl reported her brother, explaining that she would not allow him to do more than last time. She did not agree that he wanted her to be alone a new life in the house of a noble family. And for this, he was ready to sell herself. She explained that she was ready to start a new life only if her brother goes with her. However, the young warrior recalled how 5 years ago, on the day when his father and mother died at the hands of the barbarians, he gave his father a promise that he would protect his sister. The girl screamed, believing that her brother did not need to worry about her. After all, he defended her for a long time, and that he was nearby. The hero was also enough that he could protect his sister. However, suddenly he saw how the arrow flew by, wounded the girl in the shoulder. The barbarian, who approached from behind, was indignant that he missed and hit the wrong goal. Approaching the guy closer, the barbarian explained that the barbarian killed by the hero was an idiot, albeit strong. But they were lucky that at the expense of his death they were able to find a shadow. Approaching, the raid saw that the young man was still sitting near his wounded sister, not paying attention to the danger. At that moment, the girl barely opened her eyes, pointing her brother to a threat behind. One of the barbarians was already preparing to deliver the next blow. The young warrior was lucky that Lee Song-mon stood up to his defense. It was not clear to the bodyguard what the shadow was doing, but he only cried, pointing to his wounded sister, who barely retained consciousness. The savages were indignant due to the appearance of another enemy, and entered the battle. They wanted to punish the warrior for the wrong choice. He came here, which means he had to die. However, an experienced warrior was enough for a moment to cut the attacker to the smallest units. Then he asked the guy why he continues to sit still, as if he really wanted to die. However, the young man, holding his sister in his hands, sobbed with grief. At that moment, due to the conversation, the remaining barbarians heard the name Lee Song-mona, and remembered that this man was the greatest master of the sword. Obviously frightened, they scattered to the sides to run away. At this moment, Lee Song-mon asked the boy what he was going to do. And then, rising with despair in his eyes, the young man swore that he would kill everyone to one. Immediately after that, he rushed after the barbarians. The raiders were afraid that the second-best swordsman appeared in the north. They understood that they urgently needed to report about everything to their leader. However, they did not have time, since the Avenger himself overtook them in time. To begin with, he chopped off the man's hand in which he held his bow. After that, then the limb, which the barbarian pulled the bowstring. It remains only to deal with his eye, decorated with a scar. He was going to groan him, because it was his savage that he aimed at his sister. Soon the king, with his small personal guard, also arrived at this place. From the bodyguard, he learned that the shadow followed the offenders. Lee Song-mon also wanted to explain to the monarch that there was a huge problem for involving a guy in an elite detachment. However, when Sa-jong saw in the distance of a returning hero, he realized that the description of the ghostly shadow really very suitable for the young man. Gwyn was already frankly why the king found him. However, at that moment he noticed his living and healthy sister, who was hiding behind him. He immediately ran to her to put the girl in a hug, and she, smiling, said that the king personally came and saved her. After which the warrior immediately bowed and began to thank his majesty. The monarch realized how the boy is glad to see his sister alive. Then he took out his blade and wounded it on his own again. The ghostly shadow immediately cried out, demanding an explanation, while the king was amazed that in such a situation he had cut her correctly. However, the ruler explained that the guy should not worry about it, because the girl in any case lives only in his imagination. The hero demanded an explanation, and Sa-jong Lee shouted too, demanding that the guy come to his senses. He recalled that when 5 years ago there was a raid arranged in his village, then the only shadow itself was the only survivor. His sister died on the same day, and now there was absolutely no one on his hands. And so, looking at himself in a new way, he really did not see the baby in his hands. The king explained that he had gathered all the rumors about the hero, and all people said about the same thing. He could not survive the loss of his sister, who was killed by the barbarians, and was an unhappy child who saw the ghost of the deceased relative due to the loss of reason. However, the boy could not believe this nonsense. He recalled that they all saw him with his sister. Then they were together in a plucked village and in a government institution, and the boy perfectly saw that the king looked at them. Then, turning to the general, he hoped that the man would confirm his words, because he was at the moment when the barbarians shot from the bow. However, Lee Song-mon admitted that today all day he saw only a hero of one. And at the moment when the sister supposedly asked his brother not to be so categorical, and at the moment when the barbarians seemed to shoot the girl with an arrow, there was no one next to the young man. So the hero began to gradually realize that his sisters simply did not exist now. He remembered the events of 5 years ago. Father, crying, made it clear to his son that he should protect his sister at all costs. He had to survive and protect the baby. The boy saw a man who took his life his whole family. Then he took his sister in his arms and began to run away. He understood that he could not leave the barbarians unpunished, and promised that one day he would take revenge. Suddenly he saw a grandfather who immediately recognized Guyun. The old man was glad that the boy was safe, and that he and his sister survived. However, he was wondering where his mother and dad were now. Barely restraining sobs, the boy said that they dragged his mother somewhere, and dad was also killed. Breaking out of grief, he told how they hid under the floor. The old man was happy that at least they could survive. Moreover, he understood that without protecting her brother, the baby at this age could not survive the tragedy. At that moment, Guyun noticed that his sister was already pierced by an arrow. Despite a strong injury, she still continued to breathe. The boy wanted to pull out the arrow, but the old man explained that this could not be done. But there was good news. There was one boat at the pier, on which they could get to the nearest village, and the girl had to get the help of doctors as soon as possible. After these words, the old man was instantly shot dead by pursuing barbarians. The hero had no choice. He raised his sister and began to run away from the chase. And despite the fact that the fugitive was just a boy, the leader of the barbarians demanded to pursue him to the end. Soon the guy got to the boat and finally sailed away from the pier. Looking at his sister, he begged for her to last a little, and he would certainly find a way to help her. When the barbarians saw that they had missed the boy, they decided not to chase him anymore, because he was still a child. However, the rider on his horse ordered them to release fiery arrows in the boat. When Guyun was moving away, the barbarian recalled that they should not lose this opportunity, because now the boy will not be able to avoid their attack. And then finally, one of the arrows fell into the boat, and she began to burn slowly. However, it was not the end. Many arrows flew straight in their direction. The hero had no choice but to jump on top of his sister to protect her from arrows. However, he did not calculate the strength of the fall, because of which the boat began to turn over. And in the end, they both ended up in the water. His sister began to sink, so he immediately gained air and dived to get it. However, at that moment he saw that her face was no longer alive, and the fact that he forgot is that he did not dive after her, but sailed to catch his breath. The memories that struck his head forced the young man to scream. The king only apologized to the unfortunate for the fact that he could not save his sister, or his parents, nor the village. This is what he was obliged to do as a ruler, but could not. Therefore he asked the boy vinyl in everything, as well as a country that did not do anything for him. However, the monarch wanted the guy to be freed from the cargo of conscience for not saving his family, and let go of his sister. And so he heard her voice. Looking at her brother, the girl wanted to know if he was painful. And then, finally, Guyun realized all the oddities that he had not previously taken into account. Since then, his sister has not grown at all 5 years ago. He thanked her for everything, and the ghost slowly began to disappear. Realizing that he saw her for the last time, the guy sobbed even more in despair. Looking at his crying, Sajon Lee saw all his resentment and hatred. However, the monarch suggested, if the hero wants to forget everything and begin to live an ordinary life, he can turn to him for help. But if the young man was going to live his whole life with this anger, the ruler could open a different path for him. It was an elite organization created on the northern line of the front only to fight the barbarians. If Guyun joined, he could direct his rage for the benefit of the country and the people. It was the request of the wise king. However, the hero agreed to the conditions only if the monarch finds him that very man. After all, he remembered the face of the one who killed his family in the village, and he was ready to serve in the detachment only if he kills this villain with his own hands. Seeing this determination, the king handed the guy a jade sign. He had to come with her after the end of winter, when they would recruit troops. Then he will be able to freely contact the monarch. From that moment on, the young man became a member of the elite unit. Some time passed, spring has come, and one day, Guyun went to the tavern to eat a little. He was soon brought by traditional Korean soup. Turning off his meat leg, he out of habit held out her sister to eat. He completely forgot that from that day he had not seen her anymore. However, a completely different person agreed to accept a leg from his hands, whether it was Songmon. The general decided to find out how the shadow was doing, what he was doing all this time. Guyun was interested in how the military leader was here. However, he, ignoring the question, asked the hostess to bring alcohol. He was surprised that the young man drank nothing at all. The boy lives without knowing any pleasure. In addition, Lee Song-mon wanted to know if the hero still sees his sister. Guyun explained that from that time she had disappeared. Having calmed down, the military leader decided to pour a little alcohol to the boy. He asked him to finally release his sister and take the first step into adulthood. However, the kid, knowing that the general was the best swordsman of the country, wanted to understand why he was so worried about such as him. Lee Songman explained that he likes interesting people. Besides, it was the king who instructed him to look after the boy. Therefore, he was curious at what age Guyun had a talent to kill people. After all, countless records in history were created about his exploits. In addition, the general wanted to know the real name of the young man, and suggested that he was called a ghostly shadow due to the fact that the hieroglyphs of his name are so deciphered. However, Guyuna explained that the hieroglyphs of his name do not decipher as shadow, while the second part of the hieroglyph meant friendly, so his name was Guinen. Apologizing for the misunderstanding, Lee Sunmon admitted that he was used to not thinking so deeply. However, he asked the guy would not forget the past completely. Indeed, in the future, he will go on a trip, in which he is wandering with the past and will continue a new path. Therefore, the military leaders suggested drinking for the valuable greeting of his new life. Nevertheless, an awkward hero took a bowl of alcohol from his hands. However, soon Lee Songmon became a witness to a very funny scene. Guyun literally, a couple of minutes later, as he drank, he immediately fell asleep right on the spot. The general realized that even though the boy was a ghostly shadow, he can still be considered adults. Initially, the military leader came here, thinking that his task would take some time, but it turned out to be easier than he expected. After that, having observed a little longer after the sleeping young men, he began to inspect his things, and soon he found the very jade suspension handed by the king. Oddly enough, he took it to himself, thinking about how lucky he was. The reason he took the suspension was that he liked interesting events and people, and he wanted to have fun watching this guy. Then he turned to the mistress of the institution and asked not to wake the young man so that he could sleep. Only when the evening came, the hero finally opened his eyes. It was amazing to him when he managed to fall asleep and how dark so quickly. In addition, it was embarrassed that when he fell asleep, Lee Songmon simply left without waking him up. However, Guyun still recalled his wise words and understood that he really should not forget his past. From this moment, the service began in the elite unit, which the king was recruited, and he will become his part. Therefore, the young man promised his sister that he would soon enter this army and take revenge on her. With these thoughts, he climbed behind a jade suspension. However, to his surprise, he did not feel the suspension. Therefore, scaredly began to sort through all his things in her search. However, in the end, he never found the talisman. Soon the rest of the warriors began to arrive in place. This time the selection of the troops was held in the mountains. All the surrounding people came, and the chance of admission was really small. However, experienced fighters have already analyzed their opponents, looking for people weaker than them in level. In addition, they noticed even a child who submitted an application. However, Guyun was not interested in the analysis of opponents, because he was still worried about the jade suspension granted by the king. Finally, it was his turn to register in order to take part in the tests. However, he explained that he received a jade suspension, but on the way, he lost it here. Although the man knew that the test was not necessary with the jade suspension, he wanted to know which person handed this relic to the boy. And obviously, he immediately said that the king himself gave it to him. However, immediately after that, those present considered the young man a liar and madman. Soon, all the audience met with Kim Jong. He was an inspector of the recruitment into winter troops, and was sure that all the people gathered here know how strict the selection standards are. After all, they created an army that differs from existing samples, and exclusive benefits and payment will be provided with the selected candidates. But Kim Jong recalled that we must not forget. In order to get these privileges, they will be sent to such dangerous tasks where not to survive, using only one luck or help from a friend. In addition, he warned that if someone begins to tell fables about the jade suspension again, he could not pass this test. After that, since there was no more explanation, the inspector decided to start the first test. Everyone had to go to the top of the mountain and bring an arrow with a red pen. However, there were only 10 arrows at the top, and there were 30 people who wanted to. Without further explanations, everyone immediately rushed to run. However, to the surprise of Kim Jong, he noticed that one of the participants did not go anywhere. The inspector was interested in why the boy continues to stand, and he shouted, ordering that he also fled after an arrow. In fact, such a child surprised him, because he was already too naive at his age. Making his way through the thicket of the forest, Guyun himself was unhappy with himself for having lost his nephritic suspension. In addition, he was worried that the arrows were only 10, and he was very behind the rest of the participants. However, unexpectedly, the young man saw many beaten people lying in the district. At that moment, a man, sneaking from behind, had already tried to hit him. However, the hero easily managed to evade such an obvious attack. The warrior, who headed these people, explained that the arrows at the top of the mountain were only 10, but the inspector did not say that there were prohibitions in the fight against other competitors. Therefore, for starters, they decided to well beat everyone they see, and then trace and steal arrows from those who reach the mountain. And he wanted to know with the boy if he understands the one in what trouble he was. Then he attacked him, explaining that only 4 of them will be tested. However, intercepting the stick of the attacker, the hero easily attacked this man with her. Guyun was sincerely delighted that they managed to come up with such an amazing idea of passing this test. Soon everyone froze, watching their leader almost lying on the ground, while the young man himself stated that there was no effect from this rotten branch. He believed that it was impossible to pick up a lousy weapon after inventing such an outstanding plan. Then, angry, the defeated immediately ordered all his warriors to knock this guy off their feet. Another general watched the test. However, Li Songman was wondering why Choi Yong came here, after which he himself admired the huge crowd gathered below. The general understood that there could be no other. If everything would have passed well for them, they would not only complete military service, but they would also have a chance to free themselves from the status of the lower estate. Li Songman only regret that the conditions put forward by their king were very unprecedented. However, Choi Yong understood that it was not strange, because this time the ruler seriously reacted to the creation of the detachment. At that moment, Li Songman began to peek where Gvion was, and Choi Yong quickly realized that we were talking about the child to whom the king personally handed the nephritic suspension. However, he believed that he did not participate in the test. When the general found out that the boy had lost the talisman, he honestly admitted that from the very beginning it seemed stupid to give the child a nephritic suspension, because it was still a pass into the most elite intelligence unit of their country. Choi Yong understood that this young man had an unsuccessful circumstances, but the jade suspension was a privilege granted to the king himself, so he doubted that the boy was worthy to receive it. However, Li Songman knew that this young man stands out among others. He already had talent and physical abilities, and this is not the only characteristic that the military leader praised in it. In addition, from the age of 12, he began to find robbery places, exterminate the barbarians, and he managed to still survive. And for a warrior, the most important thing is just his effectiveness and experience in participating in a real battle. And if you also add innate talent to these characteristics, undoubtedly, this child was very gifted, and his gift was sent from the heaven itself. At that moment, Guyun just fought with 3 people who attacked him. He quickly defeated one of them, striking him directly along the crotch. However, at that moment, another crept in, who hit him with a rotten stick right down his face. However, the blow did not work. The young man only grinned and reminded his words that these branches make only a loud sound, but in battle, they are completely ineffective. At that moment, their boss realized that despite the fact that the sticks were rotten, they still hurt. Therefore, he ordered the warrior to pierce the boy with this impromptu weapon. However, at that moment he lost consciousness of the attacking ward. Guyun admitted that rotten branches really caused pain, so they could really be used as a weapon. But instead of hitting several times before losing consciousness, he could simply pierce the enemy's body once. At this moment, their leader took his words back and invited Guyun to become allies. However, the young warrior did not see the point in this, because he could go through a test alone. The stranger explained that no matter how strong the boy was, he will not cope with everything alone, but this will become possible if they act together. In addition, he demonstrated his muscles, believing that they should seem very reliable. He also told Guyun that he was not at all uncle. He was only 18 years old. A new acquaintance noted that the young man was very strong, but because of his age he lacked resourcefulness, because for some things in the world a trick was needed. After that, hearing the name of the hero, he admitted that it seemed familiar to him. However, he decided that so far this is not the most important. So for a start, he officially invited the boy to become his partner. Soon this young man, who called Dumak, crawled out to the very top of the tree to see the top of the mountain. However, to his surprise, there he did not notice any of the subjects, although those who reached the top should have already returned. Then Dumak realized that, apparently, something happened on the mountain, and they could not find out for sure until they themselves get there. Guyun also understood that his new comrade was right. Dumak offered to go there before the sun sat down and hurry. However, he noticed that the guy had already run away far ahead. The young man was glad that the young man escaped, because of this strange boy his whole plan failed. However, suddenly the shadow stopped and invited his partner to go together. He recalled that he and Dumak were partners, not enemies. And at that moment, the senior companion realized that he could not understand this guy. How can he be so strong at his age but so simple-minded? It became obvious that Guiyun was really just a naive teenager, so Dumok decided to use it because the boy will become a good weapon with which he will pass this test. Guiyun got to the top of the mountain, where he saw a lot of arrows stuck in a tree. The young fighter looked much more awake, while Dumok asked to take a short break before the descent. However, they noticed an examiner who was dissatisfied with the fact that they had risen the last. He wanted to know what they did below, since they got only now. At that moment, Guiyun was wondering why there was such a bunch of bodies around the examiner. Soon, the boy saw a familiar suspension behind this man's belt. The warrior was only curious if the guy knew what it is, since he was so admired when he saw her. However, Guiyun joyfully stated that he also had such a suspension, but he lost it, which is why he had difficulties now. The examiner recalled that he was warned of the presence of a person among the participants who boasted, as if he had a jade suspension. The inspector had no idea where the young man generally knew about the existence of such a talisman. However, he suspected that Gviong did not understand at all what the presence of such a relic means. The jade suspension was evidence that the king recognized its owner as a royal sword. The inspector did not understand how such a low and undecked ignoramus dared to mention her. However, Dumok stood up for the boy, letting the inspector understand that his words were too cruel. In the appearance of the examiner, he quickly realized that this was an aristocrat. Dumok did not know why he branded Guiyun, but he could confidently say that the test was not taken into account. In addition, he did not understand why the inspector concluded that the shadow was from the lower classes. It was enough to be just strong to pass the test. At this moment, the examiner handed them 2 sticks, explaining that with their help they had to attack him at the same time. He will give out arrows if they receive his recognition. However, lifting the stick, Dumok asked Gviun would not move. After all, he soon will not have the opportunity to beat the aristocrat without any related problems. As a result, Dumok was the first to attack, and the examiner barely managed to defend. Then the attacker expressed the hope that the inspector was already delighted with the fencing of indecent ignorant, after which he began to beat the enemy, knowing that they always carefully care for aristocrats. Dumok suspected that he did not even know what physical activity is, and wanted to make the warrior knelt down. However, the examiner suddenly disappeared from the field of view. The inspector explained that initially he had no expectations about Dumok, and he was right. Then he grabbed him and hit him on the shoulder. And in the end, after a couple of blows, the impudent applicant turned out to be those who fell to their knees. Continuing to beat the defeated enemy, the inspector explained that since he was of low origin, he had to at least have normal personal qualities. If his personal qualities were low, then he had to behave at least modestly. And if he had no talent, then he had to behave quietly. However, at this moment, the beating ceased with Guiyun. He believed that the inspector was too cruel with his subject. He did not understand how they could call this the selection of troops, once the checking seriously planned to kill this man. However, at that moment, grabbing the boy, the warrior twisted him in flight. Then he threw it to the ground, reminding of his former words. If a person had no talent, he had to behave quietly. But then the examiner saw that there was nothing in his hand at all, and Guiyun only showed him a stick that he managed to grab. At that moment, the murderer Dumok explained that despite the children's behavior of this boy, he really had talent. And while Dumok distracted the inspector, Guiyun was able to deliver his first blow. He was strong enough for the examiner to even squint in pain. Guiyun noticed that the inspector was painful, but explained that he had so waving a stick and beat Mocha like a child so much, that he also decided to hit him once. After which he asked Dumok if he would be anything that he was talking with an aristocrat not so officially. However, he had to worry about the fact that the man had already attacked him. When the boy dodged, the examiner realized that he probably had abilities. After all, it was not easy to dodge this blow. However, Guiyun definitely saw him before evading, and this meant only one thing. The boy was very attentive. In addition, he moved in battle accordingly in battle. However, it was clearly seen that this boy was not at all skilled. He had a very frivolous trajectory of strokes, which did not have a basis. But suddenly he began to attack not only with his weapons, but also his feet. As a result, the warrior had no choice but to admit that the guy really had good skills. After an indirect blow, he accurately aimed at the examiner and swung, and this meant that the boy had an innate talent and a quick reaction, and his physical abilities were excellent. However, the inspector understood that in a real battle, the young man would not be able to crank a similar trick. In addition, he clearly saw that the boy was completely like a wild beast. Although he had talent, he could not improve his combat skills because of his low origin, so the difference between them was obvious. At that moment, Guyun threw the dust a warrior straight into the eyes. Obviously, he got angry because of such cowardice of the boy. However, the young man pointed out that the inspector is already hanging out too much. Indeed, during the battle, he should be concentrated in the battle. Otherwise, he could die in just a moment. The inspector noted that for the person who makes tricks, the boy is too talkative. He honestly admitted that he was mistaken in his account. He already recognized him and even thought to give him an arrow. But his decision changed. For belittling a jade suspension granted by the king, he had to pay. And because of the insulting with his cunning tricks, the strict process of choosing a royal sword, the examiner planned to chop off one hand, believing that this would be enough. At that moment, having come to his senses, Dumak asked the boy to go down the mountain and not join the battle with this crazy one. However, Guyun was not going to retreat, because it was no longer a children's fight on wooden swords. The shadow warned the inspector that since he had exposed a real blade, he should also be ready to lose his hand. Obviously, the warrior was angry that the boy continued to dare to the very end. He was interested in knowing whether he would behave so much later, after which these two clashed in a brutal battle. However, at some point the battle was interrupted by Kim Zhang, who unexpectedly appeared. He wondered why no one went down from the mountain, and now he realized whose fault it was. Despite the fact that Kim Zhang ordered his subordinate to test their abilities, he brought the situation to such a state, and even exposed a real sword. The junior inspector recalled that he was entrusted with the selection of participants at the top of the mountain. He only did what he had to. But at that moment, Guin explained that he had survived. It was he. Remembering the rules, Kim Zhang ordered his assistant to bring the arrow to the only pass test in the third group. In addition, he asked that his assistant finally began to recognize those whom he should, because he personally fought with this boy and had to appreciate his true power. However, at that moment the inspector decided to cut down all the arrows so that they would not go to Guyun. He recalled that he was the examiner on this mountain. Therefore, he could confidently say that in the third group there were no tests. Du Mok at that moment demonstrated the examiner with a red pen. As it turned out, he secretly pulled her when these two were passionate about the battle. Initially, Du Mok provided this single arrow of Kim Zhang, thereby passed the exam and brought Guyun to tears. Then the inspector considered that the group was the only winner. DUMOK. However, it turned out that the man took care and brought the second arrow to his friend. He recalled that they were partners, and together they were able to go through this test. And then Guyun finally realized that he was really mistaken about this good person. And so the first test from the third group was only 2 participants. In his gratitude to the man, Guyun immediately began to hug his savior. Kim Zhang asked his assistant to behave appropriately, because the purpose of the first test was the competition for physical strength and endurance. However, the subordinate believed that the purpose of the test was to choose outstanding soldiers, and these two still will not reach the final selection, because he did not see anything but ordinary ignoramuses. However, Kim Zhang only smiled, because his assistant almost lost his hand because of this ignorant, and only then he saw a deep wound, which was left only by some kind of stick. Kim Zhang calmly explained that he defended his assistant, interfering. After all, Guyun could definitely avoid his attack. Events are transferred the next day. Guyun was indignant that yesterday's trials were not the last, and Dumak was looking at the people who were able to pass the test from other groups, and realized that they simply were not lucky with the inspector. However, unexpectedly the new examiner announced the silence. This examiner was supposed to be General Lee Songman himself. Not paying attention to Guyun's calling him, he ordered everyone to concentrate, and finally introduced himself. Then everyone whispered, not believing that it really was the best swordsman, standing on a par with General Choi Young. The time has come for Lee Songman to demonstrate his abilities. He released the arrow and perfectly hit the little plum. Everyone realized that it was not for nothing that he was called the best shooter, because he had this talent from God. The man calmly explained that he was really at a high level. The second test was simple. They will pass if they take the fruit and just stand with it in place. The test is counted when it falls into the melon with their arrow with a red pen. And since the melon is much larger than the plum, it will be easy. As a result, looking around the crowd, he decided to find out who would go first. One of the applicants immediately stepped forward, because he did not doubt anything in Lee Songmonet. The general was really happy to see the daredevil, who still believed in him. The guy understood that in any case he would have to do this, and it was better to go first when the general's concentration was at his peak. Finally, the first subject stood up, raised a melon ready for shot. However, to his shock, he noticed that Lee Songman calmly drank alcohol. After that, the military leader calmly explained to the holding melon that if the arrow falls into his body, then he would pass the test in only one case. If you can stand still. Finally, Aiming, the general released the arrow. However, the man was so frightened that he eventually tried to dodge her. Realizing his mistake, he apologized and asked him to be given another chance. However, despite his prayers, the test was not cancelled. After that, many more people were evading arrows. About 16 participants were already withdrawn. Kim Jong even began to doubt whether anyone would pass this test, because Lee Song-man spoiled everything and, as usual, was in his repertoire. The general himself was dissatisfied with such miserable people who were so scared, as if they did not believe in him at all. They could easily pass the test, but instead behaved like shy children. Finally, another one wanted to go through the test. It was Du Mok, who already realized that there was a way to win in this test. Indeed, in all trials there are ways to victory, and this time he also saw him. Fear took its beginning from receiving visual information, and now a shooter from Luke was Lee Song-man himself, who certainly would not touch the subject. In this case, the problem will be solved if the applicant does not look. Therefore, Du Mok just turned away. The hero realized how much the MOK was brilliant. In addition, he admired the muscles that he demonstrated. This guy himself seemed very strange, but he allowed him not to look at the time of the shot. But Du Mok himself realized the problem of his option. After all, when he did not look, he became even worse. At the last moment, he already wanted to turn around and take another pose, but the shot had already occurred. Despite this, he was congratulated on the passage because he really coped well with this test. Finally, Lee Song-man decided to find out who will be next after the past, and soon in the crowd he saw a ghostly shadow, Guyun. The young man honestly admitted that he had lost his jade suspension, but no one believed him. Everyone else began to whisper, because they heard that in the north, this child exterminated the barbarians, only seeing them. Du Mok himself could not believe that the boy was the very ghostly shadow. It is not surprising that he heard his name somewhere. So, conversations about his nephritic suspension were true. Kim Jang, approaching the swordsman, explained that before they had no evidence about the presence of a jade suspension. However, if Lee Song-man confirms this, then they could take Guyun without testing right now. However, despite the fact that Lee Song-man confirmed the presence of a jade plate in the young man, he did not see the point of canceling the test, because now the boy had no suspension. In addition, it seemed to him that Guyun clearly liked to pass tests. Then he asked him to give him his arrow, and stand to his position. Not arguing, Guyun did as he needed. Du Mok himself understood that Lee Song-man was too categorical. But if Guyun, who had lost the suspension, would give an advantage in justice. So probably this decision was made only for the sake of the boy. Initially, whether Song-man wanted to do everything right, but still the thirst for interesting things convinced him. So he wanted to know how accurate the eyes of the young man are. And besides, he wanted the boy to show him all his potential. And at that moment, all the inspectors saw that now Lee Song-man aimed straight into the head. It was done intentionally and was definitely not an accident. Guyun, seeing the arrow as if he felt danger. He understood that he had to evade. However, Du Mok shouted, explaining that if he dodges, he would fail. And in the end, the boy really began to evade in order to avoid hitting the head. Everyone was already screaming, not believing that it was really a failure. However, at that moment, Guyun caught an arrow right on the fly. Obviously, no one could believe that he was capable of this. And the next moment, he independently pierced his melon. The young man was not sure whether he could definitely pass in this way, but he hoped that they would count the exam. Lee Song-man himself burst out laughing from his amazing abilities. He honestly explained that the boy did not disappoint his expectations. Guyun was very capable. Then the general decided to finally end this test. In the next stage, another guy volunteered. At that moment, looking at which general was already drunk, Kim Jang offered to postpone the test for tomorrow, because Lee Song-man had already drank too much. However, he thought differently. Laughing, he explained that he would end quickly with everything. You just have to wait a bit. However, suddenly he released an arrow before he managed to aim, and at that moment the shell flew straight into the subject of the subject. He did not deviate to the last, and the arrow struck his stomach directly. Lee Song-man himself did not understand whether he really allowed a similar oversight. However, going up to the boy, he saw that he was still alive. The arrow escaped all dangerous places. So he explained to the guy that he would not die today. In addition, he asked him not to be upset, because since he lasted well, he passed the test. However, the wounded was still indignant that in this country, all occupying high posts dispose of the lives of other people as toys. All this began with the king, and ended with his subordinates. Lee Song-man could not forgive the child who insulted the country and the king, and even him. Therefore, I decided to execute it right on the spot. He understood that even if his long tongue detaches, It would be an unfair and insufficient punishment. But at that moment, another general came to the rescue. He hit and cut down Li Songmona. Choi Yong literally swore that he would kill him today, because he could no longer bear his nonsense. He was ready to even pray to the king about punishment, but his colleague could no longer endure the tricks. Initially, whether Songmon was born in the family of a senior official, as the eldest son of an influential person, he quickly rose to his post and became a third-rank military. Together with Choi Yong, he was considered absolute perfection, the best swordsman of the country. He was called the greatest talent in the world of martial arts, and soon he received the title of the most skilled fencer. Although he was a capable warrior and did a lot for the country and its protection, in ordinary life he had a problematic character. He excessively enjoyed alcohol, swear speech, and women. The higher he climbed the career ladder, the more often he fell into trouble. In addition, when Choi Yong was reprimanded, he only rudely demanded that the old man finally fell silent. He did not even shy about how he was annoyed to death by the show-off Choja Yuna and Shrug. And then he decided to find out which of them was still the best swordsman. This was not the first similar case. Once, when Li Songmon violated the king's personal decree on the prohibition of alcohol, he only laughed when he saw that he had absolute perfection, the best fighter and general. He wanted to pour Chvei Yong the cup of alcohol, but he only broke into a cry and began to beat him. In addition, the violent general continuously fell into large and small incidents. Many spoke to the king, asking him to give Sunmon a punishment, because due to the fact that he was the son of a high-ranking official, he had an unbearable character and did not repent for his actions. However, the king did not punish him, and even vice versa, ordered not to raise this topic anymore. Dumak also knew that Li Songmon created many problems and did not receive a single punishment, so that its origin had too important a role for the king. However, it seemed to him that the reason was that the ruler nevertheless appreciated him as a capable warrior. Choi Yong himself was madly angry with his act. He ordered the others to immediately take the wounded boy to the doctor, after which he demanded an explanation from Li Mona, but he was unhappy that the old man was again indignant. He remembered that even loafers in their country chatted about how the two best swordsmen could be. Therefore, he suggested General Choi Yun to finally find out which of them is the best. Although Li Songmon himself believed that it was he who possessed superiority, Choi Yong realized that apparently Li Songmon intended to die right here and now. Everyone tried to warn the general so that he was careful due to the fact that he was very drunk. However, the violent warrior intended to attack first, remembering that he had long wanted to kill his opponent, and he believed that this was an ideal opportunity to finally make the plan. Finally, a serious battle began, and in the end, despite intoxication, Li Songmon managed to injure Choi Yuna, after which he cut his throat hard, leaving a serious wound. After that, he continued to attack, preventing the enemy with the opportunity to rise. All this time he only laughed madly, proclaiming himself the best swordsman. However, all this turned out to be only his own fiction under the influence of alcohol. Choi Yong realized that Li Songmon finally lost his mind. He pushed him to the ground, not understanding how such a person could be entrusted at least some responsibility. It also seemed to him that there was no need to kill Bayan, so the best decision was just to lock him in prison and let him sleep. It was interesting for those present what to do with the test, since there were still participants. However, Choi Yong ordered the test as they planned initially. As a result, a new test was to get into the target. Kim Jong explained that the bow was the most important weapon representing their country, and the ability to shoot was the main for the formation of the military. Previously, the test was different, but Li Songmon himself came up with something funny and asked to bring several melons. Dumak realized that since all this was done purely due to the whim of Li Songmona, he probably was a really important person. Guyun, however, understood that Li Songmon really possessed great power, since he was never punished for misconduct. At that moment, Chvei-yun was told that Guyun grabbed a flying arrow with one hand. Everyone saw perfectly well that then the general aimed at him straight in the head, but many could not believe in the reality of what had happened. Therefore now no one doubted that this child was a ghostly famous shadow in the north. Now that the warriors have been convinced that he could really be the owner of a jade suspension, the warrior decided to announce that Guyun was tested. However, Choi Yong suggested not to do this, believing that it was a good opportunity to see the real abilities of the boy. Finally, having changed clothes, Choi Yong said that he would lead the selection to the end. The third test was to measure their physical strength. Everyone was allowed to choose an opponent and fight one-on-one. Not success or defeat will determine the past, but the process of battle. So even the winner could withdraw, and the loser could go through the test. Finally, it's time to choose the enemy. Guyun also wanted to choose the Du Mok, but he understood that they could be combined in this test, and the difference in their physique would be unprofitable for the young man. However, it seemed to Guyun that Mok refuses their sparring due to the fact that in the first test, he was greatly beaten by one of his team members. The man just approached Dumoku, and seeing that he had really a beautiful body, agreed to enter into sparring with him. Finally began to unite in pairs and others. However, no one wanted to get up with Guyun in sparring. Everyone knew him as a ghostly shadow, and no one wanted to be an opponent of such a formidable person. Then Chvei Yong noticed that the guy was left without a couple, and even planned to allocate his opponent. However, at that moment, the same young man volunteered, who had previously been wounded by General Lee Song-man. Choi Yong warned that in this state he could not cope. In addition, he already proved that he was strong when he stood against the madness of the general. The senior military leader believed that the guy had already passed the third test, so that he could spend his strength on recovery. However, the wounded himself madly wanted to fight a ghostly shadow. The hero asked the boy not to intervene, believing that they both could pass this test automatically. However, at that moment the stranger grabbed Guyun by the clothes, and he reminded him of hallucinations with his sister killed by the barbarians. He even suspected that it was precisely the sister who ordered him not to fight. And at that moment, despite the words of Choi Yuna, Guyun agreed to join him, but warned his opponent that he was not sure whether the enemy could survive after that. Finally, the first duel began. It was filled with epic tricks. Everyone was surprised that in battle the participants could make movements of this level. Choi Yong, watching them, did not understand what they were doing. Finally, Chvei Yong noticed this and asked what these two were doing. Although the fighters continued to pretend that they were just fighting, the general saw for sure that they were familiar with each other. Then it turned out that they were friends of childhood. The general explained that they both did not undergo tests because he told them to fight and did not ask to arrange a play of martial arts. He explained to others that they had to fight as if they were trying to kill each other. After all, only such a battle could be considered real. Soon, the next fighting already reached the culmination of their battle. The battered man was lying on the ground, unable to continue. His enemy stopped, but Chvei Yong only indignant. Despite his exception, the duel was not over, because the enemy was not yet completely subordinated. Therefore, the winner had to finish the enemy. Despite the criticism of the wounds of the loser, Mok did not understand why to go so far. And so did Song-man usually do it, but certainly not Chvei Yong. Although he resigned to the idea that all the aristocrats were partly inadequate. Finally, the turn of the next battle came, between the ghostly shadow and the dam. Mok reminded his friend that he was not obliged to really kill his opponent. Finally, these two came together in battle, and the observer decided to clarify with Dama whether everything was in order. He made it clear that he could still change his decision. However, the young man was full of confidence and desire to fight a ghostly shadow, because he would no longer have such a chance. And then they were ordered to take their original positions. The battle began, and Dam barely managed to breathe to start the battle. And Guyun was already getting to him, conducting his foot. In the process of battle, Guyun decided to find out who Dam is and why he lurked the grudge against him. After all, he did not remember that he was harmful to him or any other person from Chosun. Then Dama realized that Guyun forgot him. After that, attacking the guy, he suggested asking his sister who he really was. After that, Dam made a capture from under the knee. Watching Choi Yong recognize the technique of folk struggle. After that, having fallen as the enemy, Dam began to apply precise blows to him, aiming at Guyun's face. Everyone saw that the ghostly day was completely crushed and could not get out. However, at that moment, Guyun calmly managed to hit Dama in the stomach, still defending himself from blows to the head. Obviously, after this blow, Dam immediately fell to the ground, and Guyun continued to beat him. At this moment, Dam understood that Guyun was beating him for sure. He persistently aimed at his weaker place, and when he finished it, he hit the weakly. Therefore, it became obvious that the ghostly shadow was really the best fighter. However, Dam also understood that this could not continue further. He decided to catch the enemy, but at that moment, preventing his trick, the hero himself used a knee blow. Then he made the same capture under the knee that the enemy used earlier. Cho Jae-yong was surprised that Guyun was able to remember the reception only once, having experienced it on himself. Finally, when the enemy was beaten, the young man went to the examiner to explain that he was not going to continue his battle. However, Choi Yong understood that this was not the end at all. In addition, he warned the boy to better evade. At that moment, Dam had already threw a spear straight to Guyun. Cho Jae-yong explained that no one forbade the use of weapons in battle, and ordered to continue the battle. Guyun could not believe that the general initially wanted to see such a battle, after which he pulled out the sword from the scabbard of Choi Yuna himself. I decided to join the battle, assuming that the murder was probably also allowed. Mok was indignant why the examiners were such psychos, allowing them to wield weapons. Dam at this time carefully watched the wound on Guyun's body, and he understood that now, when they were on equal terms, a real battle would begin, and everything would be honest. However, at that moment, Choi Yong announced to everyone that it was forbidden to kill the enemy. He was not against the use of weapons, but it was necessary not to kill, but to subordinate his enemy. It seemed to the soldiers that this idea was too dangerous. However, Choi Yong recalled that they took people into a special detachment, and if at each meeting with the barbarians to kill them, then where will the information come from? As a result, Guyun drove his sword into the ground. He explained that he did not know the way by which you can use the sword without killing opponents. In addition, he, in principle, was not going to kill Chosun's people, so he decided to continue the fist fight. At this moment, Dam recalled the events of the long-past days. Then his father was wounded by barbarians. The boy tried to drag his father to save him, but he understood that he himself could not survive. In addition, even if they escaped, the barbarians would find them in another settlement of the north. Therefore, the father invited his son to come to terms, give up and stop fighting the invaders, because they had absolutely nowhere to go. Therefore, he asked his son to accept his fate. With these words, the father died. Nearby, Dam saw the barbarians passing, leading an enslaved child. They decided that you can pick up this boy. Indeed, first of all, they needed young people who would become slaves. And in the end, since Dama did not have the strength to resist, he allowed himself to enslave. The boy understood that the barbarians were to blame for everything that happened to him. He became a slave, his parents died, and the child behind him was in the same situation as he himself. However, suddenly Dam saw that that boy was doing something strange. At this moment, another barbarian, walking behind, fell unconscious. His comrade tried to help him, believing that he became bad. However, he soon noticed that a blood spot was formed under the body. At that moment, it was too late to do anything. The sip of this barbarous was opened. It was all done silently with the most ghostly shadow. Earlier, before that, the boy also easily jumped onto another barbarian and cut the throat. Then he ordered Dama to be silent and not to give it out. Dam did not even have time to thank, when Guyun explained that these people were not at all guarded by children. They were completely inattentive and did not understand how easily they could die. In addition, having given Dama a knife, he asked him to also die here and kill at least another of the barbarians. After all, murder is simply necessary for normal survival. Then he began to talk with his sister, telling that he had already settled the problem. When the sister clearly began to doubt, he asked her to believe more in his older brother. And then Dam realized that he was really crazy guy in front of him. However, he scared him that the boy absolutely did not notice which barbarian was already standing behind his back. At that moment, grabbing Guyun, the enemy began to strangle him. Realizing that it was this boy who was guilty of these deaths, he did not know what tricks he had made, but decided to take revenge on the perfect. At this moment, Dam tried to find the opportunity to save his savior. He saw that one of the guards was lying dead, and next to him was a spear. At this moment, the barbarian decided to beat the boy to death, believing that such people need to be exterminated in the bud. However, unexpectedly, one of the prisoners screamed, demanding that the boy kill this man. Immediately after that, Dam rose and stuck a spear in Barbara. And now, in a duel, he made exactly the same blow, which from those times reinforced to skill. But despite all his professionalism, Guyun still managed to evade. In addition, he warned Dama that the murder was banned. The young man did not understand why he so wanted to kill him. However, Dam was angry that Guyun did not make him the same as himself, and also indignant for him to continue to live among the damn people of Chosun. At this moment, using his weakening vigilance, Guyun grabbed his spear in the shaft. Then he began to strangle the guy, preventing him from moving, and calmly invited him to end this test. Everyone remained witnesses of how gradually the body of Dam began to weaken. However, he was still indignant that Guyun was fighting him not at all like a ghostly shadow. However, the young man explained that the ghostly shadow kills only the barbarians. After these words, Guyun did not notice that Dam began to smile, because he realized that the boy really did not recognize him. Finally, the doctors took the Dam away, and the victory remained with Guyun. The time has come for the next battle, in which Dumok has already participated. As a result, two men began to fight in order to arrange a pure battle of power and show their muscles. However, unexpectedly Dumok hit the enemy on the head and used the stick. He understood that his opponent had a really beautiful body, but the power of man was not in physical power, but in intelligence. And there is enough knowledge that a rotten branch can cause pain. Soon it was time to declare the names of those who passed the third test. Among the past, obviously there was a ghostly shadow, as well as his friend Dumok. In addition, Dam also passed the test, despite his loss of a ghostly shadow. With the exception of 9 tests, everyone else could return home. The remaining Choi Yong decided to tell what they need to know about the last test. After all, they had to understand that this was not just an exam for the selection of the army. It was a selection in Sesitej, or as they were also called, Swords of the King himself. Soon, all past gathered in order to discuss this news. They realized that if they became members of such a detachment, then their task would be the primarily reconnaissance of the cases of barbarians. In addition, only in the north they decided to arrange a similar exam, which no one else had heard of anywhere. So many knew that the selection of the troops would be unusual. However, many were worried that intelligence would be even more difficult than a simple murder, and with a much more probability they could say goodbye to their lives. But still, the reward was really good. The selected people will not be able to undergo military service. They will be paid a lot of money, and if they last 5 years, they will be exempted from service in general. But despite all this, it was important to save life, because there would be no benefit from the awards posthumously. Now all the past had a choice, whether they will go through the last test or they will refuse and return home. In each task, they will have to risk their lives. However, unexpectedly hitting the table with a glass, Dyumak said that he would not give up. He did not understand the doubts of everyone else, and did not understand how they could live in peace in wartime. They all needed to recover because nevertheless they were not born of aristocrats. If they wanted to live humanly, then they should be at least a middle class. Previously, they would not even be allowed to such a selection, and it is unlikely that a new chance will fall. Despite the fact that Dyumak also did not want to die, he was more afraid to die, living a miserable life. Therefore, he immediately drained his glass of alcohol, promising that he would not go to the end. Immediately after that, he immediately unconscious fell on the table. It was amazing that the guy who looked so matured fell after the first bowl. Everyone became interested in what a ghost day was going to do. The guy was already known without joining the detachment. However, he did not announce his answer before he fell asleep from drinking. Dam immediately carefully covered the guy with a blanket, while the rest were amazed that they both drank so little, but already slept. However, after such decisiveness of Dyumak, many have already decided on their choice, and everyone else also realized that they needed this detachment. However, turning to the noise, they saw that the barbarians went straight into the tavern. They ordered visitors to stay in their places if they did not want to die. The invaders themselves got angry at the captain, who wanted to eat, because they barely broke away from the chase. They did not have much time. The captain understood that if they behaved quietly, then the soldiers would not have time to catch up with them. Then he screamed, demanding that the local owner prepare them food and bring here. Nevertheless, the rest of the barbarians were indignant that they really were going to eat and go to reconnaissance, considering it just crazy. At this time, the rest of the fighters began to guess what to do, because they were worried that other people could suffer. However, nevertheless, they decided to begin to figure out the situation, because if they hastily in a fight with the barbarians, irreparable can happen. However, at that moment, the woke up by the Dyumak realized what the situation it was. Then he went to one of the barbarians and introduced himself. He reminded the man that he should sit quietly so as not to suffer. However, Dyumak began to beat Barbara, shouting his name and explaining that he loved Chosun's people most. Obviously, the rest were alarmed, not realizing that they were doing Dumak, because his actions could bring trouble to the rest. However, he calmly explained to his comrades that these barbarians were fakes, not real. It is unlikely that the invaders, even in the north, began to go to the tavern only to eat. Therefore, he was sure that it was just the final test. At that moment, one of the barbarians began to attack the Dyumak from behind. Despite the sharp sword, the attack was too primitive, after which Dyumak hit the man in the face to knock him down. After that, he ordered the rest of the soldiers to defeat all these fake barbarians. Everyone immediately rushed into battle. One subject remained in its place. No matter how he looked at the situation, it was definitely not like a test. At that moment, one of the barbarians was angry that people began to rage, as if wanting to bury themselves. Approaching an innocent woman, the invader recalled that they themselves were to blame for her death, because they should sit quietly. Therefore, he wanted them to blame them, people, in her death. However, to her surprise, the woman remained absolutely sound. When she looked up, she saw that the Barbara's body was already pierced by an ordinary rotten stick. Guyun, who crept behind, calmly greeted the man. He only realized that this guy was perfect for a description of the ghostly shadow. As a result, the young man, wielding a rake, easily killed the enemy. Dyumak was frightened, because it is possible, if this is a test, then the murder should be prohibited. The hero himself did not understand how they all did. because if it was a check, then the barbarians should not kill anyone. At this moment, one of the barbarians has already attacked ordinary residents who tried to hide from the massacre. However, Gwyong was able to stop him in time, who instantly cut his head. After that, another person attacked a ghostly shadow who decided to avenge the death of his comrades. However, in the end, he finished exactly the same as his associates. Dumak and the rest of the warriors watched Gwyong, only opening their mouths. Just a couple of minutes ago they sat together and drank, but now this guy was not at all like himself. Finally, he aimed at another surviving Barbara, wanting to cut off his head. However, suddenly the Inspector Yujan intervened in the battle, dropping the guy away. He himself already knew that Gwyong would definitely ruin their task. The inspector was insanely dissatisfied with the behavior of the ghostly shadow. Dumak was happy when he saw Yujan, because he understood that it was definitely a test. Gwyong wanted to know what Yujan would do now and why he attacked him. He calmly explained that recently, raids have been committed on all the nearest villages. These barbarians fought off the main group and often ran to the base. The pursuers have been trying to catch them at the moment for several months. The inspector warned the warriors that if they did not try to kill enemies, then for a start, they had to track them in order to get information. Yujan himself intended to after destroying the detachment with which Gwyong was fighting now, and the young man almost completely ruined what they were preparing for several months. However, Gwyong did not understand where the wrong decision made, killing the barbarians, who threatened the inhabitants of this country before his eyes. Yujan was seriously angry with the words of the boy who imagined himself to be a hero. The inspector said that his madness is not something special, this is just a trick that can be done only once. And if he were a ghostly shadow or someone else, he could not imagine himself to anyone because everyone was extolled. Gwyong was outraged by his words, and he asked why Yujan from the very first meeting treated him. However, at that moment, Dumak screamed, attracting their attention to the escaped Barbara. He tried to hide, taking advantage of their chill to reunite with his troops. And so the Yujan, without hesitation, rushed in pursuit. However, at that moment he felt that someone was attacking him. It was a jerk of a ghostly shadow. However, Gwyong wanted not to hurt the inspector at all, but to recapture the arrow sent to him. After this attack, the remaining barbarians immediately began to scattering, so as not to get caught. Yujan was outraged that all other warriors stood, watching, not being able to catch even one enemy. And soon, General Choi Yun also arrived at the scene. He learned from the words of Yujan that they had missed 2 enemies. The inspector began to apologize to the general, believing that all this was his fault. However, Choi Yong quickly realized that this happened due to the fact that the boy acted impulsively. Dumak defended his friend, not understanding why his madness was intended here. And Dam wanted to know what they should have done because people were in danger, and it would be wrong to observe it. Everyone else began to think how to justify themselves. However, Choi Yong praised Gwyong for courage. He believed that the fact that everything went awry was not his fault at all. It can be safely argued that the fault in the incident lay on the barbarians themselves. And whoever says anything, Gwyong nevertheless defended the people and earned praise. However, his actions were correct if you look from an ordinary person. But as a member of the intelligence detachment, he was very mistaken. This is exactly what was worried about Choi Yun in his behavior, because he was still a member of observers, not killers. Therefore, he wanted to ask the boy the question, would he be able to suppress his emotions in relation to enemies in order to act, as is necessary? Yujan immediately stated that this was an impossible requirement, because the boy had a terrible rejection from one glance at the barbarians. However, Gwyong himself was interested in, who can kill enemies more? An elite unit or ordinary warriors? After all, having entered the government forces, he will personally kill the barbarians. And having entered an elite detachment, he is also given a chance to destroy them. Therefore, he wanted to know which squad kills more enemies. The inspectors clearly angered such an arrogance of the boys. However, Kim Zhang explained that the elite detachment is able to kill much more barbarians in the vast majority of cases. Yujan did not understand why the commander tells him about this. However, at that moment the general spoke, explaining that the detachment was created for this. And Gwyong realized that in the end he would be able to control himself if he kills at least one barbarous more. He promised to do this at all costs. That insanely inspired the Dam. However, grabbing his clothes, Yujan ordered him to shut up and not carry such nonsense with such an arrogant face. At this moment, the general issued an order. 9 participants should be distributed into 3 groups, to which senior members will be attached one by one. They had to divide and find the escaped barbarians, but it was impossible to kill them. Their task was to follow them and find out where they were going. From this moment, the 4th test began, as well as the first mission. After the distribution of Dumoku, it was not lucky to get into the not successful detachment. Although he ended up in a team with his friend, a super uncomfortable atmosphere reigned around. He tried to discharge her, talking with his Sokomanders about the weather. However, both did not answer his words, only ignored him. And then Dumock acutely felt how much his desire to leave. At this time, Dam decided to find out from the inspector how it is better for him to contact a man. Then he wanted to ask the commander one question, namely, what was the reason why he so rudely addressed Guyun? Was there such a reason at all? However, Yujeon was funny to hear a similar question from a person who, in a previous test, attacked Guyun, as if he wanted to kill him. But now, surprisingly, he too friendly called a boy by name and stood up for him. However, Dama also had their own reasons to do this, because their misunderstanding was already allowed. At that moment, the Jujeon turned away without saying anything, and Dam began to pry his answer to his question. However, Dumock prudently closed his mouth, realizing that it was better for them to fully concentrate on the assignment. At this moment, the inspector explained to Guyun that when they discover the barbarians, he should not recover again, as recently at the inn. Otherwise, he will cut him independently so that the young man does not endanger other danger. Guyun was already tired of these empty threats, so he did not react in any way. However, they soon heard a noise, so everyone fell sharply to the ground. Looking closely, in the distance they saw these two escaped barbarians. The inspector noted that these people were not at all like those who had fled recently. This meant that with a high probability their base was not far. Yujeon asked that all of them be as careful as possible and calmly monitor their goal. However, at that moment he noticed the facial expression. His gaze was concentrated on a man who stood ahead. Guyuna recognized exactly the one who made him a round orphan 5 years ago, and also the one who, after their escape, gave the order to shoot to defeat. Therefore, unable to withstand, he rose and armed himself with his katana to bear into battle. While Yujeon tried to bring him to his senses, Dam only smiled, looking at the guy's determination, and Guyun himself, without doubt, immediately rushed into battle. He reminded the man that 5 years had passed since their meeting, and wanted to know if he had forgotten his face. At this moment, another group continued its journey, and their inspector instructed young warriors, giving them recommendations on movement. And everyone perceived his words seriously because they really had little experience, and their steps were still well audible. However, suddenly the commander felt something. He immediately gave a sign to the soldiers to hide behind the nearest trees. Finally, they managed to track down one of the barbarians who wandered nearby. Turning around, the inspector ordered his fighters to carefully follow his instructions. However, turning around again, he noticed that one man was not enough. As it turned out, the newborn could not stand it and rushed to run to Barbara. He understood that this was his opportunity to grab the enemy and pass the test, and when he had already flown from above, he was sure that he had exactly caught him. However, a well-aimed blow struck the boy straight in the stomach. Then the inspector became obvious that the barbarians from the very beginning prepared an ambush here. Just at the time of Guyun's attack, he was also shot in an arrow, but he managed to evade. Yujeon realized that the young man really had very good abilities. Dumock understood that it was an ambush, and wanted to intervene in order to protect his friend. However, at that moment the arrows flew into it. They were lucky that at the last moment, Yujeon managed to protect them. He made it clear that they fell into a trap from which it is so easy not to get out. At that moment, Gavillon interrogated Barbara about whether he remembered him. However, the enemy sincerely did not understand why he had to remember him. Then the young man growled that he had destroyed and burned his village and family 5 years ago. However, the man was sure that 5 years ago, he was not even in Chosun. However, Guyun was clearly not going to believe in these miserable excuses. At that moment, Yujeon himself also rushed into battle. He shouted to the rest of the fighters to retreat after him. He also asked Guyun to leave. Although Yujeon did not know how much the offense of the young man, but if he did not want to drag the whole team into the grave, he had to stop acting like that. The barbarian himself was angry that someone dared to command and threaten without his permission. However, at that moment, Dam had already entered the battle with him. Dumock, using this moment, grabbed Guyun by the hand and dragged him away. However, they fled for long before they realized that they were surrounded from all sides. The barbarians, pulling on the bowstring, only mocked the self-confidence of the soldiers who decided to follow them. They reminded the ghostly shadow as he took away the lives of their comrades. They decided to compensate these losses with the lives of people standing next to him. However, a stone flew into one of the enemies. Following after that, the same well-aimed blows in the head overtook the rest of the attackers. It was a boy from a completely different detachment. The barbarians have not yet unraveled who the well-aimed warrior was, so they only looked around in the district. Just at this moment, Kim Jong, the commander of the second detachment, also joined the battle. He immediately called out to Jujon, ordering him to retreat. Seeing this, Dumak grabbed Guyun by the hands, asking the boy to calm down and not overdo it. Grabbing him in his arms, he ran away. Indeed, for starters, in order to take revenge, he needed to survive at least. The head of this group of barbarians screamed angrily, demanding that his subordinates begin to pursue. Running away, Yujon decided to find out from the commander how he found out that he was in danger. As it turned out, they initially followed their team, because they knew that the barbarians noticed scouts. In addition, one person from the group asked for help, so they ran to them. In addition, the third team had many reasons for concern, and unlike them, even the first team did not need urgent help. The reason was that few knew the nickname of the captain of that team. He was called Yaksha, and there was no reason to worry about him, because he could be considered a real monster. And now this monster has entered the battle with the captain of the barber detachment, and this man was much more like a blood enemy of a ghostly shadow. After that, Kim Jong turned around and hit Guyun with his fist in his face. He hoped that now the guy felt relieved after he was madly poured out of his emotions when meeting with the enemy. He also explained that with his act he put the lives of his comrades on con. However, Kim Jong understood that apparently the boy was mistaken. Barbara, on whom he pounced, was called Koch. Only a year has passed since the day that it was first noticed in this region. 5 years ago, when the village of Guyun was burned, this man was not here at all. However, Guyun understood that this certainly could not be a mistake, because he remembered the power of this man, his hairstyle. And then Kim Jong suggested that that man was Lee Manu, the cousin of this man. He was also the leader of all barbarians. Kim Jong honestly admitted that he himself was at a loss at first glance, because they were very similar to each other. Perhaps Lee Koch even imitated his older brother. However, at that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Yujon. He was very concerned, because, despite the number of barbarians who drove them into a corner, he understood that the help of the commander of another detachment would not have prevented them. However, Kim Jong only recalled with a smile that that commander was literally a monster who could get out of such a situation alive. This guy had countless experience in real battles. He received recognition from General Choi Yuna for only his power. Other people did not even know that this warrior deserved confidence. But despite the fact that Kim Jong was sure that he would not die in such a place, his head was already in the hands of the enemy. Soon, when Chvei Yong came, everyone else saw the bodies of the murdered warriors of the second detachment. Kim Jong, being shocked, could not believe that this really happened. The general turned to the only survivor, demanding that he tell everything in detail. He wanted to know how the situation came to such a scale. As it turned out, during intelligence they were attacked because of their inattention, but the commander personally killed about 10 barbarians. Kim Jong still did not understand why everything turned out so. And then the wounded warrior said that another barbarian had appeared a little later. The commander was simply incredible. He fought like the god of war, but this new opponent was too strong. He could compare it with a real monster, not otherwise. The general, approaching the boy, began to inquire who it was. Unfortunately, the dying did not own accurate information. He was able to describe that man as a man with a strong physique and with 3 pigtails on his head. These were his last words, on which he spent the remnants of his strength. At this point he died. From this description, Kim Jong quickly realized who it was, and the general himself guessed that it was definitely a Manhwa. So, their plans have changed a lot. When Choi Yong looked through reports, a large number of barbarians have already come to the ground of Chosun. Around their base was located, and if they enter the open battle, then enemies can pose a great threat to them. Therefore, before sunrise, it was necessary to find barbarians that night until they escaped across the river. This time there was no need to take enemies alive. It was possible to kill everyone they wanted. The main thing is to bring Lee Manu's head. Yujon explained to the general that the barbarians were too good in ambush. However, Choi Yong understood. These people had to be found immediately, because the captain of the second detachment should not have sacrificed his life in vain. Although he went into the afterlife, they had to move forward, not yearning, but acting. Kim Jong accepted the order of his general, after which he announced to the soldiers that now their mission was to find the Barvarov base in 1 hour. However, he removed Guyun from the performance of this task. The rest should have been distributed into groups. There are 7 of them. However, the general explained that they need to do something more important. Events are transferred to the enemy base. Lee Kachu was indignant. How his people could not kill just one warrior who alone interrupted a whole detachment. The assistant, worried, explained that this warrior was like a monster. Even when several people attacked him, he was able to survive. However, Lee Koch was still indignant, because there were much more of them. Lee Manu, hearing his brother's wrath, was surprised that the younger was still continuing to swear. He explained that he had come here because he became interested in how his younger brother was doing, because he said that he was already worthy of leaving his shadow. However, according to his screams, it became obvious that something went not according to plan. The younger brother explained that the reason was that the people they met were very unusual, strange. The assistant said that there was a monster among the military. He alone cut the whole detachment, like the god of war in the flesh. After these words, Lee Manu could only smile. Then he threw the head of this warrior to the ground. The assistant recognized that very commander, while Lee Manu ordered to hang his head in a prominent place so that the mood of their warriors would exalt. In addition, he understood that this person was from a special detachment, and since they saw them, then most likely, their location will soon be declassified. Therefore, he asked his younger brother to prepare so that before dawn they crossed the river and moved to the village. He also made it clear to the youngest that he could win the lands that he wanted at any other time. Besides, it was winter for them for a more favorable time. However, the youngest wanted to prove himself right now, and asked his brother to give him at least 1 day. But even his personal assistant tried to dissuade him. This attracted the attention of Lee Manu, who asked the assistant to introduce himself. Then he calmly stated that the guy was very unlucky. Instantly after that, he killed him, because he understood that no living soul should know about their plans. In addition, he heard that the enemies had a reconnaissance group, so no one could trust their secrets. In addition, he asked the youngest to remember that anyone who can reveal this information should be immediately killed. However, suddenly they heard the noise that came from the outside, and when they left, they saw that their whole settlement burned with fire. There were already people from the elite unit who killed their assistants. Lee Manu did not expect that they would get herself so quickly, so he ordered the youngest to take a horse and useful people to immediately go to the river. However, suddenly he felt a strange foreboding. He barely managed to defend himself from the arrow, which was released straight into his head. Turning around, he saw an archer and immediately recognized the general. Understanding how serious the situation was, he ordered his brother not to hesitate, because they should immediately cross the river. However, Lee Koch could not leave the rest of the people here simply to die. But the elder brother was not going to listen to his stupid excuses and gave him a hard order. All this time, Chvae-yong carefully watched their shoots. The younger brother was ashamed to run away, because he wanted to do everything right. However, Lee Manu comforted him, realizing that his brother would have many opportunities to fix everything. But at that moment, another attack rushed towards the rider. It was no longer an arrow, but the most ordinary stone. As it turned out, shortly before that, Chvae-yong ordered everyone to find the base, but he understood that, given the large number of barbarians, there would be a high probability of missing the main goal. Therefore, he ordered everyone to divide into 4 groups of 2 people and disperse around the base. Their most important priority was the capture or murder of Lee Manu. From this moment, the test was over and they had to act as members of the elite unit. They were divided into groups. In one group, there was also a guy who was especially good in throwing the stone Chan Ryan. He saw many times how people evaded his attacks, but on his memory, Lee Manu was the first to catch the stone thrown to him. It is impossible not to admit that the barbarian was really surprised by the so funny and unusual talent of the guy. And he, only smiling, invited the man to look at his other talents. While the fighter distracted Lee Manu with conversations, Guyun was already getting from his back to him. He understood that this time he would definitely not be mistaken and kill his blood enemy. However, unfortunately, Lee Manchu managed to avoid the attack, which is why Guyun only wounded the horse. But at least he did not let him escape. The younger brother immediately defended the elder, trying to deprive Guyun's head. However, a guy ensured him in time, throwing a stone into Lee Kachu. He clearly could not allow the revenge of the ghostly shadow so much. But unfortunately, at that moment his hand was struck by the arrow, which was released by Lee Manu. Despite the fall from the horse, the leader was not at all confused. However, now Guyun could fully concentrate on his enemy, and they agreed in a duel, wielding their swords. However, in the end, Guyun's sword was the first to crash, cutting into 2 parts. Looking at this, it was hard to believe that this was possible to do it with just 1 blow. Lee Manu himself understood that the boy who entered him was clearly in a hurry to die. However, unexpectedly at that moment, his blade scattered into pieces. Because of this, the man sincerely laughed, because he did not expect such power from his opponent. Taking advantage of the situation, Guyun decided to find out whether Lee Manu remembers him. 5 years ago, this man burned his village, killed his parents, sister. He wanted to know if he remembers at least something of this. Lee Kachu began to be indignant that the boy was again carrying some kind of nonsense, because it was unlikely that anyone would remember this. This would be a real egoism to wish to remember such a trifle. However, Lee Manu recalled that child in whose boat the fire arrows launched at his attempt to cross the river. He admitted that he was thinking whether he was alive or not, and whether he was sure with him. But the boy really returned. From the story of the hero Lee Manu, only now he realized that the child who was next to him was his sister. And at that moment, unable to withstand more these memories, Guyun immediately rushed with his bare hands at the man. At that moment, his partner threw him a whole sword to be able to defend. And in the end, the battle started between these two again. Guyun could not forgive Lee Manu what he remembered everyone. He considered it too cruel. However, he believed that it was right to remember absolutely everyone. After all, he considered these people unhappy, who died for the sin of birth by the inhabitants of Chosun. Immediately after that, he grabbed the boy's hand, preventing him from attacking. He sincerely admired the young man who survived that harsh winter, even after falling into the river and managed to reach it here. Looking at the situation in which Guyun was, his partner decided to intervene. However, the barbarian managed to grab the neck and him. Then he hit these two with his heads, like some toys, and threw them away. Lee Manu honestly admitted that the fact that Guyun went so far and retained this spark of hatred was worthy of respect. However, raising a stone block, he explained that he could not allow him to survive. After which he was about to confuse the boy in order not to leave a drop of life and sparks of the struggle in him. And then this too became obvious that this man is a real monster. But it was saved by the fact that at that moment the leader was attacked by an arrow. As it turned out, Jujon was an archer, and Dumak, who called his friend, rode next to him. Then Lee Manu became obvious how much Guyun was lucky for the second time. Then he called out his younger brother. The leader ordered Lee Hachu to sit on his horse and run away. However, to universal surprise, Lee Manu did not run away. On the contrary, he headed towards the galloping Du Mok and Yujon. No one understood what was the reason until the man attacked Du Mok. He literally jumped on his horse, after which he struck the warrior with his own knife. And, turning to Yujon, he ordered him to run away if he wants to stay alive. After that, Lee Manu drove up to his younger brother and repeated the order to leave. Although the younger brother did not understand why the leader left these people alive, Lee Manu knew that since they had already been traced twice, the warriors of Chosun would soon appear here, so they needed to get out. At this moment, the stone's thrower finally managed to exhale with relief. However, he was scared that the leader turned out to be such a strong man, like a real tiger. After which he decided to check Guyun whether he was in order. However, the young man could not answer anything and did not give any signs of life. He just cried quietly. At that moment, Jujon tried in every possible way to bring Dumak to his senses. The king's bodyguard personally arrived at them. Guyun recalled how they passed the last 5 years. He was looking forward to meeting this person, spent years of his life, listening to the voices of the ghosts. However, he realized that he did not deserve the name of the ghostly shadow. At that moment, the feelings that he felt were only fear. Therefore, now he felt humiliated, as if his whole life was a shame. At that moment, Lee Song decided to find out from the boy why he was lying. He saw that the boy was not in the best shape, probably because of Lee Manu, because the barbarian was really strong. Although the general realized that for sure it was not so much in Lee Manu himself, but in the disappointment that Guyun experienced. Chan Ryan tried to ask the general so that he would not worsen the situation. However, he only asked to bring him a horse, after which he ordered the boy to rise. He promised that he would kill the person who brought Guyun to such a state. Shortly before that, when Lee Song-mon came to his senses, he began to demand a prison from the overseer to bring him a bottle of alcohol. When he began to argue with him, the violent general was only indignant that he did not want to hear such bad words of refusal. However, the Ko-Wang, Lee Song-mon, who came to understand that he should already tie with alcohol. It was because of him that he fell into a similar situation, and still searched for pleasure in him. Then Lee Song-mon began to apologize for committing a great crime, but asked him to be released from prison. According to his behavior, it immediately became obvious that he was about to go to the courtesans. However, nevertheless, Choi Yong opened the door of the prison and allowed him to go out. He was already rejoiced at how he could hang out. However, it was not there. Choi Yong said that they found the village of Varvarov, as well as their head Lee Manu, and elite troops had to go there soon. He ordered Lee Song-mon to do his job, because such a person like him had to do at least something to reduce his misconduct. And so he ended up here, and even Kim Zhang was surprised to see him. Without wasting time, Lee Song-mon explained that they needed to deal with the escaped barbarians as soon as possible, and ordered them to follow them. At that moment, Dam ran to Guyun, trying to understand what happened to him. Kim Zhang ordered Chan Ryan to take the mock back to the camp and help him with treatment. Yujon was supposed to go on a task with them. At this moment, Lee Song-mon decided to find out from the ghostly shadow if he would go with them. Guyun could just return home and live his life, as if there was nothing. And the general could recommend him the second option. But he realized that then it was unlikely that the boy could continue to live with his name. Two brothers at this point were just near the river. There they were met by subordinates who completed all the preparations. The boat for the intersection was ready. Lee Manu was glad to hear this, because the soldiers could soon overtake them. The warriors explained that there would be a fork ahead on the way to the river. They will share there, arrange an ambush, and after a while, having dealt with the soldiers, they will join their leader. Despite the fact that Lee Mansu agreed, he was interested in whether that boy would try to speak again against him. At this moment, everyone was already jumping towards the fork, and Kim Janu offered the general to divide into two groups. However, Lee Songmon himself wanted all four to go to the left, and he alone went to the right. He understood that if he was not alone, then he would have to protect someone else, and his effectiveness in battle would decrease. In addition, both roads led to the river, so they will still cross in any case. The download in his direction, Lee Songman wanted to know who was more lucky, he or, nevertheless, a ghostly shadow. Soon he climbed into such a thicket of forest, where even the moonlight almost did not light the road. It was very dark, and arrows began to pour from this darkness in his direction. Immediately after that, blood flew in all directions. The barbarians were surprised that only one person opposed them, probably looking down at them. However, they rejoiced that they managed to get into it. They were hard to see in the dark, but they continued to shoot to kill a person who arrived at them. However, their recklessness led to the death of one of the barbarians. Lee Songman picked up to him and smiled slyly, looking at his bloodied weapons, wondering that these warriors did not accompany their leader. Following after that, he also figured out several more warriors. He simply cut someone, broke his neck to someone, so as not to create extra sounds. And obviously, such soundless murders sowed panic even among well-trained warriors. The barbarians did not yet understand how much they were mistaken, deciding to ambush in the darkness. Thus, they literally signed a death sentence. The survivors were interested in how at the moment when the first arrows flew into him, he managed to jump off his horse. Already at that short moment, the swordsman managed to calculate the location of absolutely all enemies. Lee Songmon himself, having dealt with these people, realized that there was no special one among them. So, in this case, the leader escaped on the side where Guyun was now. However, the general wanted to know if the guy would cope and whether he would stand before his arrival. Finally, far near the river, everyone saw two silhouettes, Lee Manu and Lee Hachu. Kim Jong gave the order not to miss these people and catch, even if he has to give his life. Guyun understood that this was a chance to repay for the death of his sister. He wanted to wash off all the shame that this man entered him. At the moment when they approached, the hidden barbarians opened shooting. Some warriors managed to bend down, some arrows fell into horses or in the body, but despite this, they continued to jump, without slowing down the pace. After that, jumping off their horse, Kim Jan and Dam began to shoot back, ordering the others to get to Lee Manu and detain him before the general arrived. At this moment, Guyun was already thinking about how he would kill this man at all costs. However, Yujon made it clear that they would not manage immediately with Lee Manu and Lee Hachu. Their goal was only in restraining both before the arrival of the general. Guyun did not want to agree, and repeated that at all costs he had to kill this man. But the inspector formed the guy, explaining that he should learn how to cooperate with others, and only in this case they will be able to cope. He needed to concentrate on the result now, and only in this way they will be able to achieve their goal. Then they abruptly stopped their horses. Those stood on their hinders, and the warriors jumped, approaching the boat straight to two men. And looking at how they are approaching, the head of the savages noticed that their perseverance was really worthy of praise. Then he instantly grabbed the inspector, who was closer to him. However, at that moment, Gvyun himself arrived at his aid from the sky. He jumped to the other side of the boat, thereby pumping it and allowing Lee Koch to fall into the water. Yujon only had to laugh at Lee Manu, realizing that the person who kills the leader is already in a hurry here. After these words, the boat, in which four were, instantly rolled over. Despite the fact that Lee Kachu nobody attacked, he had other problems. Unfortunately, he did not know how to swim and began to sink. Lee Manu realized that he could not help his brother, while the inspector restrained him. Therefore, he began to dip him under the water in attempts to strangle. Although Lee Manu really recognized the power of his opponent, he was obliged to get rid of a person who delivers such problems. And to his surprise, Yujon realized that he could not wait for help. At this moment, instead of helping him, Guyun sailed in a completely different direction. The young man's head was again clogged with illusions with his sister. He sailed to her in attempts at least now, this time, pull her out of the water. By this moment, Yujon had already felt that he could not breathe at all. He was saved only by the unexpected appearance of Dama, who attacked the leader. After that, the inspector managed to swim to the surface to dial at least a little air. Dam, despite the wound of an arrow, tried his best to restrain Lee Manu. Kim Jang at that moment tried to aim at the leader with his bow. However, Lee Manu decided to use Jujon as a real live shield. In such a situation, Kim Jang was completely helpless, because he could not risk his student. At this moment, Guyun also unexpectedly swam. Obviously, Kim Jang wanted to know what the guy was doing. However, he again ducked under the water without explanation. With tears in his eyes, he reached for his sister. At this moment, faithful assistants Lee Manu had already swam in 2 other boats in order to save their leader. First of all, they pulled Lee Manu himself. Another boat went to Lee Koch in order to save him. Yuzhan began to panic, realizing that they were about to miss their worst enemies. Finally, Lee Manu ordered them to urgently sail, until quite serious opponents gathered here. However, he did not have time to finish his phrase, as Lee Kachu already seemed to be Songman from behind. He was enough for him only a moment to demolish their heads to all the people who protected the younger brother of the leader. Then the time came to deal with Lee Manu himself. However, Kim Jong warned the general in time that this was not the same person. At this time, the head of the savage himself was on another boat, and was already close to the borders of his country. His assistants panicked, not understanding what to do with Lee Koch, and even wanted to deploy the boat. Lee Manu understood that this was not at all the option that would suit them. At that moment, Lee Songman found out that the person he was near was the cousin of the head. He decided that you can take a man hostage in order to at least patch out useful information. In addition, the young man himself, by his stupidity, began to talk about how important he was a man, and how the swordsman regrets that he sent a sword at him. However, at that moment his body was already pierced by the oars abandoned by his own brother. Lee Songman was really surprised by how Lee Manu acted with his relative without a doubt. Someone was worried about the general that perhaps he was wounded. But this was not so, because the goal of the enemy was not originally in the swordsman. Lee Songman realized that the leader, realizing that he could not save his brother, killed him with his own hands, because he was afraid that he could give out important information. It was surprising that at his age, this person possessed such a force and resourcefulness. In such a situation, he was able to make a firm, cold-blooded decision. So, they will be able to feel safe only when this person is dead, because he turned out to be as dangerous and strong as the general expected him. Realizing that they finally missed the leader, Lee Songman wanted to know where the ghostly shadow was. And Goyun was still trying to save his sister, which was obviously impossible. It was only lucky that Dam pulled him from the bottom. He served the guy that he was doing, but Goyun continued to prove that he had to save his sister. And realizing that he was completely stupefied by hallucinations, Dam shook him, ordering him to wake up. He recalled that Goyun's sister died 5 years ago, and he himself knew about this. What he saw at the bottom was just the fruit of his imagination, just an illusion. And at that moment, the hero was seriously scared, because of which he immediately swam straight to the shore. He himself perfectly understood that he had seen nothing more than an illusion. And when he came to his senses, he was defeated by a feeling called a real fear. Due to the fact that, entering the water, he saw his dead sister, he was afraid to even look at her. After all, he was afraid to continue over again to see the death of his sister, whom he desperately tried to throw it out of his head. And at that moment, running ashore, he fell straight at the feet of General Choi Yuna. Finally, Lee Songman approached him to find out what happened to the boy. However, it was obvious that he was just a warrior afraid of water. And so the test was finished, and everyone resigned to the fact that Gyun was completely hopeless. After some time, the rest of the group was sent on a mission. During surveillance, Diu Mok ran away from the barbarians, realizing that this time he would definitely not be lucky to escape. But Juzhan helped him, who saved the man in time, allowing the enemies to escape the false trail. After which, of course, he scolded Dumok for the fact that he broke away from the group, because of which he almost brought trouble to himself. After they conducted reconnaissance, they took a boat and went to their home. Inspecting each other, they realized that by the completion of this task, surprisingly, everyone remained intact. However, Yuzhan was alarming that Dam had not spoke to him recently. Chan Ryan quickly realized that the reason was what happened to Guyun. However, he explained that this was not at all the fault of their commander. Well, Yuzhan himself was still on the feelings of a warrior, because the main thing is that this did not interfere with the fulfillment of their mission. Dumoku was already sad for the fate of the boy, whom everyone was called a ghostly shadow, because he was really amazing small, but his talent was simply confused. When Chue Yong came, he demanded to tell the situation, and found out that they had missed Lee Manu. However, at least Koch was killed. As soon as Yuzhan he was ashore, he was already angry that Gvion was not able to do even his slightest part of the work. And only after hearing this, the general immediately threw the boy straight into the water. To his surprise, he only cried out, after which he immediately began to get out on land. Guyun instantly received a verdict. He could return home. Obviously, the elite detachment did not need warriors who were not able to cross the river, because this was only a waste of his miserable life. He had to forget about what was here, and continue to live his calm life. However, with tears in his eyes, Guyuna convinced that he was ready to do anything if he was allowed to stay. And so he was sent to remove manure for horses. However, Dyumak could not come to terms with the fact that a man with such a talent was sent to clean the stables. It seemed to him that it was too cruel, and Guyun was really grateful for his support. However, Dyumak could not even approach him and tell it to face it, because he was afraid that he could get a reprimand from the captain. Everyone was interested in whether Gvyong overcame his hallucinations, and whether he still sees his sister underwater. Chan Ryan even offered the boy to just give up, and no longer torment himself with such suffering, because he was not even a person from the lower class. Therefore, if he was not a warrior, he could live a good life. However, at that moment their conversation was seen by Yujon. He shouted at the fighters, reminding that they should not talk to the boy, and ordered them to disperse. However, Dam was indignant, believing that this ban was too harsh, given that he and Guyun were still comrades. However, Yujon reasonably recalled that he was not a member of their detachment, and the information that they owned was completely secret. Ordinary people should not know about it. In addition, they could not be sure that their meaningless chatter would not lead to a leak. He was perplexed how they could sympathize with the boy with whom they spent only a few days together. However, Dam hit the man in the face. Then he ordered him to stop being so rude. Obviously, after that he was saved only thanks to Dumoku, who with his own body tried to stop the captain. Events are transferred to the province of Funando. Despite how many days have passed since those events, Dam was still indignant at how much Yujon annoyed him. However, Dyumak considered this a disrespectful reason to beat the boss. But Dam still could not just stand and be silent when others pronounced such rude words. Although nevertheless, Dyumak could not disagree with the fact that at least Jujon spoke everything on the case. He was previously too critical to Guyun. Laughing, Chan Ryan nevertheless noticed that despite this, the commander allowed them all together to go on a mission. However, Dam was unhappy that even for this, they required a separate permit. He demanded that the ghostly shadow as soon as possible to become part of their detachment, hoping that he could do it. Dumak, wanting to discharge the situation, invited everyone to go together and drink an alcohol cup. However, they froze when they saw how a huge crowd beat one unfortunate girl. When Dumak saw her crying, he immediately reacted to this injustice and wanted to help. However, Chan Ryan stopped him, recalling that they could not interfere in the affairs of the village. Dam himself understood that they were involved in such a nuisance. They could be deprived of a military rank. However, this did not stop Guyun. Therefore, he immediately pushed his first man with all his strength and decided to find out from the crowd what they were doing. Everyone immediately saw that the guy was not local and ordered him not to go into his own affairs, because if he did not leave, he would see blood. However, the hero was tired of listening to such tiring threats. Therefore, he pushed another man. At that moment, Dyumak ran up to him, who asked Guyun not to do anything rash, because they could not interfere in the affairs of the village. However, the boy recalled that this does not apply to him, because nevertheless, he was not part of the detachment. Then he instantly figured out the people who tried to attack him. At that moment, one of the men crept behind, intending to hit him with a huge clay container. However, even in his hands, she scattered into small fragments. As it turned out, Chan Ryan decided to intervene, although he tried to hide it. Having finished with all the threats, Guyun warned that regardless of circumstances, people could not behave like that against a young girl. Then he held out her hand and began to take her away. For some reason, looking at the stranger, it seemed to him that his sister would look the same if she was alive. Dumak, looking after them, admired how much the hero was bolder than he expected. It was really surprising that the guy had such a courage and still saved the beauty. However, at that moment, an elderly woman appeared, who was indignant that they so simply let go of this girl. Dumak stood up for a stranger, believing that it was already a baking of so to do so with her. Although he did not know if she did something bad, he believed that there was no reason to do this with an innocent person. However, the old woman explained that this girl was a barbarian who became a citizen of the country. The people who moved were still called savages, despite the fact that they have already received citizenship. This applied not only to the barbarians, but to the Japanese, Thais, and many other nationalities. Such was the policy of interaction in this country. For the sake of stabilizing the northern regions, many measures were taken. Among them was stimulating the naturalization of barbarians. In case of crossing the border and invasion, it was strongly suppressed. The main idea of this policy was adopted. Barbarians who want to live like chosen people should turn from barbarians into people. And this girl named Hari was one of such naturalized barbarians. Varvar's visitors were usually ordered to settle in the northern coast. However, Hari came to the north of Chosun, and for some reason in the settlement in which she lived, they constantly arranged defeats. At that moment, when they moved far enough, the girl demanded that Guyun let her go. But when he did not answer even a second later, she immediately hit him in the face. Then she said displeasedly that in Chosun men and women should not touch each other like that. However, she thanked him for his help, explaining that she could not give him anything. However, the hero did not hope for anything. He noticed that her character had changed a lot, which was not surprising, because before that she simply pretended to be weak, since otherwise she would be scored in a crowd. Guyun realized that she had acted smartly and really was bold. The more he looked at her, the more similarities he saw with his sister. After which, he finally decided to find out why the inhabitants did this with her. She did not hide that she was a barbarian naturalized in Chosun. Due to the fact that she was accused of selling information to the barbarians, she was considered a dirty bastard, pretending to be a local and selling country. Obviously, Gwyun was immediately scared and considered that she was really the way he was talking about herself. And looking at his face, the girl guessed that now this young man wanted to go back and throw her to be torn to pieces by the crowd. However, he ordered her to close his mouth and stop saying such things. Then, turning around, he hastened to leave. However, he demanded that she also be cleaned if she was really a spy or a traitor to Chosun, and he promised that the next time she was threatened with death, he would pretend that he did not notice her. After this situation, he went to the bank of the river and, looking at the water surface, thought about his stupidity. After all, it was really ridiculous to believe that a girl could be connected with his sister, who died 5 years ago. Then he tried to look at the water, realizing that his sister was dead, and he should accept it. So, what he saw in the water was simply an illusion that originates from his feeling of guilt, and he understood that this was not real, and he had to overcome his fear. He tried to enter the water, but then he saw the terrifying paintings of his past, and in the end, all that he had left was only to fall to his knees from his powerlessness. He understood that he simply could not overcome this fear. However, the unexpectedly appeared Hari Pink pushed him into the water. Then it really seemed to him that she could really be a spy of barbarians and an enemy. At that moment, Kim Jong told the unit that their next goal was Hari, a naturalized barbarsh, and that in every village in which she came, barbarians raid. Dam decided to inform about this, because although he understood that this could be a false denunciation, it was worth fear. However, Chan Ryan seemed like such accusations unreasonable, because she was the most ordinary girl. However, Yujeon already knew that the inhabitants of the village were convinced that she was a spy, and in addition, everyone was afraid of her. However, Chan Ryan still tried to explain that it was just a rumor, and believed that at least Dam was very careful. This time he was really mistaken in his suspicions. However, Kim Jang was still praised by Dama, because the fact that he doubted was a good line for a warrior. What they already managed to find out about the girl is that originally she was called Kai, but having moved, she took the name Hari. Immediately after moving to the village, she began to watch the inhabitants. However, Du Mok indicated that nevertheless, Kim Jang made this conclusion about the girl, based on his personal beliefs. However, he understood that at least they have information that they could check. After all, even naturalized barbarians were barbarians, their main enemies. They are the reason why this detachment existed. It was impossible to trust any barbarian, or in the end it could even cost life. Guyun managed to get out of the water to land. Immediately jumping to his feet, he demanded an explanation of the girl what she was doing. However, she explained that, seeing him standing in front of the water and trembling, she became funny, and it seemed that he wanted to go into the water, but hesitated, so she decided to help him. However, Guyun wanted to get angry or say something, but instead only sneezed the girl in the face. Getting angry, she ordered herself to be released. Then she lit a fire in order to give a boy to warm after he plunged into the water. Although he continued to blame Hari in what happened, he denied his accusations, because he himself wanted to swim. Then the hero became interested in why the girl followed him. However, the answer was simple. She had nowhere to go. She understood that perhaps her company was disgusted to him, but the reason was that the guy did not know how to relate to her. After all, although she was a resident of Chosun, the blood of the barbarians flowed in her. However, Hari herself considered herself definitely a man of Chosun. She, like everyone else, lived in the north and suffered from the robberies of barbarians. At first, she ran away from them with many inhabitants. They helped and comforted each other, together experienced ups and falls. But as a result of consistent attacks, all the people who were near her lost their lives. She survived only thanks to their help and as a result was completely alone. After that, at some point she gained a terrible reputation. She was considered barbaric grain of evil, and also blamed in all those attacks. She was terribly treated, because she was a resident of Chosin, in which Barbara still flowed. And she was badly treated due to the fact that she survived every time. But, realizing that it was probably not worth saying that, she apologized. Then she finally introduced herself and recognized the name of the hero. She apologized that she poured his soul to him, because he was the only one who looked not so evil towards her. However, she promised that the next time she would certainly listen to the boy, realizing that he probably had something to tell. Having not received an answer, the girl hurried away home. But the young man called out to her, warning Hari to prepare. Its story will be quite long, and the beauty will probably have to listen for a long time, perhaps even tired. After that, they said goodbye and parted into their homes. At this time, someone carefully watched the fragile figure of the girl. He understood that he had already recognized enough today, and decided to go to the authorities to report on her. However, for a start, I planned to put a rumor that she was still a spy. Suddenly, the following noticed that the object of observation disappeared from his field of view. As it turned out, she already crept up to him from the back. The next day, young Guyun, as always, was engaged in work in the stable. Suddenly, an elite detachment came to him almost in full force. Kim Jang wanted to know if it was true that the guy was 2 days ago with a girl named Hari. Upon learning of this, the commander decided to find out what the young man spoke to her, and whether he mentioned his connection with the elite detachment. At this moment, Jujon began to resent, recalling that he warned not to be next to this boy. However, Dam did not see in this relationship. He, as promised, did not tell Guyun about his missions. Yujon believed that the problem was not only in the mission, but also in the fact that the guy knew about the very existence of the detachment. Dam logically noted that even if they had not approached him, nothing would have changed. Guyun could forget about the detachment, only if he died. At that moment, Kim Jang ordered everyone to shut up, while the young man tried to understand why all this commotion was. Then the eldest from the detachment said that the observer was assigned to the girl with whom Gviyun was yesterday. However, the guy did not know why they were watching a naturalized barber. Also, in order to avoid misunderstanding, he explained that the girl herself told him about this, that he was being observed. He knew only from rumors. Dam asked if the young man knew that she was a barbarian and still sided with her. The warrior suggested that they perhaps even managed to make friends. Therefore, he was interested in how a person, known as a ghostly shadow, could not resist a woman prose. Having not received an answer, Guyun wanted to know the reason for this noise, and he found out that the observer after the girl never appeared even 4 days later. The last witness said that he saw his own eyes how he went after the young man to the lake. As a result, they believed that the wine lies with Barvarka Hari. However, Chan Ryan believed that this was a complete nonsense. He could not understand how a fragile girl alone could cope with the observer. After all, this is too much to make her guilty only because of the coincidence. Dam believed that certainly a person from the detachment responsible for the extermination of these barbarians should not say so. Guyun finally lost his temper and ordered everyone to calm down, not to sow panic. After all, he did not understand what the matter was doing to him at all. In addition, the young man recalled that he was not part of their detachment, and they could not reprimand him only because they were dissatisfied with something. Finally, in order to return the situation to the normal direction, Diu Mok spoke, turning to the captain. He wanted to know why, instead of catching a girl, they came to Guyun. The fighter even proposed his own plan. They could use the guy and reveal the identity of Varvarka. If they find out the truth, all the evidence, it is a spy or not, then he wanted him to be promised one thing. Namely, the fact that they recognize Gwyn's merits and make it part of the detachment. The young groom was very dissatisfied with the fact that the other person decides for him whether to become part of the detachment or not. However, Diu Mok knew that he obviously should not his whole life to remove horse manure. In addition, Chan Ryan was also glad of the determination of a comrade, and that they can withdraw false charges with Hari. However, Diu Mok was not going to remove the charges from the girl, but he also did not count her either with a spy. Obviously, because of this uncertainty, he immediately got a bit from two guys. The reason was that he came to the mission in order to find at least some evidence whether it is a spy or not. Although Chan Ryan was indignant, he realized that they really came for evidence. In addition, Diu Mok understood the anger of the comrade and the reason why he defended the girl, but still they needed facts. It was not clear to the warrior why the ghostly shadow protected this girl. However, he did not even understand at what point he took her side. In general, these proceedings were not so important, because now the boy had a way to become one of them, and they had to catch Hari in any possible way. Therefore, all three began to plan their plan. Their surveillance began with what they saw as the girl offered the help of her grandmother. However, she only shouted and drove Barvarka away. Obviously, everyone was surprised by how the inhabitants of the village react to simple friendliness. Guyun was amazed that the stranger was not only beautiful, but also very good. After that, they also saw how she showed concern not only to people, but also to animals, feeding them. However, in response, she only received beatings from local children. Chan Ryan wanted to teach these children a lesson, but his comrade understood that it was extremely wrong when they were monitoring. Guyun logically remarked that in 7 months that they follow the girl, nothing strange was noticed in her behavior. All that caused questions was that she had to endure the brutal appeal to herself. It seemed strange, especially Dumoka was alarming, that she did good deeds, as if she knew that they were watching her. However, Chan Ryan understood that such an opinion is fundamentally wrong. After all, then all good people would seem spies. At that moment, they saw a man attacked a girl and began to beat her. Chan Ryan wanted to intervene, but Dumok stopped him. While the situation has not acquired extreme revolutions, he decided to simply observe. The aggressor grabbed the girl by the hair to punish her for supposedly going to turn their village into a sea of fire. He did not understand where so much courage was in her, since she looked at him so calmly. At that moment, Chan Ryan's patience broke off, and he was also going to intervene. Guyun, who stepped forward, also held the same opinion. At that moment, the attacker just took out a knife and threatened Hari that would kill her before the barbarians attacked them. As soon as Chan Ryan saw this, he immediately threw a stone into a man. Suddenly everyone was wary, seeing something strange. The stone really hit the aggressor in the face, which is why he lost consciousness. However, the girl, seeing Chan Ryan and Guyun, ran away. All three rushed after her because she simply could not be missed. Chan Ryan did not understand what was happening. However, the hero made him realize that nothing ended. After all, hitting a stone was not the only thing that happened. Dumok chased Guyun and asked Chan Ryan to take a man somewhere. Finally, he noticed that the attacker had no fingers on his hand. Dumok clearly saw the moment when the stone flew into the head of a man. The girl pulled out a knife and directed it to the aggressor. At that moment, when she was held by the neck, she without a doubt cut off his fingers. Such a skill demanded training. An ordinary naturalized girl certainly could not do this. At that moment, the warrior clearly felt that she tried to attack him. He managed to dodge at the last moment, and he escaped with a slight wound on his hand. Then the fighter tried to hit her neck in order to immobilize. He was perplexed as the girl gained the courage to oppose such an impressive opponent. However, to her surprise, after this blow, she did not lose consciousness. Then he had to make a little more effort, and finally she really turned off, as planned. Dumok rejoiced that he had finally managed to catch a spy. Soon after, Dam ran to his captain to report on the find. As it turned out, they found the missing observer. Soon, Hari woke up near the very lake where she had previously talked with Guyun. She was surprised when she saw that her knife was still lying nearby. The young man, not answering the girl's questions, told his story. How 5 years ago, barbarians attacked his village, how they chopped off his parents right before his eyes, and his younger sister ran away with him until the last, but he could not protect her. As a result, the baby lost her life. She fell under the arrow of the barbarians, and in the middle of the harsh winter fell into the water. Guyun always thought at what point she stopped breathing. Perhaps this happened even before falling into the water. That day underwater, he was trembling with fear. At that moment, Hari decided to find out if the young man really considers her a spy. He did not answer, only explained that after the loss of his sister, he chased behind the barbarians and behaved like a butcher, killing everyone he saw. However, then another obstacle fenced him from this. As soon as he went into the water, he began to see his dead sister. He had to overcome this, because he must continue to exterminate the barbarians. This is the only thing he could do for the sake of a deceased sister. Therefore, he really hoped that Hari was still not a spy. However, it seemed to the girl that he still did not believe in what he wanted to believe in. She did not understand why the young man is constantly trying to get confirmation of her guesses. Guyun wanted to know how she managed to cut off her fingers in one instant. Such skills demanded training. Even among men, few were able to do this so deftly. However, her answer was simple. She learned from her father. Looking surprisingly the interlocutor, Hari explained that even despite the fact that she was a barber, she had her parents. And since life in their lands is a daily war, she learned martial arts for survival, and did not consider it a big problem. However, looking at Guyun, she understood that in any case she would not be believed. The girl carefully listened to his story with empathy, and realized that he decided to devote his life to the murder of the barbarians. And she could not bear the fact that barbaric blood flows in her. When Hari tried to cut herself, but Guyun obviously prevented her. However, the girl did not calm down and went closer to the lake. She explained that she was unbearable, that her existence was rejected. Therefore, I decided that the best option would be just to kill myself. When she flew down into the water, the young man clearly saw the reflection of his sister. He saw how Hari is drowning. However, he still did not manage to plunge into this water. He was lucky that at that moment, Chan Ryan rushed after the girl to save her. However, the desperate barber, bursting, demanded that she be released. After all, she wanted to break this vicious cycle of hatred. Chan Ryan demanded that she finally calm down, not realizing that the girl was trying to prove to her rash acts. Finally, stretching her out of the water, he also called Dumak, realizing that this test was enough. From the very beginning, this whole idea seemed meaningless to him. The girl certainly could not be a spy. After all, first of all, he saw in her a simple, naturalized woman, and he had no doubt about her. However, the young man did not understand why to deny the fact that all the circumstances lead to the fact that she was not a spy. Dumak, on the other hand, wanted the girl herself admitted that he was really a spy. She, falling to her knees, cried, begging to be believed. But at that moment, Dam unexpectedly joined them. He rejoiced that he had finally found all his friends, and joyfully said that the missing observer was alive. It was discovered by lying unconscious on the other side of the forest. It seems he met thieves and was injured, but escaped. According to the doctors, he had to wake up tomorrow, so Dam came to report to them that they could calmly return. The warrior assured the girl that now she would no longer be disturbed. After all, the observer will definitely prove her innocence. However, she began to worry very much, because she was sure that she killed that man. Seeing her gaze, Guyun realized that she had finally got into their trick. The events of history are transferred to the managed to escape Lee Manu and his assistant. Soon, another barbarian with armed assistants came to a meeting with them. This man was called Hada, and he was the leader of the Kaisin barbarians. Lee Manu immediately rose, deciding to greet his old friend, with whom he had not seen for a long time. In addition, he wanted to know how Ha-Hei was doing, and whether everything was fine with them. However, at that moment the man set out to attack, and Lee Manu quickly considered his intention. Hada was angry, believing that the leader completely lost fear he dared to appear to him. However, Lee Manu calmly invited his comrade to calm down and talk without behaving like a savage, after which he made his proposal, to transfer to them the territory of Yoen. Ha-him, he considered it stupid to talk about this after the leader's cousin tried to capture this territory, but in the end, failed. However, Lee Manu indicated that in this case the fact that he wants to transfer this territory to them was logical. In addition, Hada doubted, because he understood that the reason for the transfer of the territory was that the boundaries of the border territory of Chosun expanded. But Lee Manu assured that this is not in concern for anxiety, because they will warn them about the right time for the offensive. Ha-him, he was worried why, even knowing all these subtleties, the interlocutor did not want to go there on his own. However, the explanation was logical. After what happened to Lee Koch, special observation was followed. Therefore, Hysinski barbarians had more chances. After all, now that the Jianzhou were in the spotlight, the Kaisinski could strike. The relaxed Hal and Nu hid the weapon. But I wanted to know why Lee Manu made such an offer to them. He believed that if 10,000 barbarians gathered together, then no one could deal with them. It became obvious that the man hinted at the unification of the tribes. Lee Manu explained that it makes no difference to him who will be in their ranks. His people, Hysin or even wild barbarians. Whoever does this, as a result, the tribes had to unite in order to survive, and their main enemy, who prevents them, had to be destroyed. The words were interested in the words about their path to survival, but he certainly did not like that such daring speeches came from Lee Manu. However, to collect 10,000 warriors was able to do it. The leader knew that their strength was concentrated on the chosen border, and wanted to know how Mansu would recognize the right time for the offensive. He only smiled, remembering how these people attacked Chosen's eyes to them. In the same way, they attacked the eyes of the barbarians to them. At that moment, Chan Ryan reassured a girl who had nothing more to worry about, while Diu Mok called his friends and invited them to return. After that, the concerned Chan Ryan promised that he would later return to the girl to apologize for everything that happened to her. Gvian, looking back for the last time, thought that Hari should have great happiness. After all, now all the accusations were removed from her. Returning, Chan Ryan experienced unprecedented joy, believing that he thereby proved his case. However, stopping, Dam reported that the observer was actually died. After that, Mok checked whether they were conducted behind them, so that Dam could continue his story. He reported that the observer was found dead on the other side of the lake, from which they had just been. The worried Mok wanted to know from Guyun if he found out that he was something interesting. The young man replied that when Dam spoke of the observer, the expression on the girl's face changed. In addition, he learned an absurd lie that she studied martial arts from her father. Obviously, Chan Ryan was angry that Guyun did not tell him about anything. However, it was logical, given that he liked the girl too much, and even now he ruined almost everything. Perhaps the guy was of this opinion due to the fact that she was also the lower class. However, Hari differed from him at least in that she was barbar. She was exactly the same as the man who killed his sister. At this point, Hari has already returned to her village. She recalled that meeting with the observer, and was sure that she killed him with one blow. The girl cut the artery on his right wrist. Then she aimed next to the carotid artery. He certainly could not survive because his wounds were incurable. Blood poured up. With such bleeding, a man definitely had to die. She suspected that she could be deceived, but there was the slightest opportunity that he survived. However, she realized, now it matters. The beauty began to guess what to do now. All this time, Mok watched her and suspected that the girl could guess about the surveillance. Then Guyun suggested simply grabbing her and interrogate. Having done it, they will receive confirmation. However, his comrade understood that if she really was a spy, this method would not help them to reveal her true face. And if it was not a spy, then all nonsense will begin to carry, and the interrogation would have no sense. After all, they already saw that she was smart enough. She would not behave inadvertently. At that moment, patrolmen approached the girl, who recalled that now the commandant hour, and to leave the woman at such a late hour from home is dangerous. However, when Hari did not answer their words, they decided that she wanted her to be taken to the administration. However, the girl carefully looked at the torches in their hands, and with a smile, she realized that she definitely needed the help of these men. At this time, Yuzhan and Kim Zhang were waiting for the appearance of Hari. If their expectations were correct, then she would like to deal with the informant as a spy. Although Yuzhan believed that it was likely that she would send the killer, but still it did not matter now because the frightened Dam suddenly ran. It turned out that he missed Hari, which was strange, because Dam was with Guyun and Mok. As a result, the warrior began to talk about what happened. At that time, the spy sent a report from where she reported that reconnaissance was indeed completed in each district of the north. The existence of the Cheson intelligence unit is confirmed. Its personnel are still small. Now the stage of creation has only passed. Therefore, Hari suggested that this detachment is in direct subordination to King Chosun. However, since it was recently created, the skills and will of the detachment are imperfect. Dam reported to his captain that Hari understood everything. She set fire to someone's house, ran away, sowing chaos in the entire team. Then it became obvious. She was definitely for the barbarians. These were also called the Eyes of Yurchin. At this time, the girl ended her report regarding the fact that the generals had relations with this organization. At the moment, they did not lead a personally explored detachment. At the time of submission of the report of Choi Yong and Lee Song-mon were not even in the north. Chosun's government troops also relied on the existence of a reconnaissance detachment. The security was scattered at the early stage of the creation. The scale is still imperfect, and the place of government command remains empty. She believed that now the right time in order to tear out the root of the intelligence detachment of Chosun. All this was written from a speaker named Kai. Having received this letter, Lee Manu realized that the most suitable time came. Therefore, the army advanced right now in order to kill them all, and he was headed by the leader Hada. Remembering that evening, Guyun saw exactly how Hari began to attack the men who approached her. Those did not even have time to keep the girl, as she had already cut one of them with her knife. She struck her first man's eyes, because of which he screamed loudly. Guyun immediately rushed in pursuit of this crazy one, and at that moment she was only convinced that they really followed her, so she decided to check how much they were prepared as an elite detachment. To do this, she took a man hostage. Guyun with Mok could not believe that this girl even found out about their elite detachment. The young man had no choice but to scream, demanding explanations from Hari. And at that moment she instantly cut the throat to the warrior. Then she grabbed a torch that lay on the ground, and she threw him onto the roof of the building by provoking a hayfire. She knew that if the guys rush, they would be able to save everyone. In the house that she set fire, 2 brothers, devoid of parents, lived. So there was a choice in front of them. Either they save them or grab it. The decision did not force themselves to wait. they began to save ordinary people. Dumoc, after all that happened, wanted to know how Guyon feels. However, he swore that he would never forgive this woman. Then he immediately rushed after her in pursuit. Dumoc did not run after him, as he understood that Guyon was planning. Soon, Kim Jong came to the head to report everything. He learned that the guide of the fire that arose at night was the same spy. In addition, the boss could not believe that she managed to create the like with his warriors. But Kim Jang said that according to the results of their investigation, it turned out that this woman was a spy of barbarians and was now put on the wanted list. So they had to catch her. Based on the foregoing report, the captain proposed placing additional troops near the border. But the head believed that this was not so necessary for the sake of only one spy. However, Kim Jang seemed suspicious that the spy was deliberately sent to Yoan, and excessive preparation was even for the better. The head began to reflect on this when another speaker suddenly came. He hastily said that a message was accepted from the borders. The activity of the savages was discovered, and under the command of Lee Manu, a fair amount of barbarians was headed to the land of Chosun. The chapter first thought that they were heading towards them, but the enemy was moving specifically towards the fortress, which was right in front of Yoan. Rising right there, the boss ordered to immediately send all the soldiers to Chospon. Kim Jong tried to urge the man, considering this behavior of the barbarians strange, and asked with caution to make decisions in a situation where it was known about strengthening the border and opening of the spy. He suggested showing vigilance, because in Chosun there were also warriors, and they could not leave the least power here. However, the head believed that they should help people suffering from raids. In addition, he asked Kim Jang not to intervene in this matter, because still their work was observing, and the officer now exceeded the authority. Therefore, he nevertheless gave the order more likely to gather all the soldiers in the district and send them to Chospon. At this time, Gaviyun got to the house where Hari lived. However, when he came, he saw that there were no even any things. The old man passing by decided to find out why the boy opens the doors of a foreign house, and he warned that a barbarian lived in this house, and he could pick up misfortune going there. Then the young man decided to find out if his grandfather saw this girl. As it turned out, in the morning, when he did not sleep, the passerby saw how she escaped before dawn, even gathered things and left her dwelling. From this answer, Guyun was seriously angry with a girl who received so vile. At this moment, an insidious spy with small belongings moved towards the next destination. In the distance, a man was walking with his son, who was indignant at the snow, which prevented him from seeing the road. But soon even in such a place they met Barbara. At that moment, the boy rushed to run to the girl to find out from Varvarka where she was going. He suspected that she wanted to return to her relatives. However, Hari, grabbing his hand, honestly admitted that she really did not like children and adults. Then she instantly attacked him in the neck. Immediately after that, the boy's body went limp, and she threw it on the side of the road like a boring toy. The man was madly angry that she dared calmly touch his son. However, the girl ordered her father to stand still if she wanted to save her ill-mannered son. Then the man considered that the girl was completely distraught. However, at that moment his body was already struck by an arrow, and immediately after that, he lost consciousness. The girl met the riders realized that most likely it was an advanced group. The head quickly recognized a young person in a red skirt, realizing that she was thereby an eye of the barbarians. He also reported that there was no resistance on the way. However, this was not strange. She knew that 2 hours ago all the troops left, and the border was no different from the empty house. Then the man was delighted, knowing that the main forces could easily go. However, suddenly they saw Guyun who ran behind. Looking at Hari, the young man could not believe how she dared to do so. The girl herself saw perfectly well that he clearly followed her. However, she did not understand what they wanted from her, and even suspected that the guy saw her sister in her. From her words, getting out of himself, he immediately rushed into battle. Hari calmly asked archers to deal with this boy, and they immediately began to shoot at the reckless young man. However, the boy managed to evade, as he accurately considered an arrow trajectory. This made it clear to the barbarians that this young man was not at all ordinary. Therefore, the head of the platoon decided to personally oppose the reckless daredevil, who came out without any weapon. He immediately swung his sword, but Guyun easily managed to slip under his feet, then grabbed the enemy by the leg to knock off balance. Then the young fighter attacked the enemy from above, trying to break his skull. After that, he gave the other soldiers a choice. They could calmly leave their way, or one of them could grab Hari and plant next to him. Otherwise, he threatened to destroy everyone to one. After some time, the boy who was hit by Hari began to recover. He got out of the pit, wondering why Varvarka suddenly decided to attack him. However, when the child finally got out, he saw his father. Obviously, he immediately ran up to him, trying to bring the man to his senses. It soon became obvious that the parent had long been dead. Next, the boy saw how the head of one of the barbarians rolled straight to his feet. At this moment, another savage wanted to kill the child. However, he himself was soon killed by Guyun's hand. It was the last enemy from this group with whom he fought. However, the young man was still not enough. He wanted to be captured by Hari. Soon, the warrior drew attention to the boy who was shaking near his father. He desperately tried to arouse Dad and begging to open his eyes. For Guyun, everything was like when he lost his whole family and sister. To begin with, the brave man analyzed the situation and realized that all these warriors were along with the spy. Judging by their number, they were definitely the advanced group of barbarians. And this means that the main detachment will arrive soon. If you follow Hari now, you can catch it. However, then there will be no one to warn the village. At that moment, a boy grabbed his hand, who wanted to know what to do, because his dad did not breathe. Soon, the insidious spy reached its destination. Ahead, on a high grief, she saw a group of barbarians, which was preparing for the offensive. They were led by Hada, who quickly recognized a woman in a red skirt. Everyone realized that she was a spy of Li Manu. Before the girl had time to introduce herself, the sword was already assigned to her neck. He thought what would happen if he would deprive the girl of his head right now, and whether this Manu would be upset. It seemed to him that she was simply insignificant for the leader. However, when the beauty did not react to these words, the man only laughed. He was amazed that, despite the threat of life, she did not even blink an eye. Therefore, he decided to let her go and ordered her to get away. However, the girl begged to be allowed to join them. After all, she also wanted to help, as she was a barber, like them. At this time, Kim Jang continued to argue with the head. He explained that there was no need to send all the soldiers, while the boss demanded that the officer cease to exceed his powers. However, the concerned Kim Jang tried to explain that if the soldiers go to Yoon, they simply would not have the opportunity to prepare. The chapter did not seem to understand what was being discussed, because he did not hear in the report that the enemies were moving to them. Kim Janu himself seemed strange to their current behavior, because usually barbarians arranged raids under the cover of night. After that, the chapter was even more angry, completely ignoring the words of the subordinate, even though he was in direct submission to the king. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the suddenly appearing Guyun carrying a child in his arms. The frightened Kim Jong immediately wanted to know what happened. The young man, with a trembling voice, reported that the barbarians would soon burst here. Yujan was skeptical of his words, but Guyun insisted that he had to immediately prepare. Then it became interesting what happened to the guy, why he looks like a robber. Kim Janan himself was curious why the boy was all in blood. Guyun told how he chased Hari and killed the barbarians who were next to her. There were about 7 savages. They were at the border of the watershed. The young man was sure that this was their advanced group, and within 2 hours the main detachment would arrive. However, Yujon did not understand why he was so sure whether the speaker himself understood the meaning of his words. The commander also insisted that this was an insanely important question, and I would like to know why the boy concluded that the main detachment would arrive soon. After that, Guyun was silent, since he really did not have any arguments. However, he said that he had seen this from his experience. When he killed the barbarians, after the arrival of 5 to 6 people, the advanced group, the main detachment always approached within 2 hours. Then Kim Jang became interested in what happened to the spy, and Guyun admitted that even though he had a chance to kill her, he did not. The young man considered that first of all it was necessary to inform everyone, and therefore came running here. However, the head believed that this report was insanely miserable. He did not understand why they were generally listening to a child with a similar appearance. The boy was clearly out of his mind, perhaps sought to get a reward and even lied for this. Although he had to punish the young man for such insolence, he now decided to let him go. In addition, the chapter was disappointed that the elite detachment believed in the words of such children. But Kim Jang, grabbing the boss, ordered him to stop being rude, because Guyun was part of their detachment, and among them all he knew the barbarians better. Therefore the chapter could not be so ignorant with him, since it was an official report of their informant. They needed to immediately start training. The chapter only wanted to know if Kim Jong could take responsibility for these words if it turned out to be a false message. However, raising his voice, the officer tried to reason the man, explaining that he was careful. If there is even a minimal chance that the enemies will really burst here, then you need to start training. The head again began to resent, while Guyun pointed to the boy lying nearby. A difficult fate awaits him, because today he has lost his father at the hands of barbarians. Every day of his life will be difficult. There are tens of such children now, and there will be hundreds of them, all due to the fact that now they will not begin any preparation. Having calmed down, The head decided to find out what to do with the remaining 30 soldiers, and Kim Jong proposed to inform and evacuate civilians. Yuzhan tried to explain that there are not enough time for evacuation of absolutely all residents. They have enough soldiers either to prepare or for rebuke. And then the head said that he could go right now and cite reinforcements. However, Yuzhan asked the head to prepare for the evacuation of civilians and the protection of the village with the remaining warriors. Guyun had an idea how they can cope with the current situation, although no one really could believe that such a method exists. Soon, the entire elite detachment gathered, waiting for warriors' maids. It seemed to them that the best decision was to return and join the evacuation of the inhabitants. If the main detachment goes for robbery, then at least there will be several dozen savages, or a maximum of a couple of hundred. Although Yuzhan agreed with the words of the rest of the warriors, he also supported Guyun's method. He said that when he was looking for barbarians who came to rob villages, this method was triggered. Despite his complexity, he found the leader, after which he killed him. In any case, they could not resist all the barbarians, but when they lost their leader, they, as a rule, immediately left. This was the only option that was now available to him, despite its riskiness and insolence. In addition, Guyun's idea was most suitable for the spirit of their elite detachment. Finally, Chan Ryan noticed that the troops began to gradually approach. The main goal was to kill their leader. Initially, the people of Jurchen, who are called barbarians, is a group of tribes living at the border with Choson. After the fall of the empire, Jin Barbarous departed from the influence of the states of Choson and Ming. This tribe was so powerful that there was even rumor, if 10,000 barbarians gathered together, no one can cope with them. But it also meant that these 10,000 were divided and could not get together. The people of barbarians were divided into 3 tribes, Jianzhou, Haixin, and Wild. In Chosun, the first 2 had a great influence. Jiangzhou barbarians, led by Li Manu, gradually showed powerful power. Nevertheless, the most powerful and dangerous were Haixin barbarians. A person leading the enormous power of these savages behind him is their head of Haha. Prior to this, a group of an elite detachment came to the conclusion that the barbarians would arrive in the city for about an hour, and was expected from several tens to 100. Dumock understood that now the time is when the river is freezing, so they would have to break through the border guard on land. The barbarians even on the boat will be difficult to move on ice. Kim Zhang himself understood that it was highly likely that it would be a small rejection. So there is hope, even if the village has a few soldiers. But everything will be possible only if they can kill their leader. Just soon they felt the arrival of these very barbarians. Everyone was wary and stood in their positions. The savages, on the other hand, joyfully thought that they would soon get to the village that was behind this forest. But suddenly under their feet a trap worked. The attackers fell under the ground, pushing the sharp spikes of bamboo. After that the time has come and Dumok. He pushed a large stone block from the slope, crushing the barbarians in front of him. Then it was the turn to act a dam, which began to cut down a tree. As a result, it fell, taking the lives of several more enemies. All frightened opponents turned to the head, trying to find out what to do. Behind all this, Guyun was watching the top of the tree. Soon he quickly found the only rider who, in all likelihood, was the leader. Therefore, the young man jumped to the ground to get to a man. He was enough for a second to accelerate and rush to him immediately. The barbarians immediately recognized the man whom they saw before, and considered that he was going to be measured alone. However, at that moment, their heads were already amazed at the attack of sharp arrows. Kim Jang commanded the rest of the warriors to cover the guy with bows and stones, and so the young fighter managed to approach the very head of this platoon. He was enough for him only a moment to cut off his head. Obviously, after that the rest of the barbarians were very scared. The members of the detachment managed to implement their plan. However, they understood that there were several more survivors that could not be released. Kim Jang also ordered all the remaining barbarians had to be destroyed. Yu Zhejian was happy that their plan worked even better than they planned. Only 15 barbarians remained, plus they lost their leader and were confused. So Chonsonians could completely destroy them. Therefore the soldiers dispersed, starting to demolish their heads to their enemies. Guyun, killing the savages, demanded that they finally remember. If they come to Chosun, only death will wait for them. In less than 10 minutes, all 15 enemies were killed. However, it seemed strange to Yuzhan that there were even fewer than they thought, and the traps placed brought so much benefit. However, the defenders rejoiced at least that they were able to deal with this on their own. Chan Ryan cried joyfully, celebrating this victory. Kim Jang thanked Guyun for his help, because his leader's murder plan was really good. However, the hero understood that the whole reason is that luck was originally on their side. At that moment, Kim Jong decided to raise the head of the leader. However, it seemed to him that the murdered person was not very similar to their commander. Even Dumok noticed that the man looked just like an imposter. However, the warriors noticed that the earth was literally trembling under their feet. Everyone immediately began to look around, trying to understand what was the matter. The hero realized what was happening, and immediately ordered everyone to hide. Soon, a real army appeared from the depths of the forest. The elite detachment could hardly hide to remain unnoticed. Trying to count the number of warriors, it became obvious that there were more than 300 of them. It was impossible to find the chapter among barbarians, so their plan was meaningless with so many opponents. At that moment, the barbarians noticed that the fellow tribesmen who arrived in front of them suffered from someone's hand. However, the leader asked his people not to worry. Nevertheless, there was a city ahead. They will burn it and will be exhausted, thus taking revenge. When the attack on the settlement began, his father tried to take his son away, realizing that if they did not run away, they would kill them all. The boy was choking on tears, bewitching horror paralyzed him. Literally, after a moment, he watched in a daze as the hand of a man holding his hand was separated from his body. The child published a heartbreaking cry when he saw a monstrous reprisal against his father. In impotence, he collapsed to his knees, looking with his eyes wide open from horror. Like brutal barbarians, mercilessly kill men and old people. Hada watched this bloody bacchanalia with a cold smile on his lips. He imperiously gave orders to his soldiers to rob and betray the flame everything that came across in their way. At this time, frightened residents hid in a small shack. A trembling old woman, clutching a little boy to her, begged him not to make a sound and endure this night of the nightmares until dawn. But suddenly the door swung open. On the threshold stood Hari. Grandmother bitterly realized that it was not for nothing that she suspected the snake in deception. But nothing was impossible to do. The barbarians broke into their shelter and began to mercilessly deal with the inhabitants. Those few who were lucky to survive rushed to run along the secret path. They cherished the hope that this road, known only by a few local residents, would lead them out of the village. But their aspirations scattered to dust when one of the men suddenly collapsed to the ground, pierced by a sword. It turned out that the monsters already knew about the secret path and arranged a bloody ambush there for defenseless residents. They grabbed women and children like cattle, and men mercilessly killed men in place. The fugitives, distraught with fear, were perplexed how the barbarians could learn about this secret path. One of the fathers, trying to save his tiny son, darted over the turn, but to his horror, he discovered enemy warriors there. It was impossible to hide in the village. In despair, he rushed into the forest thicket along a different route. But there, even there, bloodthirsty pursuers were waiting for him. The unfortunate person could not comprehend how these strangers recognized absolutely all the back streets of their settlements, how they managed to block all the ways to salvation. The answer was covered in the betrayal of Hari, who gave them all the secrets of the village in advance. And then the elite unit remained standing, watching helplessly, like a settlement that they swore to protect, absorbs a ruthless flame. Dumok could not believe in an incoming nightmare. He did not understand how enemies were able to arrive in such a huge number as soon as possible. In desperation, he demanded an explanation from Kim Zheng, because he argued that at this time of the year, the river barely manages to freeze, and the barbarians would be difficult to bring with him a large army. However, soon the warrior realized that the reason was covered in an insidious girl. She undoubtedly knew about all this in advance. Before the onset of winter, the spy thoroughly found out where it was on the river a strong ice formed, where the water freezes last, where it is deep, and where it was fine. For long months, she painstakingly collected and memorized this valuable information. Now Guyan was bitterly regretted that he did not kill the traitor. This should be done at all costs. Dam also grabbed the weapon, but Yuzhan tried to stop the reckless comrade who was eager for a blazing village. Everyone considered him crazy, but he simply could not remain in action while such atrocities were committed. Dumok understood the feelings of his ally, but tried to reason him. Such a solution would be the height of madness. He was also exhausted from powerlessness that they could not do anything but wait for the arrival of the help. Dam, dusting with rage, reproached Yuzhan for indifference, throwing that he simply could not imagine what fate awaits the locals. The elderly and men are ruthlessly killed on the spot, and women and children are captured. He asked if his comrades really do not understand what it was like to be a prisoner of barbarians, and what unbearable flower awaits those who fell into their paws. Damn, knowing all the horrors of captivity, could not just sit back and obscurely watch this nightmare. Kim Zhang understood Dama, but could not allow him to act so recklessly. But Guyun unexpectedly agreed with the impulse of his comrade. Therefore, he suggested that the damned together to do everything in their power. Only in the morning the army of the king, led by the general, arrived. However, having arrived at the place of the tragedy, the military leader with bitterness realized that they were unforgivably late. He could not believe that they miscalculated so cruelly. But pulling himself together, he ordered the soldiers to deal with the bodies of the dead and find the survivors. The commander could not forgive himself that they shamefully lost to some barbarians. An excited chapter ran up to him and, wringing his hands, asked what to do now. Because due to his incorrect decision, an irreparable tragedy occurred. General Lee Song-man himself understood that most likely he would have to answer for this fiasco in front of the king. However, he wanted to find out exactly which barbarians attended here. The general was sure that it was Yurkin, and the elite detachment developed a risky plan to destroy their leader. But with an invasion of such a colossal scale, success was impossible. Nevertheless, he believed that the elite detachment was still not destroyed, and this meant that history had not yet been completed. At this time, the barbarians triumphed victory, rejoicing that their leader led them to success, and Lee Manu did not lie to them. Nevertheless, Hada still suspiciously treated this cunning fox. He could never solve his true intentions. Therefore, he warned his people not to trust him blindly. But now it did not matter. Closed Hahe, reveling in victory. They asked for permission to be the first to try the captured captives to taste. Having received the permission to create everything that the heart wants, they were caught. Among the ranks of the captives, Guiyun vigilantly watched. Long before that, he warned his team that he would penetrate the enemy's base under the guise of a prisoner, because he did not believe that their mission was over. Du Mok tried to dissuade his friend from such a dangerous venture, convincing that it would be extremely difficult to capture their leaders. But the brave young man was sure that they had a chance. If at dawn he slips out among the captives, he will be able to track down the leader when they will cross the river. It is then that the enemies will be the most vulnerable, and this will become their only chance of success. However, Kim Jong bitterly noticed that the boy did not understand what he was talking about. Even if his plan succeeds, he will not return alive. It was a gambling game, in which the young man put his life on a con. As a detachment commander, he was ready to take full responsibility for the failure of this mission. In addition, he added that Gviyun coped with the role of the informant perfectly, and asked not to act so recklessly, despite all the disappointment. But the young warrior understood. Although he was not able to protect the settlement, they had to give the barbarians to understand that if they are going through the Chusis, they would certainly pay for their atrocities. Dam also expressed a desire to follow his decisive friend, but Guion tried to dissuade him. However, the stubborn warrior explained that he was also not worried about his own life. He longed to destroy at least one of the hated barbarians. The judicious Guion calmly pointed out the guy to his impressive dimensions. Anyone would instantly notice that he was a trained fighter. In addition, too many people on the assignment will rather become an obstacle than the advantage, so Guion insisted that he would go alone. However, Yujon, grabbing the young man by the shoulders, demanded an explanation. How long is he going to behave so arrogantly? He urged Guiyun to stop pretending to be the only one who was capable of such a feat, and not to behave as if he were indispensable. Suddenly, Yujon said that he would also go on a mission with him. Chan Ryan also wished to join this bold venture. He explained to the other members of the detachment that they could not go, because they are too standing out their appearance, and everything should be in order with them. Yujon only warned the young fighter if he understands that they may not return. However, Chan Ryan felt his guilt for trusting Hari the most, and wanted to take responsibility for this. The commander was still trying to reason his associates, but Guiyun firmly promised that they would certainly return alive. And so they were among the crowd of captives who were taken to the unknown. Chan Ryan carefully studied the barbarians who escorted them. With bitterness, he understood that the chances of getting out of captivity alive are negligible. Nevertheless, he only hoped that the comrades would cope with the task. But it seems that the Jujon was most nervous. Before that, he was extremely unhappy when he was forced to change into rags. He did not understand why he had to wear such rags, while the rest were dressed decent. However, Guyuna explained that he and Chan Ryan looked battered, but Yujon radiated too clear nobility, which was due to which he immediately stood out from the crowd. After that, they began to ruin his hair and smear his clothes, which caused him a storm of indignation. And now the proud warrior was so boiling with rage that he even vowed, if he has to die here, then he will finish Guiyun himself at first. Yujon felt an unbearable shame finding himself in such a humiliating position. At this moment, one of the barbarians paid close attention to him, noticing something suspicious. The savage came closer and began to carefully peer into the face of Jujon, and he realized that despite his clothes, in front of him is not a woman at all. However, this find seemed even more intriguing to Varvara. and he promised with a vile grin that when they returned to the base, he personally would take care of this captive. Obviously, Yuuzhan could not bear such humiliation from the barbarian. In a lightning-fast movement, he grabbed a hidden blade. He stabbed him in the impudent. He also cut the ropes that fettered his hands. With cold fury, Yuuzhan warned all the vile barbaric scum that would kill them right now. At that very moment, stunned archers aimed at a distraught warrior dressed in a women's dress. However, Yuuzhan has already managed to intercept the horse of one of the barbarians, and he rushed straight to those who held the captives. In an instant, he deprived the life of one of the guards and aimed at the next. Soon, the news of the emerging praise came to Hada. They reported to him that one of the captives caused concern, but the leader only irritatedly ordered to kill the turmoil and stop fussing. However, the report said that this person was surprisingly strange, and he had incredible power. At that moment, a hail of arrows flew into Yuuzhan again. But the resourceful warrior did not disdain to use one of the barbarians as a living shield. The guards who accompanied the head of the barbarians were sincerely amazed at such audacity. The furious Hal ordered the archers to turn around and follow him to destroy this insolent. Not far from the leader, only Guyun remained. He gratefully nodded to Yuuzhan for his brilliant sabotage. Now they have come to act. As soon as they cut the ropes, Hada instantly sensed something was amiss, realizing that these people were plotting something. Chan Ryan, without losing a second, prepared his cobblestone for the attack. He ordered Guyun to bend and aptly launched a stone right into the leader. He only snorted mockingly, believing that throwing stones in such a situation is a sign of despair and weakness. However, the cobblestone, who fell into the horse, forced the animal to enrage, and she threw her horseman to the ground. Him, he considered such a technique unworthy of a warrior. But at that moment, Guyun was already in front of his face, bringing a knife for a mortal blow. Everyone held their breath. Both Chan Ryan and Yuuzhan watched the fight intensely. However, at the last moment, the leader deftly dodged. With a cold grin, he praised the young man for a good strategy. He explained that the only thing the attackers did not take into account was his remarkable power and combat skill. Now Guyun had to pay for his mistake, to be torn to pieces. At that moment, one of his close associates drove up to the leader, trying to find out if everything was in order with him. Hada ominously promised that he would make sure that all these insoles died slowly and painfully. When the assistant continued to speak, the angry leader sharply ordered him to shut up. But the next second, he already crossed blades with his own general. When the warrior dropped the mask, it became obvious that it was a mock. He was amazed that Hada managed to evade his sudden attack, and resolutely stated that the only one who pays for bloodshed was House himself. They will force the bloodthirsty leader to pay a high price for the atrocities that he committed. After these words, the leader grabbed his blade and threw it into the approaching Guyun. But he managed to recapture the blow with his bare hands. The young man rushed at the leader of the barbarians with lightning speed, wielding his knife, however, to his amazement. And, with incredible dexterity, escaped the attack. In a desperate attempt to defeat the enemy, they attacked him together, and Chan Ryan supported them, aptly throwing stone shells. However, the insidious leader found a way to hide using the body of the mock as a shield. Other barbarians rushed to the aid of their leader, but Yuuzhan blocked their way, preventing them from approaching. Gviyun and Diyu Mok continued a fierce battle. The young warrior masterfully defended his friend from the widespread blows of the leader. At the same time, counterattack. Their joint efforts began to bear fruit. But at this critical moment, to Chan Ryan, who was responsible for the shelling of stones, quietly crept in one of the swordsmen. Chan Ryan in time noticed a threat and attacked the enemy, inflicting a crushing blow to him directly in the face. However, another warrior immediately appeared, ready to pierce his body with a sword. At this tense moment, Dumok was wounded by hand Hada. But despite the painful pain, he continued to hold the leader tightly, not allowing him to escape from the trap. In this decisive moment, Guyun managed to get closer and stick his knife into the enemy's leg. An angry leader instantly responded with a crushing blow to the young man's face. However, the leader was not going to retreat on this. He, in a furious roar, pulled out a bloodied knife out of his leg and brought him over Guyun, intending to kill a daring youth. But at this critical moment, a weighty stone flew into the face of and, despite the wounds received, Chan Ryan covered his comrades with all his strength, not allowing the enemy to strike a mortal blow. Taking advantage of the instant confusion of the enemy, Gviyun switched to a counterattack with lightning speed. With one sharp movement, he grabbed the sword from the shoulder of a fallen friend, and with a deafening war cry, the blade drove into the chest of his worst enemy, clutching the dying leader to the ground and pushing the blade deeper into his flesh. The young man with cold rage in his eyes reminded of his promise. He will certainly pay for all his atrocities. Immediately after this, the triumph began to leave the exhausted warrior. Guyun began to lose consciousness. but first managed to turn around, and with horror saw that the faithful Chan Ryan was already lifelessly lying in the spreading puddle of his own blood. Yujon was also riddled with arrows. Each of them paid a terrible price for this dangerous mission. However, the seriously wounded Du Mok, still clinging to life, tried to calm his young comrade with a hoarse whisper. After all, each of them was ready for this outcome. He understood that this was not meaningless death. For them, it was the highest honor to fulfill this sacred duty to their homeland. The rest of the barbarians, distraught with rage, rushed at a handful of brave men who dared to raise a hand on their leader. They longed to brush off the survivors of the pieces, washing the shame of the blood of enemies. But at that moment, something incredible happened. Other captives, as if inspired by the heroism of Guyun and his comrades, also rose to the fight. These ordinary residents, unlike professional warriors, were ordinary peasants and artisans of Chosun. The flame of courage in the eyes of these captives, who saw how only a few people fearlessly resist, licked determination in their hearts. At the cost of their own lives, they were ready to protect the wounded heroes. Under a hail of blows, they covered the fallen warriors with their bodies and tried to stop bleeding, providing first aid. The barbarians in amazement watched this manifestation of reckless courage, believing that these people finally lost their minds. The savages, exposing the blades, were preparing to arrange a bloody massacre. However, suddenly confused in the ranks of the attackers, someone at the lightning speed began to demolish their heads to the barbarians. As it turned out, these were warriors from another tribe, and the one who had just decomposed one of the attackers was the famous leader Lee Manu himself. After a short but furious battle, he calmly approached the defeated Guyun. With undisguised admiration, the leader noted that the spark of life in the chest of this brave young man still did not go out. But squinting his eyes, he added gloomily that this time he would try so that she would not finally fade away. At the same time, on the other side of the river, the desperate Dam strictly begged the general to cross the water barrier and save his comrades. However, the military leader perceived the hot pleas of the young man only as an annoying noise, not worth attention. But Dam did not give up, trying to convey the importance of what was happening. His fighting brothers sacrificed themselves in the name of a high goal. He simply could not stand aside, inactive while his friends were bleeding in enemy territory. However, the general sternly pulled him, recalling that he was his direct commander nearby, to whom he should be responsible for his words. At this awkward moment, Kim Jang himself, having gazed, tried to somehow justify himself. The general with bitterness admitted that their intelligence suffered a crushing defeat. Dam, without giving up, tried to explain that their commander noticed the suspicious behavior of the barbarians and urgently advised to take decisive measures. However, Kim Jang sharply ordered the young man to shut up. With a heavy heart, he recognized not only the failure of the mission, but also the fact that he shamelessly sent his subordinates to certain death. Having fallen to the general, he completely accepted the blame for what had happened, and he expressed his readiness to incur any punishment, up to the death penalty. However, the general, crouching next to the drooping commander, only grinned sadly. If we reason so categorically, then he himself failed, allowing the enemy to leave, and also deserved death. He understood why the shock from the defeat led Kim Jang to such gloomy thoughts. But now it's not a suitable time to think about punishment or atonement. They need to get together with the spirit, and focus on how to rectify the situation and prevent such disasters in the future. Dama was eager to find out if there really was no way to save their brothers in arms. After all, the general was famous as the best fencer in Chosun. He probably could do it. The young man with fervor proved that such an illustrious warrior could minimize the consequences of failure. The general with a sad smile admitted that he might have managed to do this, and even return alive after he would have entered the enemy's den. However, this is only possible for him alone. The rest of the warriors did not possess such skills, and half of them would most likely die. He patiently explained to Dama that this is not just a skirmish or fight. On such a scale, this should be considered as a real war. When a powerful ruler sows chaos on the battlefield, the lives of ordinary soldiers become at the cost of this. Despite the nickname Golavors, in the war he never made hasty decisions or rash orders. Dam again tried to talk about comrades who had to be saved at all costs. But the general abruptly interrupted him, ordering him to shut up and realize the bitter truth. He also left them there, to the mercy of fate, by no means out of indifference. Suddenly, an alarmed adjutant with unexpected news jumped to the general. The captured hostages all returned home to one. Kim Jang could not believe his ears, wondering how this happened and when the Chosun army managed to cross the border. The stunned messenger explained that they did not take any action. All this was exclusively thanks to the leader of the barbarians, Lee Manu. Meanwhile, the bleeding Guyun with difficulty opened his eyes. unable to believe in such a turn of events. However, due to extreme exhaustion, he could not even see who leaned over him and whose voice sounded nearby. Other barbarians from the encirclement of Hada were perplexed, observing the strange behavior of their enemy. Some even made a guess that perhaps from the very beginning it was a carefully planned conspiracy. At this tense moment, his faithful warriors performed from behind Lee Manu. The leader calmly explained that everything was really prepared in advance. He gave his fighters a clear order: ruthlessly destroy everyone who oppressed the people of Choson in the name of their power. After this statement, arrows whistled in the air, and the burls of the barbarians hit their fellow tribesmen. Orders of amazement watched the barbarians fiercely fighting among themselves, and Lee Manu stood aside, clearly satisfied with the work done. Ha-Ri, meanwhile, approached the defeated Guyun to check his condition. Jujon, stunned by what was happening, could not understand what the hell was going on around. However, he was amazed to see how the leader of Barbarov personally introduced his wounded comrades. Standing closer, he threw them to the ground. Lee Manu gloomily stated that everyone received serious injuries, and Yuuzhan should hurry to assist. However, an incredulous warrior longed to find out what the cunning barbarian actually conceived and what his true intentions were. He only shrugged, explaining that this is just a small reward for significantly facilitating his own task. After these mysterious words, Lee Manu went to the dying Ha-Hei. With poorly hidden satisfaction, he admitted that he did not expect such a quick denouement. He, panting with pain and rage, could not understand how he was so skillfully circled around his finger. Lee Manu warned with icy calm that he dreamed of collecting 10,000 barbarians under his banner, so that no force in the world could withstand them. It did not matter to him who would specifically lead this process. The main thing is that the scattered tribes finally unite under a single beginning. However, Ha-Hei, emitting the last breath, snorted contemptuously, considering these speeches an empty chatter. He could not believe that Lee Manu really treated this idea seriously. But treacherously, the cruel leader knew that Hada was simply not able to implement his great plan. Lee Manu philosophically remarked that everything always begins with faith, and asked his former friend not to keep his evil, because his death will become a powerful catalyst for the unification of the nation. Only in these last moments of life, the wounded man began to realize the true scale of the insidious plan of his rival. But still, he understood the key point. Even Lee Manu himself, with all his cunning and power, could not bring these ambitions into life. His main opponent was none other than King Chosun himself. After these prophetic words, Lee Manchu with a lightning speed was drawing a dying head, having forever getting rid of the old opponent. The events of the story are transferred to the luxurious chambers of King Chosun himself. The monarch carefully examined the cunning device created by his order, but found it insufficiently perfect. The ruler was seriously annoyed that his subjects seemed to not trust him completely. The king tried to explain how to use this complex mechanism. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by an excited messenger with an important message from the commander of the northern region. The report spoke of emergency events shocked by the outskirts of the kingdom. Immediately gathering all his advisors, the monarch demanded a complete report on the incident in Yon. Having looked at them, he insisted on the smallest details. So he learned that last night the barbarians with a detachment of 400 horsemen invaded the city, ruthlessly burning the villages and robbing civilians. As a result of this treacherous attack, 48 soldiers of Chosun died, and 75 civilians, including women and children, were captured. However, the most striking turn was that Lee Manu later defended the captives and returned them unharmed. The advisors unanimously believed that it would be correct to send a diplomatic mission in order to officially express gratitude for this noble gesture. No one could understand the true motives of the leader of the barbarians. Why did he decide to save the captive Xonites? Many sages assumed that in this way, Lee Manu demonstrates a friendly attitude towards Chosun, or even expresses readiness for the union. Therefore, royal advisors persistently convinced the ruler that this was an unprecedented opportunity to improve relations with a powerful neighbor. The king, plunged into deep thought, really examined the unexpected favor manifested by Manu. However, suddenly he pronounced a phrase that plunged advisors to amazement. This is definitely a great chance to kill the leader of the barbarians once and for all. The sages, stunned by such a sharp reaction, could not understand the logic of their master. They patiently explained that regardless of past conflicts, Lee Mansu saved the people of Chosun, committing what their own forces had to do. Although this was humiliating to recognize, the fact remained a fact. The advisors wanted to understand how the king came to such a radical conclusion that it was necessary to destroy the one who had just provided them with an invaluable service. They did not condemn his decision, but sincerely wanted to find out the arguments that the monarch was guided by, declaring war to the savior of their subjects. The king said concisely that he simply did not believe in the content of this report. After such an unexpected statement between the ministers, a violent discussion broke out. As experienced statesmen, they were obliged to think deeper and strategically. Everyone knew well who Manhwa is, a cunning and ruthless leader of one of the three main barbaric forces, sadly known for their cruel raids. They could not blindly accept his actions for a pure coin. However, many of those present were witnesses of how he personally decapitated the leader of the Hyson barbarians, Ha-He. Therefore, the general opinion of the sages was inclined to the fact that the king should not make such a radical decision hastily. In such a difficult situation, starting a military campaign against the barbarians seemed an extremely unreasonable step. But the king, irritated by misunderstanding from his advisors, bitterly noted that they did not catch the essence of what was happening at all. He did not believe that Lee Manu really saved the people of Chosun from pure altruism. They could not affirm this with confidence. Also, no one knew for sure whether this whole situation is only part of a sophisticated plan developed by an insidious barber with hidden motifs. Then one of the ministers proposed a reasonable compromise: to send reliable people to carefully investigate this confusing business. However, it seemed to the monarch that even this was not of fundamental importance. He was not interested in the truth standing behind Lee Manu. He needed only a formal occasion in order to finally crush a dangerous enemy. When the ministers again tried to convince the king that such rash actions could lead to disaster, he abruptly cut them off, and he made it clear that under any circumstances he did not intend to establish friendly relations with the barbarians. However, the wisest of the advisors dared to object that even despite the constant raids and hostility of the savages to Chosun, it was extremely careful. Although they were northern barbarians, their number was huge, and to underestimate their military power would be an unforgivable mistake. Therefore, he humbly asked the king to show prudence and not make hasty decisions. At the same moment, the wounded Guyun saw a strange dream. He sat with his friend and sister, leading a hot argument about who was the best swordsman: the legendary swordsman or the illustrious general Li Song-mon. Guyun ardently defended the superiority of the unsurpassed master Chua Yuna. There was no doubt for him. This warrior was a column of Chosun, impeccably combining the highest virtues and unsurpassed combat skills. His friend, on the contrary, resolutely played Lee Mona, claiming that he had no equal and was, without exaggeration, the greatest talent under heaven. However, in the eyes of the stubborn Guyun, this man was nothing more than a troublemaker who did not deserve such a high reputation. At a dead end, they turned for a wise advice to the girl, hoping that she would allow their protracted dispute and endure the final verdict. However, a sister with a calm look stated that she was completely indifferent to which of them is better. Both warriors are worthy of respect for protecting ordinary people. But she did not see the point in recognizing only one of them the greatest fence-anger of all times. Suddenly, their carefree conversation was interrupted by a friend's piercing cry, who noticed that an arrow was sticking into his chest. The next moment, the sister screamed in horror, pointing to the approaching barbarians. They were headed by Lee Manu himself, ruthless and merciless. The girl excitedly ordered her brother to immediately rise. They had to hastily flee and warn the village of danger. When Guyuna, paralyzed by fear, did not budge, his sister, grabbing his face, strictly ordered to pull herself together. The barbarians were already too close. She reminded him of the sacred words of his father. Guyun is obliged to protect her at all costs. If he just sits, folding back, he will not be able to fulfill this duty. Therefore, he had to do what is necessary, despite his fear. After these words, the boy began to gradually come to his senses, and his sister imperiously ordered him to rise. And then, finally, Guyun sharply woke up in his bed, torn from a nightmare. At that moment, Dam excitedly paced around the room. Seeing that his friend had finally become conscious, he immediately rushed to call a doctor. The disoriented Guyun with difficulty squeezed out the question, trying to understand what happened to him and where they are now. Yujon, with a relief, exhaling, explained that they are in Seoul, in the government office. 4 long days have already passed since the bloody battle with Ha. The frightened Guyun immediately tried to find out about the fate of the defeated leader and how their dangerous mission ended. However, Dam hastened to reassure his friend, explaining that the mission was successfully completed, and the formidable Hal was already going to his ancestors. However, Yujon specified that this was not quite their merit. Someone else took care to finally destroy the defeated leader. So Guyuna learned with amazement that Lee Manu himself arrived at the battlefield, who calmly beheaded the enemy, in whose body life was still warm. The young man could not believe in what he heard. Yuzhan admitted that he himself did not know the reasons for this act. The only thing they knew for sure was that the mysterious leader saved the life of Chosun to the captives, and now they are all alive only thanks to his inexplicable mercy. However, Guyun could not come to terms with such an absurdity. The worried dam begged him not to overstrain. The state of his friend was too dangerous. He lost a lot of blood and needed peace. But the stubborn young man still boiled with indignation. How could such a monster and murderer could save them? It seemed to him that it would be better to die with honor than to live in such a humiliating position of the debtor of his worst enemy. At that moment, Chan Ryan decided to translate the conversation to Dumok. And only then did Gvion anxiously realize that he had not yet seen his faithful friend. In addition, as soon as it came to him, the expressions of the faces of Yuzhan and Chan Ryan have changed noticeably. They hesitated, uncertainly choosing words to explain what happened to the comrade. Guyun, with a cold heart, thought about the most terrible, that the man had long gone to another world. Soon, they went out into the street, where someone with admiration talked about the exploits of a real warrior, as well as about the incredible force of Hal, which they underestimated. The leader of Barbarov turned out to be a truly powerful opponent, who was not inferior in the skill of Lee Manu himself. But still, Dumok proudly stated that they were stronger. When the sharp sword of Ha and pierced his shoulder, there was only one thought in the head of the wounded warrior. He managed to catch the enemy, and now he must disarm him at all costs. At that decisive moment, he courageously said that the villain must pay for all his crimes. Despising unbearable pain, he pulled the blade from his own shoulder and directed it right on the throat of Ha. Suddenly, the narrator noticed that Gvion had already come to his senses, and then rushed to greet his friend. Dumok is alive and almost unharmed. He laughed merrily, noting that not one who dies of such trifles. Guyun was sincerely glad to see all his comrades in security, feeling incredible relief. At that moment, an elderly woman suddenly approached him, whose face glowed with joy. She did not hide her happiness that the boy finally woke up, because they were all madly worried about his condition. The old woman with her motherly care asked how he feels and whether the wounds hurt a lot. Suddenly, a whole crowd of grateful inhabitants gathered around Guyun. They vied with the young hero for the salvation of their wives and children. All these people were immensely happy that the last of their brave defenders finally came into consciousness, and with sincere participation they were interested in his well-being. At this touching moment, Kim Jong also approached, who with deep gratitude thanked the boy for returning alive. The commander, with a serious look, asked that Guyane always remembered the main rule. In spite of any circumstances, he should survive at all costs. The events of the story are transferred to the majestic throne room, where the king received high guests. The monarch expressed sincere gratitude to his wise assistants and apologized for the fact that they had to appear at such a late hour. He did not hide his satisfaction, seeing the two best fencers chosen in one place. The ruler understood that they were tired after a long and exhausting journey, but he had an urgent business requiring an immediate solution. With directness, characteristic only of the monarchs, he announced that now the possibility of a military performance against Lee Manu was being considered, and he wanted to hear their professional opinion on this issue. The king decided first to listen to General Lee Song-mona. He without hesitation said that if the monarch really intends to destroy the barbarians, then he would need an army of 5,000 selected soldiers. With such force, he guaranteed that he would personally bring Lee Manu's head to the foot of the throne. However, Choi Yong categorically did not agree with this arrogant statement. He considered a similar mission almost impossible, and warned that there were too large risks and unknown variables that cannot be ignored. The king with a cunning smile reminded that Lee Song-mon had just requested only 5,000 soldiers, and he suggested that perhaps Choi Yun considers this amount to be insufficient for the success of the operation. However, an experienced general explained that the problem is much deeper. Barbaric tribes are divided into several small clans, and it is necessary to take into account many tactical aspects. Therefore, no matter how many troops they gather, it is unlikely that their plan will work in the current conditions. But the king, not wanting to depart from his decision, began to persistently bargain. At first he offered 10,000 soldiers and then 15. His last word was a firm promise to provide 15,000 selected warriors, and they had to go together to this most important mission, to destroy the barbarians once and for all. They were obliged to do everything so that these bastards would never dare to cause evil to his people again. Despite the decisive mood of the monarch, Choi Yong still insisted on his own. He courteously explained that he understands the noble intentions of the ruler, but the problem was not only in the number of soldiers. With an army of 15,000 people, special caution was required, and considerable time to plan the operation to avoid unnecessary losses. The king only grinned condescendingly, explaining that he was not going to recklessly rush into battle without a carefully thought-out plan. He perfectly understood the need for a competent strategy, and for this reason he created an elite detachment of informants. However, an experienced general objected with confidence that the intelligence system is still at an early stage of formation and was not a full-fledged organization. The ruler retorted, recalling that, in a recent incident, informants played a decisive role in the salvation of the captives. But the general stubbornly insisted on their lack of experience and preparation. Nevertheless, he had an excellent idea of how to fix it. He invited the audience to listen to his innovative proposal. At the same time, an intensive sparring between Yuzhan and Dumak was held in a special training courtyard. Despite the injuries received, both men exchanged powerful blows and masterfully counterattacked. According to the results of the fight, it turned out that their combat skills were approximately at the same level. When they are tired enough, the battle finally ended. The worried Dam reminded his comrades that it was too early for them to start such intense training. He was perplexed why to arrange such dangerous fights, when their wounds had not even healed completely. Finally, it was the turn of Chan Ryan to show his skill, and he suggested that Gwyn to become his partner. The Dam was amazed at how everyone was inspired after a successful combat mission. Partly, he even envied them with enthusiasm. But at the same time he was sincerely worried about the health of friends. At that moment, Yuzhan unexpectedly intervened, who, apologizing to Chan Ryan, resolutely stated that he himself would conduct sparring with Gwyn. Dam tried to remind the warrior of his deplorable state. Now he could barely use even one hand and was hardly in the form for a full-fledged match with a young man. But, having missed all the warnings by his ears, Yuzhan quickly attacked without any hesitation. From his lightning attack, Gwyn managed to deftly dodge. Despite his fatigue and injuries, Yuzhan was determined to begin this confrontation. To remind the self-confident youth, which is the true specialization of an experienced warrior. However, such arrogance only angered Gwyn. In a split second, he was a step away from the enemy. After that, he attacked Yuzhan's sore hand with a precisely calculated blow. This ruthless technique on the bandage made a small spot of blood. Dam, with admiration, noticed that the main specialization of Gwyn has always been the use of the weaknesses of the enemy. He remembered very well how the guy demonstrated this in their own duel. The young fighter was indeed a real genius of strategy. However, the next moment, Yuzhan, having gathered all his forces, managed to discard the advancing enemy away. It was amazing that the wounded warrior was able to do this, moreover, with his left hand unusual for him. When Yuzhan moved to a rapid counterattack, Gwyn did not expect him to develop such an impressive speed. The young fighter tried to lure the enemy into a trap to deliver a crushing blow with his foot, but he quickly realized that Yuzhan intentionally allowed himself to drive himself into such a position. All this was part of his plan. Now an experienced warrior was preparing to attack from top to bottom with maximum strength. However, Gwyn in time solved this trick and managed to dodge, deviating back with the cat grace. After that, he instantly counterattacked, striking directly into the face of Yuzhan. Observing the duel immediately recognized in this movement the very deadly technique that Hada used against Gwyn during their deadly battle. With amazement, everyone understood. Having experienced this difficult attack on himself only once, the brilliant young man managed to fully copy and master it. At this tense moment, General Choi Yun himself suddenly appeared behind the backs of the observers. The legendary warrior, with an imperative gesture, stopping the duel, suggested to stop a dangerous competition on this. He noticed that even if it is just training sparring, they will be able to continue it when all the wounds will completely heal. Gwyn has long wondered why Yuzhan was so hostile to him. This hostility was felt from the moment of their first meeting. He hoped that after they risked their lives in battle against a common enemy, they could find a common language. But it seems he was brutally mistaken. However, there was one thing in which Yuzhan could not even admit to himself. When he watched the young man bravely fought with Haha, he sincerely worried about him and admired his courage. But at the same time, he felt an insurmountable wall between them. The warrior doubted that he could show the same courage himself, being in the place of Gwyn. It was for this reason. Grabbing the young man by the hair, he tried to tie him to the ground. Gwyn, fiercely resisting, demanded to let him go, and when this did not help, in despair, Yuzhan bit the offender by the shoulder. After that, the angry Yuzhan hit him with his forehead with force. After this clash, he with a poisonous grin reminded Gwyn about how he recently lost control of his emotions, and completely destroyed their carefully thought-out plan when he saw the ghost of his dead sister and allowed the enemy to slip away. And now, according to Yu Zhon, the young man again imagined himself special only because this time he managed to prevail. The frightened dam was going to rush into the thick of the fight to stop the distraught comrades who went too far in their confrontation. However, the reasonable Du Mokai asked to leave them alone, believing that it would be better for everyone. After all, if the voltage between them sooner or later should have splayed it out, it is better to give him a way out right now than to wait for an even more dangerous outbreak in the future. Exhausting under the weight of Jujun, Guyun with burning eyes recalled how he restrained his emotions all this time, but could no longer endure these constant reproaches. He was ready to admit that he made mistakes in the past, but he was tired of death that Jujun continues to remind him of every little thing at any opportunity. He could no longer endure such humiliation. In response, Jujun grabbed the young man by the ear with force and began to report him for unworthy behavior, which did not correspond to the high rank of ghostly shadow. At this critical moment, General Choi Yun himself intervened in the conflict, decisively stopping this unworthy brawl. Next to him was General Lee Song-mon, who, with undisguised disappointment, noticed that the battle was interrupted at the most interesting moment. He was extremely curious who would defeat this fierce confrontation between two promising students. The rivals that rose from the ground looked at each other in perplexity, not understanding which students were talking about. As it turned out, more recently, the king invited both generals to take capable young warriors for serious training under his wing. Lee Song-mon first tried to disown this venture, saying that he was not going to engage in such things, since taking students not in his principles. However, the monarch calmly reminded the stubborn general that Gvyun, in fact, was already his unofficial student. It was for this reason that Lee Song-mon once took a combat token from the young man and began to carefully train the talented boy of military art. Charged by surprise by this unexpected exposure, the general tried to somehow justify himself, but before he had time to utter the words, because at that moment Chue Yong already gave his consent to fulfill the highest order. For this reason, Lee Song-mon, with a cunning luster in his eyes, asked who would defeat the battle. A student who was officially elected Chue Yong, or a guy who by the will of fate became a ward of Lee Mona himself. Yuzhen looked at Chhvu Yuna with an impatience, waiting for some explanation. Exactly the same explanations were eager to hear the other three members of the elite detachment. However, Choi Yun only condescendingly laughed at this meaningless provocation of his longtime opponent. He reminded the old proverb, "What is the teacher, such is the student." Therefore, in his opinion, the answer was completely unequivocal and did not require additional evidence. However, Lee Song-mon with irony noted that this was not entirely fair, because nevertheless his student was a ghostly shadow, a legend among the soldiers. Yuschon plunged into memories of his past. He passed the most important exam, and his work was carefully evaluated by the picky examiners. His answers were quite ambiguous, which caused an ambiguous reaction of the inspectors. Without giving up, he continued to make efforts during training. One of the coaches, with poorly hidden bewilderment, noticed that this guy was certainly not some particularly outstanding talent and, of course, could never reach the heights of skill. His prospects were, to put it mildly, ambiguous. This phrase pursued him throughout the childhood. No matter how much he trains, no matter how much efforts he put, his mentors always gave him the same vague assessment, ambiguously. Be it literature, philosophy, or martial arts, everywhere he was considered mediocrity. But the most ambiguous in his fate was something completely different. He was the illegitimate son of a senior official. Many did not even suspect this circumstance, since childhood, they treated the boy as a real heir to a noble house. However, his father's wife knew the truth very well, but, oddly enough, she did not sing out him among the rest of the children. She sincerely considered the boy an incredibly smart and bright child. Secretly, she even envied the fact that her own offspring could not keep up with his natural talents and a sharp mind. So the Jujin, born of a noble father and mother priest, grew up in an atmosphere of constant doubts about his abilities. Ambiguous. This word became his invisible stigma. In childhood, he often sat in the garden, watching how martial arts were trained by local children who served in the estate of his father. Once, a hot debate flared up between them about who would defeat in a duel. A mysterious Lee Song-mon or the glorified Choi Yun. The opinions of the boys were divided, because both warriors were considered the greatest masters of martial arts in Chosun. After long bickering, they decided to seek the wise advice to the young master, who, as it seemed to them, had to know the answer to this exciting question. However, there was no difference to the young master. He said with cold indifference that such questions should not worry about ordinary children. They were nothing more than slaves, and such high matters concerned only a noble class. And even he, being a half-blood, did not pay the slightest attention to this. After these arrogant words, the young man received a strong blow from his older sister. The girl was deeply disappointed with the cruelty coming from the lips of her younger brother. Going down from the veranda, she with a smile asked the children to scatter and go to the mother who was looking for them. From one of the boys, she took a wooden cane for fencing, and the other had a training sword. Without saying a word, she threw a weapon to her brother. Without warning, she quickly attacked him. With burning anger eyes, she demanded an answer. Where did her brother learn such disgusting manners? He could not even show elementary kindness to those who are below him in position. With bitterness, she concluded that a complex of inferiority and a sense of internal defeat reached a critical point in it. The young man, fearing her furious attacks, went on a counterattack. He bitterly admitted that his sister would never understand his torment. After all, she was pure noble blood. With a pain in his voice, he admitted that he despised his semicircle origin and his mediocre abilities. Could an illegitimate child who did not even have the right to pass the state exam dream of more? However, the sister, deftly repulsing his attack and inflicting a sensitive blow to the shoulder, was horrified by his perverted sense of superiority and painful pride. She warned that these pernicious features would not bring him anything good in life. With the insight inherent in senior sisters, she noticed that this was only a convenient pretext, so that he continued to spend his days on a miserable idleness. The girl reminded his brother a bitter truth. Regardless of whether he will live the rest of his life as a lazy loafer or takes himself into his hands and achieves something, while these two things will determine his self-esteem, he will always stand still, unable to move forward. She invited him at least once in his life to make real efforts instead of hiding behind her origin. After all, contrary to his words, she heard that her brother was surprisingly talented in martial arts. Although now even these rumors seemed very doubtful to her. And so, stung by the sharp words of his sister, the young man went incredibly far. Moved by a desperate desire to prove his value, he overcame all the obstacles that fate before him with frantic persistence. And now, years later, he saw in front of him his rival, who reached the same level of skill thanks to only natural talent, without painful efforts that accompanied his own path. At this moment, the puzzled Guyun decided to ask a direct question to the general. Why was he honored to become his student? Lee Songmon honestly admitted that he knew no more than his ward about this, since he himself had just learned about the highest disposal. Meanwhile, Jujon was perplexed why the great Choi Yong chose his student. He was sure that such a legendary warrior would surely prefer to teach a brilliant Guyun, known as a ghostly shadow, and not such an ordinary fighter as he. Hearing these words of self-abasement, Lee Songmon could not stand it and burst out laughing. The young man had just recognized his weakness with disarming honesty. However, Choi Yun resolutely patted Jujon on the shoulder. He had already heard about the difficult character of this guy, but did not expect that he would break so quickly under the load of his own doubts. The illustrious general was sincerely interested in whether Jujon could someday become the great tree that would be a reliable support for the entire Choson. At that moment, Diu Mok approached the generals with a respectful bow. He admitted that he would like to have the honor of becoming a student of Choi Yuna himself. Dam, in turn, expressed a desire to study with Lee Song-mona, so as not to part from his old friend. Chan Ryan, on the other hand, admitted that he had not yet decided on the choice, since both generals were outstanding masters worthy of the deepest respect. However, Choi Yong, with a slight confusion in his gaze, did not understand what was being discussed. According to his puzzled expression, everyone suddenly realized that the matter was not at all that the generals were going to train the whole team. They chose only 2 elected ones. Cho Jae-yong confirmed their fears, and Guyun, overcoming embarrassment, decided to ask why it was he and Jujon who became the students. Lee Song-man readily explained that the whole thing is in the new structure of the organization of informants. Yu Zhan and Guyun were supposed to become the leaders of individual teams. At this alarming moment, everyone realized with horror inevitable, if this is true, then their current leader, Kim Zhang, will be transferred to another unit or completely removed from the service. Lee Song-man, noticing their confused faces, awkwardly admitted that they seemed to have not yet informed about future changes. He advised the informants to prepare for the fact that much will soon change, especially with the advent of one very unpleasant person. Somewhere at this time, an arrogant man entered the room, who immediately began to sort out reports with the view of the omnipotent examiner. From the first minutes, he ordered to immediately exclude Kim Zhang from the list of informants. Reading the report, he did not hide his contempt, considering the leadership of the current commander absolutely incompetent. With caustic sarcasm, the stranger emphasized that this commander was shaken by the words of his own subordinates. Moreover, the subordinates themselves acted contrary to orders, crossing the river, and he simply stood aside and did nothing about it. However, the rest of the sages rushed to defend the commander, trying to explain that Kim Jang made an invaluable contribution to the formation of their detachment from the very moment of its creation. They admitted that he had his own shortcomings, like any person, but his merits could not be discounted. They warmly asked to give Kim Jang another chance to prove himself. However, the arrogant official with undisguised irritation recalled that the king himself sent him here, and now there was too responsible a moment to show inappropriate mercy. Therefore, he categorically ordered to dismiss Kim Jang without the right to restore. In any case, informants will become stronger under the guidance of a new, more competent commander. Continuing to study the reports, the arrogant inspector suddenly burst out laughing, stumbled upon one particularly funny fact in his opinion. He read out loud that the informant's work was, including, to cross the reconnaissance river. However, judging by the documents, one of the young fighters was desperately afraid of water. At this very moment, Lee Song-mon, as if overheating these ridicule, dragged his resting student to a cliff over a stormy river, intending to drop him into foaming waves. He calmly explained that this is a necessary part of his training, because, as he had already said earlier, the informant simply does not have the right to be afraid of water. And he clearly noticed that Gi-vyun seemed to have forgotten about this important requirement after one successful mission. With severe directness, the general emphasized, regardless of how brave and talented the informant is, if he cannot cross the river, he is absolutely useless. Therefore, he demanded that the boy stop resisting and fearlessly dive into the ice waters. However, at the last moment, Gi-vyun escaped from his iron grip. With an unexpected dignity, he asked the mentor to give him a little more time to overcome his deep fear. The young man swore solemnly, which would certainly be able to defeat this paralyzing horror. But the impatiently Lee Song-mon, without hearing the prayers of the student, rushed into the attack, hoping that he could knock out nonsense from his stubborn head by force. However, the general was sincerely amazed when the boy with cat dexterity evaded his swift blow. A lightning-otic duel ensued between the teacher and the student, during which an experienced warrior realized with increasing respect that this guy was indeed something special, and, of course, worthy to become his successor. Without wasting time, he again grabbed the young man and threw him directly into the seething waters of the river on a scale. But to his amazement, by some miracle, he managed to restore balance in the air and stood behind the protruding stone without plunging into the abyss. Standing over the water, the young man, grinning with tension, warned that if the teacher continues in the same spirit, then he could stop restraining his true forces. These impudent words only made Lee Song-mona. From the very first minutes of the training, such a bravado further strengthened him in his intention not to let this obstinate but extremely talented student. The events of the narrative are transferred to the first lesson of Choi Yuna and Yu Zhan. The famous general with sincere regret apologized to his new ward that, due to urgent state affairs, he was only now able to begin his training. With fatherly care, he asked if the body of Jujon was restored after injuries received in battle. The young man admitted that he feels much better, although he is not yet quite capable of impoverish a sword. At the same time, he apologized bitterly that he could not recover faster, while his eternal opponent Gi-vyun had completely recovered from the wounds and returned to active training. Then Choi-yong, with the insight of the wise mentor, noted that Jujon is obviously more caring and responsible than he initially expected. This character trait can be used as a reliable support for its personal growth. The general reminded the young man his own words that he was too tough to himself, bringing demand to the extreme limit. The great warrior asked that, according to Yu Zhan himself, he needed to do so as not to break under the load of these exorbitant expectations. And he himself gave a deep philosophical answer. He should become such a great tree, which will not flinch in the face of the most fierce storm, to become the powerful support that the entire Choseon can lean on the test hour. And Choi-yong was ready to turn this promising young man into one of such unshakable pillars of the state. These exalted words, pronounced by a warrior known throughout the country as a symbol of unshakable honesty and inquiring, deeply touched the Jujon. He sincerely wanted to become the same worthy person, an unshakable support of Chosun as his illustrious mentor. However, the young man with a shade of doubt noticed that the general may not take into account one important detail. Not every person is able to achieve such heights of spirit and skill. But Choi Yong, with firm confidence, stated that Yuzhan had all the necessary makings for this, and all that he needs to do to begin with is to defeat his eternal opponent Guyun, to force this arrogant boy to bow the knee in front of him. The insightful general immediately realized that the Yuzhan is a warrior driven by an indomitable spirit of rivalry, aimed exclusively at victory at all costs. And in this feature of the character, the key to its future formation was covered. At this very time, Lee Songmon continued to watch Guyun's floundering in the water. With a cunning grin, he invited the student to stop restraining and trying to do what he really wants deep down. Guyun instantly understood what the mentor was hinting at, and in despair asked him not to provoke such a dangerous reaction. However, the next instant, the general already attacked him with his lightning-fast arrow. When the young man masterfully evaded her, Lee Songmon only laughed, rejoicing that the student's quick reflexes with honor passed this test. After that, he forced the boy to flee, pursuing him, and aptly letting him out almost point-blank. Guyun managed to cling to the nearest snag. However, in such an unstable position, dodging flying shells became more and more difficult. He had no choice but to catch arrows in the air with his own hands. With incredible agility, he intercepted several arrows and threw them straight into the face of his pursuer. Lee Songmon barely managed to evade, but still managed to catch one shell on the fly. He respectfully noted that such supernatural reflexes were indeed the hallmark of a talented ward. At this point, the cunning student was already disappeared from sight, dissolving in the thick foliage of coastal thickets. The general had no choice but to calmly follow him. Approaching the forest, he was looking forward to with a sly smile. What a new trick he would come up with to avoid this exhausting test. However, he could not allow him to escape. At the same time, the remaining members of the detachment of informants were violently indignant at the fact that their respected captain was about to be so unceremonious. However, an arrogant official explained with irritation that he was not obliged to report to them for his orders. Dam could not come to terms with the fact that this arrogant person accused them of what happened, because they simply had no other choice of that critical situation. The brave Chan Ryan even volunteered to take all the blame on himself, admitting that it was he who defended the girl suspected of espionage, which led to a delay in making a decision and aggravation of the situation. He was ready to bear any punishment for his actions. However, the arrogant official did not even award him with a response, only with contempt reminding the soldiers that they should soon begin mandatory training. He said with the indifference that they had to compete with the investors, so they were unlikely to have time for meaningless bickering. After these words, he turned and retired with dignity, demanding a lord in tone to immediately go to their classes. Dam, offended to the core, continued to scream after the departing figure, not understanding who this man imagined himself, who so suddenly burst into their life and began to dispose of his discretion. However, the judicious Du Mok put his hand on the shoulder of an angry comrade, asking him to calm down. He recalled that this official was sent by the king himself, and they could not resist his orders, no matter how unfair they may seem. At this tense moment, a group of strangers entered the room, who politely but firmly asked the informants to part and free the passage. After stepping aside, the soldiers saw 10 people majestically entering the gate. According to their appearance and holding, it became clear that these were the most recently selected new informants. When the newcomers noticed that the 3 of those present were dressed in a uniform for special missions, they immediately realized that in front of them were the very famous veterans about which legends came. However, it seemed strange to them that there were only 3 fighters. The recruits anxiously suggested that since their captain was fired, then perhaps the same fate befell the 2 more soldiers from the elite detachment. In addition, a burning curiosity flared up among the newcomers. They madly wanted to see that very legendary ghost. Such ignorance and familiarity instantly angered a quick-tempered Dam. He sharply corrected them, reminding that their comrade was called a ghostly shadow, and not some kind of nameless ghost there. At this tense moment, one of the newly arrived, obviously more mature and reasonable than his comrades, asked everyone else to calm down and calmly go inside. He recalled that they arrived here not in order to have fun or start quarrels, but to fulfill a serious state mission. However, his conciliatory words, oddly enough, caused even more irritation in one of the soldiers present. The angry aristocrat tried to stiffen to repose the impudent commoner, who dared to pronounce all nonsense in his presence. He demanded that he immediately begin to behave appropriately, not forgetting his low position. Between the offended newcomer and the arrogant representative of the highest estate, a fierce verbal skirmish instantly flared up. From their fierce exchange, it became obvious that to replenish the ranks of the informants, a radical decision was made to use pardoned criminals. In principle, such a step was not something out of the ordinary, given the specifics of work, where I had to constantly risk my life. However, such a rapid set of people with the dark past seemed to veterans too risky. In the heat of the dispute, the criminals began to ardently explain that despite their past sins, they were officially pardoned and directed here with a new mission. Moreover, they sincerely believed that behind each of their misconduct there was a respectful reason, and not just evil intent. However, the arrogant aristocrat was absolutely all the same. He did not see anything in these people except the dirty garbage of society. He could not even imagine how the noble warriors of his status should communicate with such cuts. The penetrating Chan Ryan anxiously noted that the situation is heating up, and was about to grow into open physical confrontation. He was about to intervene to prevent an inevitable fight, but the judicious Du Mok quietly asked him not to intervene so as not to bring over unnecessary troubles. However, it was too late. A fierce battle began between the opponents. The experienced warrior of the highest class quickly appreciated his opponents, revealed the strongest among them, and decided to attack him in order to immediately demonstrate his superiority. Turning to the old informants, he invited them to deal with the hierarchy right here and now. He demanded that the veterans put their strongest fighter for an honest match. Although Du Mok tried to evade this venture, the temperamental Dam, without hesitation for a second, strongly stepped forward. Getting up in the center of the circle, he, with icy calm, ordered an arrogant warrior to attack first. After that, he took a deep breath to calm down and gather strength. And at the same moment the warrior attacked. At this very moment, the boss, who watched what was happening from his office, came running to report on the turmoil from the outside. As it turned out, he was already aware of the incident, watching him from his window. With anxiety, the assistant noted that one of the newly selected informants had already entered into an open confrontation. However, it seemed to the boss that everything was developing strictly according to his plan, so they will be able to obtain confirmation of some of its hypotheses. At that moment, Dam had already repulsed the attack of an arrogant warrior. He only condescendingly praised the enemy for a good reaction. But the next instant, Dam brought a flurry of blows on him, marking right in the face. With one lightning-fast movement, he threw a self-confident fighter to the ground. After one crushing blow, he, bleeding, lost consciousness. Standing over a defeated opponent, Dam gave the criminals an irritated look. He noticed that it was an extremely stupid venture to start the disputes about the hierarchy. However, since they were so longing to clarify who was the main one, he invited them to speak forward and try his luck in a duel with him. Events are transferred for some time ago to the meeting of Kim Jang with Choi Young. The captain, having removed his frontal bandage, a symbol of his position, thanked the general for his care, admitting that he was able to achieve more than he deserved. He, with dignity, asked Cho Ja-jun not to feel pity for him, because he had no complaints about this decision, and only regretted that he had failed everyone. With a calm, he explained that he was ready to take full responsibility for the damage caused by his failure as a commander. After these words, he carefully put his incense into the hands of the general. Choi Young, with sincere regret, admitted that he was extremely upset by the departure of such a worthy warrior, and that he was powerless to change the situation. However, perhaps it was even for the better, because Kim Jang risked his life daily and almost did not see his family. The general understood that the captain's wife would probably feel relief learning about his return. And Kim Jang himself must have felt that it was time for him to make a break in a dangerous service. Having exchanged farewell words, the captain left with dignity, and Choi Young with deep respect thanked him for the impeccable service. When Kim Jang crossed the threshold of the house, a touching scene appeared his eyes. His son enthusiastically painted patterns in the sand. Stepping closer, his father discovered in amazement what kind of artistic talents his heir possessed. With his father's pride, he grabbed the boy in his arms and asked what the rest of the household was doing. Suddenly running a daughter anxiously in her voice, she asked her father to hide rather. If Mom finds out that he appeared only to change clothes before the next care to the service, this will certainly upset her. Therefore, he should have hidden until it was too late. However, Kim Jong, good-naturedly laughing, explained that this time he was not going to go anywhere. After what they heard, the amazed children did not even immediately believe that the father would remain and sleep with them, as in an ordinary family. Soon, his wife joined them, surprised by her husband's early return. She said that she had prepared his camping clothes, and, despite the late hour, asked to have dinner before the next departure. Kim Jong quietly said that he would not go anywhere else, because he received a long, awaited rest after a zealous service, and the woman froze in amazement, not believing her ears. Looking at his wife with tenderness, the former captain apologized for many years of neglect of family duties and lack of attention to loved ones. Now he will be able to take care of them properly, because in his life, there will no longer be the circumstances for which he had to constantly apologize. Fortunately, this period was left behind. The wife, running to her husband, peered into his tired face with joyful excitement. She sincerely praised him for many years of hard work and assured him that now he could really relax. Uninvited tears rolled from these words from the eyes of a harsh warrior, and he hugged his wife tightly, admitting that he always did everything possible. The children looked, not daring to interrupt them. In response, the woman, without asking unnecessary questions, simply continued to say that he was already the best husband and father. At the same time, Guyun continued to delve into the forest thicket, mentally clumsy of himself for failure. Which of him is an informant if he cannot even cross the river? However, if he could control this irrational fear, then of course, he would get rid of him in the first place. Suddenly the young man froze, feeling the approach of danger. Stirring up aside, he barely managed to evade the arrow, whistling in a centimeter from his head. At that moment, he realized with horror that he did not see and did not feel the source of the attack. In addition, deep down, Guyun understood. Lee Song-man missed intentionally. If an experienced shooter really wanted to kill him, the young man would have long been dead. The amazing accuracy of the general, who was able to get into the target from such a distance, inspired the sacred thrill. And suddenly, from behind the trees, there was a powerful voice of Lee Song-mona, who orders the student to return to the valley. He warmly warned that he would not repeat twice. Guyun pleadingly asked the mentor not to rush with the decisions and give him a little time, but in response, another shot followed. A frightened guy could not believe that the attack was so lightning fast. Pulling a new arrow, Lee Song-man calmly explained that he appreciates Guyun's talent high enough to take him by force. But he is not one of those who will patiently listen to compassionate stories. Despite this, the young man continued to beg for a small delay, promising that he would be able to live up to the expectations of the mentor. However, in response to him, an arrow of the general flew. She pierced his hand, and the next shot touched the cheek. The ruthless teacher demanded that the boy make a decision immediately. Either overcome your fear and follow him, or die with dignity right here. Lee Song-man clearly did not want to complicate the situation. When the general went to the tree, behind which Guyun was hiding, he was surprised to find that the young man disappeared. With cold approval, he admitted that the boy had really outstanding survival instincts. Meanwhile, the wounded Guyun, trying to stop bleeding, descended along a steep path. He was horrified to realize that the teacher really intended to kill him. The fatal day when he lost his sister surfaced in his memory. Over the next 5 years, he wandered from one source of information to another. He had to be in deadly situations, but he had never experienced such all-consuming horror as it is now. It seemed that for the first time in his life, he met a man who sincerely wished his death. Lee Song-man himself, with irritation, reflected on the unpleasant order of the king. Obviously, the task of teaching the student seemed to him extremely tiring, especially considering that the ward turned out to be weak and uninteresting. He believed that he had no other choice but to get rid of the young man. Even if the boy dies during the tests, it will be for the better. For this egocentric man, the world around him was only an arena for entertainment. Guyun, like a toy that has lost attractiveness, no longer aroused Lee Mona-song. The reason for the irresistible fear of the young man was that for the first time in his life, he felt such a chilling look aimed only at his weakness. With bitterness, Guyun realized that he had still survived solely due to the fact that his opponents were not strong enough, and his innate instincts and feelings saved from death. Possessing animal vigilance and outstanding physical capabilities, now he, nevertheless, could not even see the trajectory of a flying arrow. And although Lee Song-man, of course, was a divine archer, it still seemed incredible. Approaching the fugitive, the general with neglect remembered how Guyun, handing over the test on the informant, admitted that he liked interesting people. Now the young man has lost all attractiveness for the mentor. Perhaps his desire to overcome his fear could become a funny sight. But now Lee Song-man believed that it would be better for a guy to just live an ordinary life. The general finally ran out of patience. At this moment, Guyun's instincts literally shouted to him that death was inevitable. Releasing the next deadly arrow, Lee Song-man with an icy grin wished that the boy reunited as soon as possible with his sister. But suddenly, from somewhere there was an imperative female voice, which ordered Guyun to take a step forward, as the arrow would fly behind him. The young man, obeying this strange call, stepped forward, and the arrow really swept by. Watching as Guyun miraculously escaped death, Lee Song-man raised his eyebrows in surprise. At that moment, the young man was amazed to understand that he somehow predicted the direction of the flight of the arrow. He prayed so that Lee Song-man gives him a small respite, But when the next arrow was approaching, a mysterious voice again enjoined him, ordering to concentrate and retreat several steps to the right. Guyun in bewilderment realized that he began to hear an unknown voice that sounded so clearly, as if someone was nearby. However, an invisible mentor persistently demanded not to stop and continue to move in the same direction. Suddenly, among the trees, the young man noticed the silhouette of his long, dead sister. The ghost shouted excitedly, so that Guyun would not interrupt the run, and tilted his head to the right, avoiding another blow. When he complied with this order, the arrow really swept past his head, almost hitting. Encouraged by support and moved by despair, the young man rushed to his merciless teacher with new forces. The ghostly voice continued to warn him about the direction of attacks. Thanks to this, Guyun with incredible dexterity evaded every attack. The very voice that once seemed to him a curse now became a salvation, indicating how to defeat a formidable enemy. At the decisive moment, the sister, noticing a favorable opportunity, she shouted to her brother so that he would not allow Songmon to slip away. Grabbing a sharp blade, Guyun aimed him straight into the throat of his pursuer. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Dam, heated by the first victory, defiantly demanded that someone else dare to oppose him. Obviously, the criminals were in no hurry to say goodbye to life after a friend's demonstrative defeat of a demonstrative defeat. Finally, one of the elite warriors came out of the crowd. Dam nodded approvingly, rejoicing at the possibility of continuing the warm-up, because he had not even managed to properly enter the combat rhythm. However, to his surprise, the new opponent chose a completely different goal. Pointing to Ryan's Chan, the fighter explained that he wanted to fight with him. After all, Dam was not the only informant. The warrior wanted to personally verify the general high level of training of the entire organization. Chan Ryan, slightly doubling, hesitated, but a friend patted his shoulder encouragingly, urging him not to worry and assuring that he would certainly cope. The young fighter only quietly asked if his opponent could then fully function after the fight. At this moment, the comrades of the aristocrat dragged their defeated fellow from the battlefield. Prepared for the attack, the presumptuous warrior asked what was capable of the unfending look of the Chan Ryan. It was amazing that the young man did not even try to evade blows in the traditional sense of the word. In some incredible way, he instinctively avoided every attack, as if he knew in advance where it would come from. This caused reluctant admiration for his opponent. The angry enemy began to rapidly attack from different directions, but without once, he had lost his composure more and more. Watching the fight, Mok was perplexed why his comrade did not go on the offensive and prefers only to defend himself. Unable to withstand the tension of Chan Ryan finally moved to the counterattack. The arrogant warrior, who believed that these banal attacks indicate a dismissive attitude towards him. But suddenly he discovered that he was losing consciousness after just one accurate blow. After a moment, he collapsed to his knees. All the spectators who watched the lightning-fast interchange froze in silent horror. Chan Ryan himself in bewilderment suggested that the enemy had lost intentionally, because he did not even try to seriously attack. He used only such techniques that could be easily avoided. But for a warrior, it looked almost like an insult. However, the mentor who approached behind explained the puzzled by Chan Ryan that the defeated fighter really attacked in full force. The only difference was that he did not seek to kill the enemy. So the young informant realized that the main difference between them and regular warriors was mainly in combat experience. Turning to the group of sinners, as he called recruits from among pardoned criminals, the mentor explained how much the lucky one was in this unit. He also invited them to demonstrate their skills, but already against two experienced fighters at the same time. Mok was reacted to the words of this person with poorly hidden distrust. He, noticing skepticism, warned beginners that in front of them were soldiers who managed to survive after countless deaths. These people hid in the ranks of the barbarians, looking at the face of death every time. It is unlikely that the recruits really understood what this means. The informants came across opponents who really sought to destroy them, and fought themselves, not pursuing a different goal, except for the complete destruction of the enemy. Therefore, the attacks of ordinary fighters seemed to them not decisive enough, because for an elite detachment, every fight was a desperate attempt to survive. The harsh mentor asked the quiet criminals how many barbarians each of them killed until that moment. Returning to the hero, at the moment when Guyun's blade almost reached Li Song Mona, he stopped the attack with his bow with a lightning move. With a tricky smile, he asked if the young man was going to kill him. Guyun froze in indecision, realizing that this was not at all part of his intentions. Taking advantage of the second confusion, an experienced fighter sat down his student's legs and knocked out a weapon out of his hands. Then he grabbed the young man by his head. He began to ruthlessly bring down his knee blows on him, breaking his face into the blood. At this moment, Gvion clearly realized he needs to break out at all costs. Having gathered his last strength, he rushed forward and with desperate determination, hit the back of his head directly into the teacher's chin. From such impudence, Lee Song-mon came into indescribable rage and decided that he would certainly kill this insolent. The frightened Gu-yun, casting a desperate look at the ghostly silhouette of his sister, painfully reflected on his next step. However, the girl did not even look at her brother, not responding to his desperate calls. At that moment, Gu-yun seemed that consciousness again began to slip away from him, clouding with a dangerous haze. But suddenly, the ghostly silhouette of his sister resolutely ordered him to turn around and run without looking back. Obeying this imperious voice, the young man instantly rushed away, and Lee Song-mon armed himself with his deadly blade. With a threatening grin, he warned that if this time he caught an obstinate student, he would definitely not leave him alive. When Gu-yun rushed through the thicket, the ghostly voice of his sister continuously directed him, demanding to accelerate. In the next instant, Lee Song-mon was already hanging on his tail, inexorably reducing the distance. Ahead was a weak light, piercing the forest thicket, like a lighthouse of hope. However, in a desperate race, the fugitive did not notice that a steep cliff was hidden behind this deceptive radiance. Before he managed to realize the danger, his legs were already breaking away from the ground, and the young man with a piercing cry collapsed directly into the icy waters of the river, where the pursuer could no longer overtake him. Subbed in the cold abyss, Gu-yun still clearly heard his sister's soothing voice. She whispered gently that now everything would be fine with him, despite all the mistakes he made. Having taken his hand with an amazingly tangible touch, she begged her brother to stop looking back at the past and start to truly fight for herself. The girl wanted her younger brother to look only forward, into the future. With unexpected hardness, she ordered him to survive and continue to fight, no matter what. Immediately after these words, there is something strong start to pull the guy out of the water. To his amazement, it turned out to be Lee Song-mon, who with a grumbling care scolded a little wretch for almost drowning. At that moment, Gu-yun, unable to restrain emotions, burst into tears like a child and admitted that his sister was still gone. He saw how she looked at him and smiled at goodbye before dissolving in oblivion. Suddenly softening, Lee Song-mon praised the student for the manifested courage, and he suggested starting a real training, now that the most difficult test was behind. Meanwhile, one of the elite warriors bitterly recalled how he learned about his appointment to the Division of Informants, a special detachment engaged in reconnaissance of barbarian settlements on the northern border. He sincerely did not want to do this, since his only goal was to become a real warrior and cut his throat as many hated barbarians as possible, and not live in the role of a lousy spy. However, the captain persistently asked him to make the inevitable, since the decision was already agreed and approved by the highest command. Then the ambitious fighter decided to establish his own hierarchy in the new unit. If he still has to join these informants, then at least he had to lead them from the very beginning. So it should have been in fairness. He was obliged to subordinate them to his will from the first day of service. However, it turned out differently. These poorly trained spies, as he contemptuously called them, easily surpassed his expectations. In the fight, 2 of them fought against 1 mock, but even in such an unequal battle, an experienced informant defeated both opponents without visible efforts. Having risen after another victory, Du Mok with a defiant smile invited the next daredevil to oppose him if someone else dares to experience fate. However, the arrogant man, who watched the fight, found that this demonstration was quite enough. The insightful Chan Ryan noted that in this battle, Du Mok skillfully copied Gu-yun's proprietary equipment, giving it his own style. Their new captain asked if all the lesson presented that he wanted to teach him realized. After all, the organization of informants was much more complicated and deeper than many were used to counting. However, the quick-tempered dam could not restrain indignation, pointing to the speaker's hypocrisy. After all, it was this person who showed the least respect for informants among all those present. For this reason, he fired such devoted fighters as Kim Jong, who for years risked his life and filled the personnel gap, just to increase the efficiency of the unit. Their new commander understood that Dam was only partly right in his fierce judgments. Indeed, his goal was to expand the composition of informants. However, these recruits were not at all as inept as everyone expected. Each of them was carefully selected among the best soldiers of the country. They seemed weaklings only because the current informants became exclusively strong after all the tests. With unexpected directness, the commander admitted that he was not going to provide much goodwill by the already consistent informants, only because they obeyed the king directly. His mission was to turn their detachment for the best and unsurpassed intelligence force throughout the kingdom. After all, the future wars will be primarily the battles of intelligence and cunning, and not gross power. The beginning and end of these conflicts will depend on them, secret warriors. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the wilderness, Guyun was still trying to treat his many wounds. Li Songmon, with undisguised surprise, watched his methodical actions while the young man cast displeased glances at the culprit of his suffering. He still could not understand why the mentor tried to kill him. Such behavior did not fit with the image of a sensible person. Rising to his feet, Li Sunmon warned that he was going to return home. However, apparently, Guyun intended to spend all night in the open air, among rustling trees. The mentor expressed the hope that the young man does this out of a desire to once again see the ghost of his sister. As he already explained earlier, it was not his sister at all, but just a manifestation of the survival instinct, a subconscious perception of the direction from which the arrow flew. All the methods and techniques that Guyun used to repel attacks were considered by his brain because of a desperate desire to find a way to stay alive. When Guyun said that it was his sister who led him to a water barrier, Li Songmon only grinned skeptically. After all, to whom, if not the young man himself, it is better to know what was hiding behind the hill. Immersion in the water was the only chance to escape from the persecution, and these instincts helped him survive so far. Thanks to his incredible sensitivity, Guyun could see sister, perhaps trying in this way to avoid oppressive guilt for her death. But ultimately, this was also only his instinct of self-preservation in action. With these words, the general turned around, dropping that he did not want to spend the night in the forest and freeze to death. When the mentor disappeared among the trees, Guyun remained in complete solitude. Having fallen to the ground, he plunged into painful thoughts about the words of the teacher. Was all his sister visions only a cry of desperate survival instincts? Perhaps it really was his weakness, but at that moment the ghost seemed so unnaturally real. For this reason, the young man passionately wanted to see his sister at least again, to make sure of the truth of his sensations. Suddenly, a strange rustle was heard in the bushes nearby. Jumping to his feet, he rushed to check with reverent hope, waiting for a familiar silhouette. However, there was only a small forest rabbit, scaredly pressing his ears. Looking at the innocent creature, the guy with bitterness realized how useless and painful his dependence on the past was. But suddenly his sensitive hearing caught the approach of the attack. Yuzhan secretly sneaked from behind. Long before that, Zhujian earnestly reinforced his combat techniques under the attentive gaze of General Choi Yuna. The wound on his hand almost healed. But by his disappointment, the young man discovered that during all this time the mentor did not begin to teach him. He still recalled the general's decisive words that he should make Guyun kneel. With that memorable conversation, nothing has changed. Choja Yun simply silently watched him day after day. At some point, Zhujian could not stand it and decided to directly ask the mentor about the reasons for such restraint. He believed that he had already demonstrated his abilities and deserves training, especially if, judging by the general, his task was to kneel the most invincible ghostly shadow. However, Choi Yong with a slight disappointment noted that the young man does not need new knowledge at all to get to the heights of skill. He fought so well as their recent duel showed when they tumbled on the ground in a fierce battle. But Zhujian longed for not just a guaranteed victory strategy. He wanted to get a strong basis for further improvement of his skills. The young warrior was well aware of his shortcomings and hoped that the general also noticed them, even if he did not express it openly. Choi Yong, with a growing interest, realized that Yuzhan did not understand at all the true goal of his training. The guy had already opened his mouth to continue his persistent questions when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was his older sister, who was wounding in warm clothes and surprising how cold it was in the north of Chosun. As it turned out, the general knew in advance about her visit, so he delicately left, giving them the opportunity to talk in private. The amazed Zhujian immediately asked how the sister found out about his whereabouts, and what prompted her to make such a distant journey. The girl explained that their father used his position and influence in order to send her to this distant province, where hardly anyone could find out. It turns out that a strict parent wanted to find out whether his son escaped, so he instructed his daughter to check it personally. However, now, when she was convinced with her own eyes that Zhujian was alive and healthy, the girl could return home with a calm soul. He assured his sister that he himself could meet with his father when the right time comes. When Zhujian coldly asked his sister not to look for him anymore, she with unexpected force hit the guy in the back, expressing her indignation. How does he dare to talk like that with his own sister, who made such an exhausting path for him? She was extremely unhappy that her brother met her in such an inappropriate manner, not even offering a cup of hot tea to warm up from the road. Soon they moved to the modest dwelling of Yuzhan. There, the sister learned with interest that the general ordered her brother to put on my knees that self-confident boy, about whom so many legends went. However, Yuzhan bitterly admitted that perhaps the general overestimated his abilities. All this time, the mentor simply silently watched him, probably disappointed in his potential. The young man understood that it was too presumptuous to dream of becoming a student of the greatest swordsman chosen, because he himself did not assume special hopes. However, Yuzhan asked his sister not to worry, assuring that he would continue to move forward and will certainly find his own path, despite all the barriers. Suddenly, the girl, taking a wooden training stick, with a mischievous smile, noticed that too much time had passed since their last sparring. She was eager to see what warrior her younger brother became. Without warning, she rapidly attacked Yuzhan, taking him by surprise. The guy first decided that his sister was just joking, but, having appreciated the power of her blows, he quickly realized that she was completely serious. Outraged by her rash act, he tried to defend himself, but the girl only demanded that he take up his mind. Finally, he stopped living ambiguously, as she put it, and she longed to see the significant evidence of his progress. A swift fight began between them. Yuzhan tried to ugly heated sister, but soon he had to knock out the weapon out of her hands and deliver an accurate blow to the shoulder. Immediately after that, the girl sobbed quietly and fell to her knees. The frightened Yuzhan rushed to her, fearing that he had caused a serious injury and wondering why she had committed such a reckless act. However, to his amazement, his sister immediately pressed his knife to his neck, triumphantly stating that she actually won this duel. With unexpected severity, she recalled how before her brother was lulled, like a leaf lazy, and constantly brought her to white heat. And now he behaved like an unreasonable child, repeating about something impossible. She looked at a stunned brother with a piercing look, considering him a real fool, because the general clearly and unequivocally ordered him to kneel the enemy, and he did not even understand the true meaning of these words. She explained to the stubborn brother that he should immediately find Guyun and attack him from the ambush, taking advantage of the element of surprise. Following this insight, Yuzhan tracked down his eternal opponent and arranged to trap him. However, despite the thorough preparation, the elusive Guyun in some incredibly managed to evade the attack, which even more enraged the rage of Yuzhan. This stubborn with his supernatural reflexes again slipped out of the seemingly inevitable trap. Yuzhan was amazing how the enemy managed to avoid an attack from such a profitable position. He remembered how his sister ordered him to ambush, although he himself would prefer honestly and openly surpass this guy in a fair match. But now he realized the stupidity of such noble impulses. An honest confrontation did not correspond to the type of work that the informant was supposed to perform. They were supposed to hide in the shade, wait, and when necessary, attack with lightning speed and disappear just as quickly. Therefore, Yuzhan wondered whether General Choi Yong gave him specific instructions to face Guyon's face-to-face, honestly and fairly, and only under such conditions to put his opponent on his knees. However, no matter how much he strains the memory, he did not hear anything like this from the mentor. Now Yuzhan realized he just needs to win a complete and unconditional victory over Guyun, regardless of the funds. At this moment, the young genius hit the trap established by Yuzhan. The shocked he could not even understand at what moment the Yuzhan managed to install it. Despite the thorough preparation, this monster incredibly evaded the attack, after which, a fierce battle started between the rivals on an equal footing. When Guyun finally got out of the remnants of the trap, he indignantly demanded that Yuzhan give him at least some explanations of his treacherous attack. At that moment, Yuzhan was forced to internally admit that his opponent really had exceptional talent. However, not wanting to give up, he decided to resort to dirty reception, to blind the opponent with sand, as that time when he first managed to defeat an elusive ghostly shadow. Yuzhan perfectly understood that in other ways, he simply could not defeat this gifted young man. Since the enemy did not hesitate to resort to cheap tricks, he also decided to play by these rules. Now he needed to win any available means, no matter how low they may seem. At some point, tired of endless attacks, Guyun himself grabbed Yuzhan by the hair. The decisive moment came to deal with their old hostility once and for all. He was ready to deliver such a crushing blow so that the enemy would never dare to repeat such antics again. However, Yuzhan with contempt indicated that Guyun was too self-confident and arrogant, which led him to defeat. After these words, the opponents with double fury exchanged crushing blows, and despite the severe bleeding of both fighters, Guyun collapsed the first on his knees. With a quiet triumph, Yuzhan reminded the defeated enemy of his excessive arrogance. Then, looking at his bloodied hands, he suddenly felt a strange feeling of liberation, as if a huge stone fell off his shoulders. However, imperceptibly for the enemy, all this time, Yuzhan held a stone in his hand so that his blows were more crushing. Leaving Guyun to kneel, he calmly asked what the defeated opponent was thinking about. After a short silence, Gyun bowed his head even lower, and Jujun triumphed and sank down next to him. This decisive fight from a safe distance was watched by Chue-yong. Li Song-mon, finding a general among the trees, was surprised that a senior warrior personally followed their fight. Now, an experienced mentor finally realized that the boy followed them for several days, and even had the audacity to plan the murder of his student. However, the general with a calm explained that this was only the first necessary step to launch the process of internal growth of the gifted but uncontrollable ward. At that moment, Li Song-mon was surprised to realize how much Jujun looked like his mentor. The same stubborn, uncompromising, and purposeful. Having completed the conversation, the general invited his colleague to follow him, as the commander was waiting for them with an important assignment. When the venerable warriors arrived at the meeting place, a high-ranking officer cordially greeted both, explaining that he wanted to visit them before, but he heard that they had spent time in the mountains, so he decided to wait for the return. After the exchange of courtesy, he invited guests to his chambers for a further conversation. The commander with a business view asked how much time the development of a strategic plan would take. It turned out that he had urgent affairs, and he could not visit the House of Courtesans for several days in a row because of the need to observe Guyun's intensive training. The general, hiding a smile, apologized for the obscene manners of his colleague, although he knew the features of his rude character. The captain, ignoring the saving, suggested briefly postponing a visit to the entertainment institutions, since now they needed to focus on the most important state affairs. According to the highest order of the king, they had to develop a plan for conquering barbaric tribes, and there was simply no time for idle entertainment. The events of the story are transferred to the lair of barbarians. There, the leader with a bloodied sword recently returned with a successful raid. At the same time, Kai arrived at the camp to present her detailed report. Lee Mansu impatiently asked what the situation with the elite unit of informants and whether it was completely under control. The spy reported that after the loss of the experienced leader, the detachment was not able to effectively unite and act harmoniously, so in the near future, they should not be afraid. The leader with undisguised satisfaction praised the girl, who, despite the long-term exhausting mission, did a brilliantly dealt with the task. She modestly admitted that it was really a carefully thought-out, long-term plan, and she strictly followed the instructions of her master. However, one question did not give her rest even 3 months after Lee Manu ruthlessly dealt with Ha and Ray. Why does the king of Chosun do not take any response, but simply enjoys the company close and bathing in thermal springs? The penetrating leader explained that in this case, it is better to pay more attention to diplomatic maneuvers, because to achieve his ultimate goal, he needed to first improve relations with Chosun. Despite the explanations, the girl continued to argue with the leader. This unusual tone for a subordinate aroused a suspicion in Lee Manhu that she may have a feeling of guilt for the ruin of this region. Indeed, in the end, she was a half-blood, and possibly Chosun's blood inherited from her mother made itself felt at critical moments. At this tense moment, one of the close leader began to openly condemn the daring girl. He reminded Lee Manu of his many warnings regarding the unreliability of this woman. However, in the blink of an eye, Kai grabbed the insolent and turned his hand with a lightning-fast movement. Putting the tip of the knife directly to his throat, she recalled in an icy tone, which was a barber to the brain of bones. And if a man at least once mention her mixed origin, she without hesitation cuts his tongue. After these decisive words, the leader only smiled mysteriously and released a rebellious warrior to go about his business. Leaving the leader's stuffy tent, Kai was finally able to relax. With pleasure, she inhaled the cool night air. Left alone with herself, she involuntarily began to remember how many troubles brought her dual origin throughout her life. Suddenly, a sharp instinct told her that something alien hidden somewhere nearby. The warned girl began to carefully peer into the dark silhouettes of the surrounding bushes and trees. However, no matter how much she strained her eyesight, she could not see anything suspicious. Having decided that this is just a game of imagination, Kai went away from the camp. What remained unnoticed by her experienced eye was a skillfully disguised figure. In the depths of the night shadows, a warrior informant was hidden. Guyun with triumph realized that he finally managed to discover the very Hari, who so insidiously upset all his plans and brought so much grief to his people. Events are transferred shortly before that moment. Under the watchful supervision of barbarians, 2 unfortunate prisoners with great difficulty advanced along thin river ice. The ruthless guards constantly drove them, accusing of excessive cowardice and slowness. Prisoners, many years of friendship, were quietly talking among themselves, worrying about each other's safety. One of them confidently stated that everything would be fine, because the ice seemed strong enough. But as if in a mockery of his words, it was at that moment that an ominous crack was heard under the feet of the unfortunate. In less than a moment, the air was torn by the desperate cries of his comrade, who failed to the ice abyss. The friend remaining on the surface, paralyzed by the fear, did not dare to approach the edge of the wormwood, only desperately urging the drowning man to pull himself together and hold on. Among those who watched this brutal scene, the barbarians complained about the lost bets. Others mockingly chuckled at the desperate attempts of a person to escape. The unfortunate, immersed in mortally cold waters, rapidly lost his last strength. Soon, when his stiff limbs finally refused to obey, he sounded silently into the dark waters of the river. His faithful friend, powerless to do something, could only bitterly mourn his fate, watching the ice abyss absorb the last air bubbles. However, a friend understood that now that he won, he needed to survive vital. Turning around, the fighter hoped that, as promised, he would be allowed to return. But instead I got an arrow in the head. The rest of the barbarians began to resent on the archer who got rid of their fun. However, the savages understood that they would be brought to new captives soon, and in the distance, they saw their brothers returning from the mission. The fellow tribesmen brought 3 captives with them. Due to the recent incident, Chosun strengthened his borders. However, despite this, none of the warriors was injured. 5 went on a mission, and 5 returned. However, when the barbarians counted the number of people, they found that there were 6. And as soon as they suspected something was amiss, the head of one of the nomads was cut off. All this was the tricks of Du Mok, who, after the deed, only laughed that now the amount became correct again. Following him, Chan Ryan arrived, who began to shell the savages with stones. The barbarians understood that now they needed to deal with this daredevil. But suddenly in the distance they saw something frightening. Literally a cloud of arrows flew straight in their face. Dumoku managed to escape, hiding in the bodies of barbarians from the shots. There are only a few surviving savages, morally ready to join the battle. But on time, Jujon, who arrived in time, quickly cut off their worthless lives. After that, Du Mok came to free the prisoners who were reduced by the barbarians. Yuzjon warned that this was their last similar side mission, because the main task was intelligence and espionage. Du Mok noticed that despite the fact that the warrior always reminds of this, he still does not refuse when he comes to helping ordinary residents. At this moment, Chan Ryan reminded everyone that they need to leave, as the pursuers will advance after them. Therefore, Yuzjon ordered the prisoners to put 4 horses in order to quickly go back. Chan Ryan was interested in whether Gvyun coped with his task. All also asked this question, because the guy went deeper than they, but they hoped that by the evening he would cope with his task. Events returned to the barbarian fortress. There, Dam went to Gwyun to report the situation. He already explored the terrain, but it turned out to be more than they expected, and therefore it was impossible to outline every possible way to escape them. In addition, they already lingered and were late for the appointed time, so they needed to return immediately. At that moment, Gwyun reported that the same woman was right there, Ha-ri. He remembered how much they lost because of her. Dam tried to stop his comrade and explained that if they kill her now, their mission could be disclosed, and this would have destroyed the entire operation. However, Dam was ready to go right now and kill this girl if Gwyun wanted it. After all, the faithful ally was ready to go anywhere for his captain. Gwyun really ordered them to go. However, not in order to kill Ha-ri, but in order to return and reunite with your team in Chosun. At this time, Jujon had already begun to worry why Gwyun's team did not return. Everyone understood that they had to come for a long time. But Du Mok saw them in the distance, and Dam was surprised to realize that it seems that they returned the very last. As it turned out, the rest returned yesterday, so the team explained that everything was in order with them. They were not injured, and the mission passed well. At this moment, Yuzjon and Gwyun did not even exchange any greetings. They only looked at each other coldly. Chan Ryan realized that something clearly happened between them, but no one knew what exactly. Then Yuzjon decided to interrogate whether they completed their mission. Although they found the base, they could not determine all the escape routes. In addition, Dam reported that Ha-ri was also there. At that moment, Gwyun decided to leave the first, asking the Dam to prepare all the reports. Chan Ryan wanted to know why they did nothing when he saw this woman. However, Yuzjon understood that Gwyun became a real informant, since he did not do otherwise. Dam raised the topic that the king has recently enjoyed hot sources, and although it was true, Yuzjon did not understand why he should be interested in this at all. But Dam was indignant that while they risk their lives in barbaric territory, exposing themselves to mortal danger, the ruler slowly undertakes in a hot bath. It seemed to him that this means that the monarch has no real desire to suppress the barbarians. Hearing these words, Jujon grinned, because it seems that similar thoughts were spinning in his head. Events are transferred to the king himself, resting in hot springs. At this time, he was surrounded by his generals. Resting, the monarch talked about how the water is really pleasant, and fatigue literally dissipates. He even suggested a supreme advisor to join him, and Li Song really wanted to do it. But Choi Yong stopped him in time, reminding him that they did not have such a custom. After which the king decided to find out from Chua Yun how the informants were going on, and he was able to calmly report that His Majesty's plan was being implemented. Informers have already determined the strongholds of the barbarians' tribes and had to return with their mission right now. Realizing how good this is news, the ruler suggested starting their real work immediately. Then he invited the generals to go straight behind them. About a few days later, Li Manu brought his son to admire the beauty. He showed him endless lands, all these territories where the barbarians lived, and he explained that it was they who should unite the nomads into one whole, whatever it costs. The leader dreamed that if he could not cope with this task, his son would continue this work. Although the heir understood how a heavy burden was, he promised that his father would cope with this himself. At that moment, his son called his father the leader. He wanted to assure him that he would definitely cope with the task. However, he instantly fell from the shot of the enemy arrow. Li Manu immediately turned around to find the culprit. And so I saw the detachments of the royal guard. They came in order to get rid of the horde of barbarians, to destroy each of them who brought the turmoil to the land of Chosen. Events are transferred some time before this attack. This was April 10th, 1433, when General Choi Yun gathered all captains. Among them were already as many as 5,000 horsemen. There were also 10,000 infantry soldiers. With this, the execution of the order of the king began. Somewhere nearby, frightened grandmother took her grandson away. The little granddaughter asked at least a little slowdown, as she was tired of running. However, an elderly woman understood that a little more should hold out, because the barbarians could overtake them at any moment. Therefore, without looking around, she warned the girl that if the arrow falls into her, they would die. At this time, the barbarians themselves laughed with the fact that those who had to die were trying to run away, and vowed that they would shake their skin when they caught. Finally, the riders caught up with the woman, and the barbarian drove his dagger to decapitate her. However, at the same moment, an arrow flew straight into his chest. Immediately after this, the arrows began to break the lives of every horseman. And then the frightened woman and the girl saw a warrior ahead, and behind him a huge army appeared. This army was led by General Choi Yuna. The barbarians only stuttered, not believing their eyes. At this moment, the military leader gave the order to exterminate all the savages in this area, after which the soldiers immediately rushed into the attack. Shortly before that, Choi Yong said that he would go to the main camp, located in Imphapni. Their company was supposed to take a lot of time. However, as soon as they completed the training, the troops were divided into 3 directions to force the river. The rest of the captains had to focus on striking, strong and fast, and clear the entire region of barbarians. Events are transferred to the territory of Meijin. At this time, the nomads were responsible for the transportation of food, and the rider drove his comrade to move faster, because soon the Chosen army would go this way. If they do not hide immediately in the mountains, then everyone is doomed to death. However, the other barbarian was not sure that the enemies would come. Chosen people always boast, but in fact they are not capable of anything. So he said until the fiery arrows struck him, and all accompanying on the go. At this time, archers were already lurked, who were just waiting for their exit. They were commanded by Guntul, who led 1,770 soldiers. Further, events are transferred to the territory of the Pali River, where the savages calmly tried to cross quietly. But at that moment from the nearest slope, they began to fall asleep with stones. This operation was commanded by Han Sasayok, who led 110 soldiers. On the territory of Gao, the situation was similar. Barbarians gathered there, who wanted to exterminate as many residents as possible, cutting them into pieces. However, at that moment the shelling began. When the frightened nomads turned around, they saw huge smoking guns. At this moment, the Chosen soldiers were already recharged for a new volley player. The barbarians literally could not believe their eyes. It was too late to run away, as the commander Kim Hosenog gave the order to continue the volley. He commanded almost 2,000 soldiers, and his task was to seize the village next to this territory. Choi Yong also planned that the commander of the advanced forces was supposed to lead another 3,000 soldiers on the attack of fortresses on Mount Rao. All commanders immediately agreed with the order of the supreme commander. The time has come to announce the commander of the Central Army, which was Lee Song-mon. However, at that moment the man had already fell asleep, tired of all these explanations. The angry Choi Yun immediately woke him up, throwing his poison at him. and he awkwardly explained that he really remembers what they said here. Then, without an unnecessary preface, Choi Yong announced that Lee Song-mon had to take care of Lee Manju. He could take 3,000 soldiers with him, and Choi Yun hoped that he would cope with this task. And now Lee Song-mon opened Lee Manchu and his son fire. However, when the volley ended and the governor looked around, he realized that Lee Manu was not discovered at the scene. Therefore, he gave the order to take all the soldiers and block all ways to retreat. The general himself had to go to the soul of Barbar himself. At this moment, Lee Manu, the runaway, promised his dying son that he would return all force back. Thus, he will finally return this world and their nation his luck. However, when he returned to his camp, he saw that he had already burned with fire. Lee Song-mon was already getting closer and whistling, was looking for his victim, walking around his footsteps. Only at this moment, Lee Manu finally recognized that man, the same who wounded and almost killed his brother, and realized that it was Song-mon. Therefore, he had to run, but he vowed that he himself would find a swordsman in order to kill him. Soon the leader came to a completely burned village. There, it seems, there was no one living. But soon Lee Manhua was called by his devoted servant. He scaredly asked where their leader was all this time, and said that Chonseon troops suddenly attacked them at dawn, and there was no chance of resistance. It was literally complete destruction. They did not manage to do anything and scattered. Most of them fell. However, since the leader was alive, it means that they will definitely return here. But for starters, the servant asked Lee Manu to find his family, because they had no chance to ensure their safety. Immediately after that, climbing the horse, the leader galloped to his house. When he arrived, he saw that the home was completely destroyed and burned. Having burst inside, he began to look for his wife. She was under the rubble and asked her husband to leave as soon as possible and escape. However, he could not do this, so he began to pull her out from under the blockage. Then he ordered her to rise and run away. When he put a woman on a horse, he ordered his assistant to take her to a safe place. However, the spouse did not understand why the husband could not go with them. Then he explained that he needed to save the rest of the survivors scattered around the territory, and promised that he would return to her. Then he said that their child died tragically that night and prayed that he could not lose her. With these words, sending his wife, he rushed towards the village. However, he soon stopped when he saw something terrible. It was literally a mountain of corpses created from his subordinates. Approaching her, he promised that he would take revenge on every murdered person, loosing to build an even larger tower from the corpses of Chonseon people. Soon Lee Song-mon also arrived to this place. He was sincerely surprised that the savage living only for robberies was able to mourn his comrades. At that moment, the barbarian was surprised that Lee Song-mon came alone. This made the swordsman only laugh. Lee Manu recalled that the most famous swordsman was also arrogant, because of which he was called the most eccentric person in the world. He thanked him for this arrogance. After all, this gave him the opportunity to take revenge. He could take the head of the greatest swordsman. This should be enough to honor the memory of his fallen subordinates and console the soul of his son. Then he would not have to build a tower from corpses. However, Lee Song-mon threw his head and explained that he had another reason for which he needed consolation. And when the leader looked at this head, he was horrified. It was his wife's head. Lee Song-mon only mocked, recalling how his wife escaped, and now he was forced to blindly wander along her way into the afterlife, right next to his subordinates, whose heads Lee Manu could not save. Screaming furiously, the leader immediately rushed at the man to kill him, and he slowly only began to pull on the bow of his bow. Then, aiming, he took a shot, falling straight into the head of the leader, and only then the barbarian realized that he completely did not notice the flight of this arrow, because the shot looked too instant. Lee Song-mon was surprised at how the enemy instinctively turned his head and escaped a clash. Therefore, continuing the shooting, he admitted how unique the man was. Only now Lee Manu realized that it was for an invisible short arrow. It was only 1/3 of the usual one, and was also considered one of the secret weapons of Choson. Due to its short length, it could not be launched with a bow. A wooden tube was required to launch. As a result, it was difficult to cope without proper preparation. It also meant that even if the enemy takes possession of the weapon, he could not use it like that. In addition, this bow included the advantages of a large range than the standard arrows. These were the same arrows from which Guyun was dodging. This was confirmed by the fact that even for a warrior with such instincts, it remained completely invisible. However, having thrown off the bow, Lee Song-mon announced that he did not want to kill his victim with such boring games, and therefore decided to fight on swords. He asked Lee Manu to finally go out. Then, leaving his shelter, Lee Manu explained that he was very hoping that the enemy would continue to believe in his victory. Thus, he will regret even more when he died. Words saturated with poison were like honey for Li Song, because he understood how a barbarian increases his expectations. However, he threatened that if a man disappointed him, he would certainly die. He attacked the swordsman. The leader said that he would kill him before he could disappoint, and Li Songmon could not help but admit that the blows were really good. Exploring the attacks, he even began to make compliments to the opponent. However, having beaten off, the swordsman admitted that, despite their strength, they were all too slow. In just a moment, he crept straight to the leader's back. However, he managed to counterattack and even cut the clothes that protect the body of the swordsman. After that, Lee Manu admitted that his opponent was strong, because he won countless battles. Because of this, he acquired self-confidence. However, the leader knew that he was different, and this difference would become the reason that Li Songmon would die today. At this time, the swordsman was only surprised at the conversation of a man. He was unlike himself. The governor was enough for the whole moment to get straight to his face. Then he left the mark on the face of the enemy. However, although he had to cut him strongly, Lee Manu still managed to evade. Looking at this, Chosenetz honestly admitted that he was about to break his loudly speaking mouth, and he explained to the leader that the reason he would die today was that he met the strongest swordsman of Chosen. Lee Manu sincerely thought about what happened at the time of the attack. When Li Songmon just began to move, he definitely saw it, but when he came closer, everything was like in a veil. Therefore, he had no other way left but to admit his mistake. The enemy was really strong, which means that his head will be exactly enough to rest the people who fell in battle today. Li Songmona was slightly surprised by his words, but he was happy that the man had not disappeared. This caused him even relief. Then he decided to allow the enemy to attack the first. He quickly reduced the distance between them and attacked the swordsman straight in the face. However, he dodged and even managed to attack Lee Manu's face right. Then it became obvious that the governor had not only speed, but also tremendous flexibility. But after the attack, the general realized that his body was definitely relaxed without serious battles. Using this moment, the barbarian immediately began to attack. However, the enemy easily managed to evade. Then they began to exchange with strong blows. To the surprise of the swordsman, he noticed that Barbara managed to block all his blows. However, he did not expect less from such a strong fighter. In addition, the speed of a man really increased many times. This could even become a problem for someone, but definitely not for the greatest swordsman. Therefore, he, clutching the fiery torch and sword, decided to go on the offensive. He asked the leader to block this blow if he could. Gradually, more and more bleeding wounds began to appear on Li Manchu's body, and then he realized that he could not block the enemy's strikes at all. Soon, Li Songmona was already stuck in his shoulder. The warrior admitted that he sincerely enjoyed the battle because Li Manu was a really strong opponent. After these words, he struck a man with a sword straight into his face. Lying on the ground, the leader realized that this soldier had largely surpassed all his expectations, and all the rumors of him were even underestimated. This man possessed frantic speed and flexibility, so, no matter how hard he tried, he cannot win. But suddenly, the arrow flew straight into the temple of Li Songmonu. He immediately fell to the ground, and even his helmet flew off his head. Then he saw that the attack on it was carried out by a small arrow, and soon he saw a girl who took this shot. The swordsman quickly recognized his servant, and Li Songmon immediately rushed to eliminate this girl. The closer it is, the safer, because this bow had flaws at close distances. And at that moment, having panicked, she could no longer put the arrow in the right position. Getting closer, the man wanted to know how the girl learned to handle this weapon. At that moment, he was cut off the hand that held the bow, and the archer fell to the ground. The governor wondered why she shot from an extremely secret tool intended for special training. It is unlikely that such a barbarian could learn to shoot in such a short time. However, when he looked at her closer, he finally realized that this was the same creature, Hari, which devastated the city last winter. Looking at the girl, the general wanted to know if someone else owns the art of shooting from this bow. However, after thinking a little, he decided to find out whether Li Songmon would kill her if she tells him the truth. And obvious, he would have killed her, although he could give her a painless, instant death. She used this second to make the leader get closer and attack the man. Then, not letting the enemy come to his senses, Li Manu immediately hit him with his foot right in his face. And even despite such an unexpected attack, the governor admired his enemy because he expected something like that. Smiling, he explained that Li Manu really fully justified his name. At that moment, the leader had already put himself and the girl on the horse and began to jump away. Kai wanted to know what the leader is doing. However, he asked her not to ask unnecessary questions. After all, while they cannot defeat this monster, but the day will come when they will certainly overcome it. However, for this, the leader simply needed a Kai, so now their primary mission is just to survive. All this time, Lee Song-man stood in shock for a dozen minutes. After that, crouching to the ground, he admitted that the enemy's escape was impressive. He could cross through pride and run after them, but in any case, he had already missed them. It was even hard for him to imagine the indignation of the king and General Cheveyuna, even Gvyun. He was wondering what he would tell his student about this. At this time, the boy himself was sitting near a small lake and thinking about something. Soon, Jujon soon approached him, which was amazed that the young man launched himself so much. He did not understand that he had forgotten here, and suggested that he go to take it for horses if he had nothing to do. Guyun retorted that if Jujon came to quarrel with him, then he had to leave him alone, because the young man was not at all in the mood for fights. However, the warrior did not make sense to start a quarrel, given that he had already won by Guyun in battle. It seemed to Yuzchan their behavior meaningless and even annoying, to be idle during the height of the war, and despite the fact that they saw all the enemies of their country during their missions when the war began, their mission as informants ended. After all, they should not forget what it means to be a spy, and Guyun himself perfectly understood this, despite how much he wanted to go on the battlefield. Then Yuzhan decided to find out whether the boy remembers the question that he asked General Choi Yun. At that moment, he wanted to know how to kill more barbarians, if he becomes a soldier or informant, and now he had to understand that he was an informant and created an opportunity to kill them. So at this moment they fulfilled their duty, even if it was hard to feel. After that, after a moment of pause, Jujon admitted that the young man had grown a lot, because he believed that the boy could not wait to join the war, and he, unfortunately, could not answer anything. After all, shortly before the start of hostilities, he asked his teacher to let him go to the front. He wanted to join the expedition and accompany his master. Lee Song-man considered that Guyun just wants to stop being an informant, but it turned out that the fact is that he wants to be both an informant and a soldier, and fight directly. His desire did not impress the old warrior at all. The forest was filled with screams, and already beaten, Guyun said that he would further fulfill his duties of the informant in the best way. Remembering this, all that Guyun could say was that his teacher is really abnormal. However, it seemed to him that Jujon was much easier, because his mentor was always kind, wise, and was a good mentor. Although the situation was not much different for Jujon itself, because his mentor was also disappointed that his student was so stupid that he wanted to join the war. Therefore, now he could not confirm Guyun's words about his kindness and wisdom. Soon, this too was approached by the excited Du Mok, who was glad that he had finally found them, because he ran and already searched for all this time. He reported the news regarding the fact that the Chosun army had already crossed the river. The conquest was completed. And so the conquest began here on April 10th, 1433, when Choi Yun headed the expeditionary troops with a number of 15,000 people. On April 19th, they crossed the river, starting the conquest. And by April 28th, for more than 10 days, the conquest of the barbarians was completely completed. As a result, more than 500,000 barbarians were killed. Weapons and cattle were also confiscated. The horses were taken. But, unfortunately, so far they have not been able to kill their leader. The Chosun army lost only 4 people, of which 25 were injured. Soon after completing his part of the task, Choi Yong met with Lee Song-man. The swordsman did not know how to inform the general about his failure, but the military leader still praised him for doing a huge job. Thus, the first conquest under the reign of the king ended. It's time to go to the monarch in order to make a report to him. They reported that 267 enemies were killed in this victory, and 238 were captured. They also confiscated almost 1,500 weapons, and seized 177 horses and the rest. Then the ruler wished to find out about the losses from Chosun. 4 dead and 25 wounded. Many sages believed that 4 deaths out of 15,000 soldiers were a great victory. However, many also noticed that they were not able to achieve the main goal and kill Li Manchu, despite how much Song-man boasted. They were pleased with the fact that the leader had already lost his wife with a child and hardly managed to escape. After such consequences, he does not dare to act recklessly again. Although there was also a chance that the leader, on the contrary, would become even more wild after such a failure. However, the king, tired of these quarrels, quickly ordered them all to shut up. He understood that it was sad enough that they missed Li Manchu, but the minimum damage to their army was the most commendable achievement. But he admitted that the sages were right, and they did not get rid of all the barbarians, so they should remain vigilant to protect people from further plunder. To begin with, the monarch decided to praise his soldiers and generals for their efforts, so he ordered everyone to prepare a chic feast. In this way, the whole team of informants was in the city of Hanyang, famous for their expensive markets. Dumuk rejoiced more than anyone else. which caused the laughter of the Yuzchon, who ordered him to shut up in order not to attract attention. However, he could not help but rejoice that they arrived in the city by order of the king himself for his honorary achievements. At that moment, Chan Ryan decided to ask Guyun how he felt. He looked rather upset after they found out that Hari was still alive. However, the boy preferred to look at this situation as if the general left them a chance to deal with these people themselves. This reassured his mind, and Chan Ryan was really madly glad to hear it. However, at this moment, everyone drew attention to the fact that Dam looked completely sad. Dumok tried to console his comrade, because the king called them here in order to reward. Chan Ryan, on the other hand, reminded that they received a huge opportunity, not available to everyone. Dam only tried to justify his mixed feelings. He honestly admitted that this opportunity came to him even faster than he expected. However, for him it was not a reward at all. It was a golden opportunity in order to kill the king himself. Soon they went to the tavern to eat a little. Dumok only laughed, because even the taverns here were felt in a completely different way, while the rest asked their comrade to speak a little quieter, and the visitors looked at them askance. Guyun was already interested in why Dumok did not drink, although he did not need alcohol in order to enjoy the atmosphere. However, at that moment, Yuzhon appeared, clearly dissatisfied with how the members of the detachment acted. They had to at least notify him that they were leaving the home, because nevertheless they should follow the words of their captain. Dumok, not too pleased, reminded Yuzhon that they were not on a mission now, and it is unlikely that he should be strict even after victory. However, at that moment the mentor ordered Dumoka not to joke. Then he raised the bowl of alcohol and explained that the first drink should pour the leader of the detachment with his subordinates. He asked them to avoid more such mistakes. Filling the glasses of all their warriors and leaving, he reminded them that nevertheless they were informants and represented their group, and asked them not to create unnecessary problems. However, Dumok wanted to know why Yuzhon did not want to join them, but he replied that he decided to simply ventilate. However, when the evening came, the situation has completely changed. Everyone was already drunk, especially the Yuzhon, which was indignant that they could not join the war, although they could fight well. Dumok tried to reassure the leader, explaining that he was already very drunk. However, the commander did not understand why they were talking to him as if with a fool. And yet, being a noble man, he considered that perhaps they relate to him in this way due to the fact that he was the son of a concubine. And although everyone understood how strong their leader was, they still felt all the joy of the end of the war and wanted to see the king. Yuzhon realized that all the monarch had never seen before, and he explained that he was personally elected king and became an informant, and was different from everyone else. And remembering, Dumok realized why their leader was so hard and annoying with them. However, at that moment, Chan Ryan recalled that he also once saw the king. And then the dams became interesting. What kind of monarch was a man in his eyes? Remembering everything that happened to him that day, the warrior could only say that the king seemed to him a kind, compassionate person. It really seemed surprising to everyone that already 2 of the team met with the king. Dumok was happy that their ruler was so friendly. However, grabbing him by the clothes, Dam shut up a talker, saying that the king is certainly not a favorable ruler. He understood that everyone else did not even imagine what he had done, but he could not tell them anything. At that moment, the woman recognized the woman unexpectedly by. She recalled that she once lived with him in the neighborhood, and wanted to know if her boy would find out. She was surprised how many years passed since their last meeting, because she believed that she would never see the boy again after he left for the northern region. In addition, she was happy that now he wore such expensive clothes, believing that he had achieved something great. Although it did not matter, and most importantly that the young man was alive and good for him. It became interesting to everyone else who this woman was, and she introduced herself as a neighbor Dama when he lived in the capital. Everyone was really surprised, because they believed that the boy was born in the northern region. But this was not so, and everyone became interested in how then he was in the north from the capital. The woman said that the whole reason was in the father of a young man who was the pride of their village, and she wanted to know how the young man had things to do. However, Dam failed to answer anything. Then, unable to stand it, he simply turned around and left without any explanation. Then Guyun explained that, as far as they all knew, Dama had no more parents. Horror to such a tragedy. The woman wanted to know what happened to his younger brother. However, when she found out that his team members did not even hear about them, she realized what grief happened to them. However, Guyun wanted to know more about what happened to the dam. The guy at this time remembered the events of a 10-year ago. Then his father was a military officer. He was a very respected and recognized person. Once he and his mother began to meet his father after his service, and he was happy when they saw him in a tavern with the rest of the soldiers. When the boy called his father, he joyfully greeted him, despite the fact that he was surrounded by warriors. Soon their king appeared before everyone. At that moment, the little Dam was insanely delighted with the view of the monarch. And he, going up to the boy's father, announced that he should go north, because the ruler trusted everyone standing in front of him. He also explained that the dynasty and the king needed such daredevils as these soldiers. Therefore, he hoped for their loyalty and cooperation. And then, hearing about the king's trust, the boy's eyes shone. However, the time has come to say goodbye. Dama did not want to madly let his father go to the north. He did not understand why the king wanted to send him to the border and what he would do without his father. However, the man understood that the boy would probably just get bored. It was not surprising because more than 100 nights would have passed before they met. But his father only asked his son to find a little rice flakes for him when he arrives. After all, it was a special sign. They were something valuable. What could only be enjoyed at the prosperous time, only when there is an abundance of a good crop. This meant that they live in the world, and people do not need to take care of daily meals. They called it a peaceful time obtained thanks to the good-hearted king. The officer tried to explain that it was the monarch who created such a world, and the king personally entrusted him with the defense of this prosperity. Therefore, he asked that his son would not be worried, because they would certainly meet soon. In addition, he wanted the boy to be proud of him and the king equally. With these thoughts, Dam ran to the nearest wall and tried to catch his breath from all these memories. It starts to even feel sick. The inhabitants passing by were surprised that a person was so noble and so disgraced in front of everyone. Realizing that these were people close to the king, they considered that he completely lost his mind and he needed to improve discipline. However, unable to withstand their meaningless speeches, Dam immediately began to beat these two drunkards. Obviously, both considered that this guy was simply crazy. However, even one mention of the good-hearted king was angry. After all, the ruler whom they praised so much sent his father and his whole family to death. Therefore, now he decided that even if the king's life could not take away, then at least he would chop off his hand. Dam remembered the moment of farewell to his father, who asked his wife to take care of himself and the children until he was. However, the woman did not understand whether her husband really had to leave, because she did not want him to risk his life. There were many other military officials in the country, so she did not understand why her husband was supposed to leave. However, the man did not understand why she behaved like that, because they had to remain strong in front of her children. In addition, he went by order of the king. This does not mean that he would disappear forever. However, the woman was madly disturbed by the fact that the boy was already 8 years old, and she still had a newborn in her arms. It will be very difficult if children do not have a father. She still had a royal decree or something else. She did not want to let her husband go. However, angry, he ordered his wife to stop his meaningless speeches, because he could not allow anyone to insult the king. After that, leaning, he reminded his son about what he had previously talked about. His task is not what should be worried about. This could definitely be proud of, therefore, smiling, he asked his son to believe and wait for him. Soon, some time passed when the boy came to the stall with sweets, and asked him to be given sweet rice flakes. He counted the coins that his mother gave him as pocket expenses. However, the merchant gave him food for free so that he pleased his mother and younger brother. The boy's dad was already about 6 months in the north, and the shopkeeper understood how difficult he had to do there. So this is the lesser that he could do for his family. In addition, he decided to ask the boy if he met the king personally, and talked about how everyone in this village was proud of his father. And obviously Dama was insanely pleasant to hear something similar. All the inhabitants of the village understood how bravely his father now fought. Somewhere at the same time, the soldiers had already killed a bunch of barbarians. They literally had no end and edge. They no longer knew what to do with these crazy ones. The raids took place day after day. However, the soldiers understood that this was the reason why they were here. The hope that the king laid on them, and they had to bring the world to the northern lands. Saying all this, one of the soldiers did not notice how the barbarian got up to him from behind, and there was really little time in order to avoid it. Returning to Dama, he joyfully fled with sweets to his home. However, along the way, he saw a quarrel of his friends. The boy, climbing from above, beat a wretch who said badly about his father. However, he believed that he was right, because the father of the first collected waste, and it smelled badly. A little boy could say the same thing about the father of this Zabiaki, because he was a farmer from whom the earth smelled. Stepping closer, Dam decided to find out from friends. Why did they suddenly start quarreling? And then one of them talked about how the second insulted his father. Then Dam recalled the words of his father. In such a country as Chosun, surrounded by barbarians in the north and Japanese pirates in the south, they should have been good compatriots and not fight each other. And the boys really thought, admiring how cool the guy was, whose father was an officer. Everyone would like them to have the same cool father. However, Dam recalled that all work was equal, no one should be ashamed of their profession. But on the contrary, this is an occasion for pride. However, the guys understood that he said so only because his dad has a good job. But having calmed down, they began to ask the boy if his father was met, and whether their monarch was really great, like a mountain. Unable to stand it, Dam joyfully spoke about the moment as the king put his hand on his father's shoulder and said that he was trusting him. Then he ran away, asking his friends not to quarrel, hurrying about his business. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly. Therefore, without thinking twice, he decided to take a little sweet from his bag. But due to the fact that she was too sweet, soon he needed to drink a little water. He saw the house of a familiar aunt and decided to go to her. However, when he came up, he heard the tense conversation of women. They believed that Dama was reduced father, once they sent him to the very north. He was the 9th rank war, for him this was not in level. Although many understood that he went there in order to make a name for himself. Because for ordinary people there is no other way to rise. In addition, it was very dangerous. It is unlikely that he can return unharmed from such a dangerous place as the north. After all, they must fight the barbarians day and night. Obviously, 9 out of 10 people did not even return from there. So women believed that either the man would die because of the barbarians, or because of the cold. And it would seem insanely cruel that the king gave the order to go there. And the women already expected that the next widow would appear in the village, and they sincerely sympathized with the mother of the boy, as well as his children. However, when they turned to a rustle, they saw a sweet rice on the ground, which did not understand who belonged. Soon, with screams, the boy burst home to ask his mother all these questions. He wanted to know if the place where his father went was really so dangerous, and every day he had to fight the barbarians. And if they kill him, what will kill? Barbarians, hunger, or cold? However, the woman did not understand where her son got such a thing from and who told him about it. And then he said that he heard how women, the mothers of his friends, talked about it. Having angry, the mother asked the boy to listen carefully to her, and she confirmed that the north was a harsh place. But she knew that his father is braver and stronger than anyone. He should not forget this. His father will not lose either the barbarians or the cold. Then she decided to go to these bored housewives who did not know other work, except to gossip in order to teach them a lesson. She herself, until the last, tried to convince herself that her husband would be safe. Then she even invited the boy to go in order to look at him. Soon she collected things, and the neighbors worried, saying that she was going to get to the north. However, the woman explained that she would return as soon as she sees her husband, and the neighbor promised to take care of the house until she was. Many were excited that she really leaves like that. It would be better if she just waited for him at home, because now it is not the right time to go north. Nevertheless, women really sympathized with her grief. At that moment, the mother Dama approached the neighbors and thanked them for taking care of the family, as if they were very worried about her husband. However, grabbing one of the women by the clothes, she warned that her husband would definitely return safe and sound, and I demanded that later they keep their stupid gossip with them, especially in the presence of children. Everyone understood that for sure to protect the state, the boy's father now fought with the barbarians, all in order to ensure the safety of Chosun. However, instead of a bold and furious story, all this time Father Dam only drank. Dumok, discussing the story told by a neighbor, finally understood why the expression on the face of the Dama changed after their arrival in this region. All that they learned was not interrupted after the boy's father went north. But what happened next is unknown. Soon, on the shoulder of Dumok, their captain woke up, who demanded that he be immediately put on his feet. However, Dumok only displeasedly reminded that Yujon himself was so drunk that he had to be taken back home. In addition, they discovered something more important. Dam disappeared. No one understood why he had so suddenly disappeared, but they suspected that the reason for the rage was what happened in the north when he was small. For Yujon, it also remained a mystery why the guy was so harsh. Dumok decided to ask Guyun if he knows anything about it. After all, as he understood, they were close or at least familiar before joining the informants. Guyun really remembered how they met. When they were still young, they fought with the barbarians, but he remembered this much later. However, the warrior was sure that Dama said something that became great support for him, but all that Guyun remembered is that the boy's father died at the hands of the barbarians. It was not surprising because many people in the north suffered. Therefore, Yujon asked Guyun to find and brought Dama back, because the guy had constantly taken care of them before. It's time to take care of him. It was necessary to hurry, since after about 2 days they had to meet with the king himself. However, only Diyu Mok, it seems, knew where the young warrior could now be. And Guyun really found him there. He began to calmly speak with his comrade. Realizing that Dam had gone through a lot, and it is not surprising how much he suffered. However, Guyun wanted to know what exactly was in the fate of the guy. At that moment, Dam, unable to stand it, grabbed his friend by the shoulders and asked him to fulfill one of his requests. He promised that this would not harm Guyun in any way, it would only be a request for help. The young informant decided to find out how he could help a friend. However, Dam said he wants to kill the king. He only asked Guyun to create all the necessary conditions for him for this. But, not a second without hesitation, the young man immediately hit the comrade straight into the face against the wall. He explained that they, as informants, were the king of the king, and he could not plan something similar. But Dam also hit Guyun, angry with his words. He believed that he was wrong, because he did not see some wise or great man in the monarch at all, and did not feel like the king's blade. Rather, those who simply performed his will. But the king took absolutely everything from him, forcing him to experience something similar. Despite all his rage, Guyun ordered Dam to tell him everything that happened in the north without missing a single detail. And after hearing, he will decide whether it is worth killing the traitor as him, or if he should help him in the implementation of this plan. Then Dam began his story from the path from the capital to the north. They were on the verge of death many times, and the fact that his mother brought him with a barely born brother to such a place meant only how important was the father for them. Finally, they reached the most sentinel tower in the north. The entrance there was forbidden, but the woman explained that she came in order to see her husband. At this moment, one of the warriors approached to find out what kind of commotion was happening. And, seeing a woman, I wanted to know who she is looking for. She called the rank and name of her husband. She understood that perhaps she would not be allowed to enter the base, but asked her husband at least to leave that they could see her. At that moment, she found out that her husband was not here. Warriors recommended looking for him in the tavern. Everyone was sure that she would definitely find him there. Somewhere at this time in a regular place, local residents scolded the king for not understanding that people do not live here, but survive. After all, if it would be good in the north, the royal family would probably live here. However, at that moment, a certain one of the approaching, dousing a man with alcohol. He considered that they were all just crazy and insulted the king. It was the father of Dama, who decided to drag a man into the water to bring him to life. The man was really unhappy that the man again forgot something here. Then the fight began. Everyone wanted to punish this madman who still cannot accept the fact that he is no longer an officer. The owner of the institution has already told this man not to return many times, but he, like a madman, continued to come here. And the warrior tried to prove that he was sent here to the king himself in order to defend the north, and he talked about how his majesty even put his hand on his shoulder. At that moment, behind him was already his wife with children. Both, standing, could not believe what they saw now. The man literally could not believe that it was his family, and began to go away. And at that moment his wife cried, not believing her eyes. The little boy immediately rushed to hug his father. He could not restrain his tears, desperate in separation. However, at that moment, the baby saw something terrible. When he wanted to take his father by the hand, he did not find his hands in this place, and the man himself, as if for a while, forgot that he was a cripple. Upon learning what happened to her husband, the woman also ran up and hugged him. She thanked her husband for hard work, realizing how hard he had to. And then, unable to stand it, he sobbed like a small child. Shortly before that, the officer said that the woman's husband lost his right hand in a battle with the barbarians. It happened 3 months ago. Fortunately, he was treated, he recovered, but could no longer serve as a soldier. However, the woman was wondering why they did not send him back home. In fact, they did it, but the man himself refused to accept such a fate. As it turned out, he was madly disappointed with what was done to him, and tried to prove to the others that he could not retreat. He did not understand why he was blocked by the way to the military base. However, his old comrade explained to a friend that he was no longer a soldier. He asked him to stop doing this, and looked soberly at his body. Now he could not shoot from a bow and even hold the sword. This could no longer continue. In addition, he had already fulfilled the orders of the king and had to return home to take care of himself. However, the man did not believe that he had fulfilled the order of the monarch, because he had to protect the northern borders. And in order to fulfill this task, he had to go a long way. However, his friend did not understand why he constantly continues to say the same thing when his body was in a terrible state, and he did not think about the family who was waiting for him. A friend even angered such a stubbornness of the old comrade. However, Father Dama literally could not appear before his family in this way. After all, he came here with expectations and could not look into their eyes. In addition, when he thought about his child, he could not seem like that. Then he decided to ask his friend what they were told before sending. Then they were called to the palace, and the king himself personally inspired them, and even put his hand on his shoulder. Therefore, He had to answer the trust that the monarch showed him, and could not go back without doing anything. And the old comrade literally could not believe that his friend was so dodging only because of this. He was outraged by the fact that the former warrior continues to humiliate himself so only because of his perverted desire to be recognized. However, he continued to beg with the last opportunity, so as not to disappoint the king. One night, an event on the patrol even occurred. The warriors found how someone was trying to make an undermining for a military base. They thought that it was barbarians who decided to go so far. However, this turned out to be the same person. Everyone was insanely disappointed that he could not calm down in any way, and he continued to rage. As a result, he returned several times and they had no way out, except to send it back. And as a result, due to so many problems that he delivered to the others, the poor fellow began to be considered a burden for other soldiers. The wife continued to take care of her husband, although she already looked very exhausted. Dam himself first wandered around a small village. He watched how people sold something in the district, but did not find anything from what he needed. Therefore, I decided to turn to an uncle passing by to find out where you can buy rice flakes. However, he only laughed, because here it is hardly possible to find something similar. He asked the boy to search the village, and perhaps he would find something suitable. Somewhere at this time, Father Dama came to his senses and began to gather. He did not understand why his wife brought the children to such a place, and ordered to immediately take them away. However, the woman wanted to return together in order to start all over again. She explained to him that they could do everything that they could not do because of his military service. However, the warrior was sure that he still had a lot of unfinished things. The wife tried to explain that he had already done everything he needed, and now he had to take care of his family. But he only asked his wife to shut up. She tried to explain that she lived for her family, and it would be better if he had to continue to fight. But if he returns with nothing, then his wife and children will be very difficult. In addition, he will bring the king who believed in him. With these thoughts, he left the house and saw his son. Then Dam said that local residents do not know where to buy rice flakes here, but he expected that they would be here. After all, now there was a peaceful era that his father spoke to him. After such words, he immediately went into the tavern in order to drink. And there an old friend came to him, who wanted to share a drink with him. Previously they served together, drank right there. And now the man decided to repeat this tradition, immediately pouring alcohol to him. They began to talk, and the warrior was wondering if his friend loves rice bread. This was a strange question, because this simply cannot be found here. Thinking about this, he remembered how he dreamed of days when he could smell of rice pies even in the northern city. He wanted to see this very world in the northern land. A friend was really sorry to see how his comrade's expectations were undermined. However, at that moment a frightened officer came running, who reported anxiety. The barbarians attacked a village west, and then Father Dama realized that his family was there. He fled, looking at how the whole village was in fire. Children scaredly tried to arouse long-dead parents, in the same way as the elderly tried to bring their grandchildren to their senses. A frightened man ran to his house and began to call his wife and children. However, everything was burned to the ground, and near the porch he saw a pool of blood. Then all that he remains is only to fall to his knees and start to scream from his huge loss. But soon, under the floor, he saw his lurking wife with 2 children. Having made sure of safety, Dam immediately ran out to hug his father. He began to cry, saying how scared he was, and asked that his father would not get hurt. The man began to look around his children and his wife to understand if they were injured. Crying, Dam explained how he was scared, and invited Dad to go home as soon as possible. And at that moment, the father who hugged his son cried, and finally agreed. He already dreamed of how they all went to the capital together. However, at that moment the king gave the order to seal the northern region. No one was allowed to leave the northern lands. For this reason, when they were about to leave, the soldiers announced to them that they could not leave the northern territories. The man was indignant, demanding that they be allowed to leave. However, the soldiers explained that the exits are under control, and asked them to go back. They were not worried that the family was not local residents here, and explained that they could not miss them. Getting angry, Father Dama began to push, trying to remove the soldier from his journey. However, they hit it with a spear shaft, preventing him from moving on, after which they instructed the sword blades straight to his neck. The soldier explained that all the northern regions were in quarantine, and they could not leave it, regardless of which route the former warrior was going to build. However, the man was interested in who gave such an unusual order, and he could not believe that it was an order of his dear king, to whom he was obliged to obey. 3 months have passed since that moment. No matter how much the woman tried to keep the garden, she did not work out at all. People only mocked her because they understood. No matter how much she tried, everything was useless, because the soil in the north was ice. In addition, a very poor harvest is almost not growing. Therefore, local drunkards believe that she continues to create problems for her family. However, the woman could not just sit back and wait until they all die of hunger. But one of the men recalled that the authorities nevertheless provided enough food and housing so that they could live without the need to do the household. Surely they were provided because they felt guilty that they could not leave. In addition, he saw that the woman's husband understands all this, so he does not spend his efforts on such useless work. However, now the wife of Dama lost her temper, recalling that unlike this man, they were never forced to come here. She understood how he feels, being forced to move from another province, but she demanded that he do not spread his despair to others. Then she reminded that her husband was very different from this man. After all, her husband lost his hand, protecting the northern region, unlike who tried to deliberately injure himself in order to avoid sending here. Leaving away, she ordered this person to never say something like that about her husband again. However, at that moment a frightened Dam came running, who told his mother terrible news. As it turned out, Dad again violated peace and went to the government office. There he was already beaten for his stubbornness, and the head of the administrative center did not understand how many again the man was going to come here. However, Father Dama said that he would return as much as necessary until his family is sent back home. But the official tried to explain that the coming to him would not change the imperial decree. But the man still intended to come so many times so that the emperor would hear his voice. At this moment, the manager was already thinking of killing him so that he stopped boring. However, the running woman asked her husband to have mercy, because this man once gave everything to protect the northern lands and even lost his hand. She asked to admit his devotion. However, the head, who listened to this countless times, was already tired. But still this time he decided to make an exception again for him. He appreciated the efforts of this man. However, the manager warned that this was his last warning. Immediately after that, the woman bowed, thanks to the master for mercy. Already late in the evening, all families returned home. The wife was indignant, not understanding how long her husband would do something so crazy. He risked his life with such dangerous actions. She was interested in knowing how many times he had already gone to state institutions. If he continues to do the same, then it will simply be executed or somehow strictly punished. However, the man could not just continue to live in the north. They had to return to his home. Although his wife perfectly understood that for a start they should survive, it was the most important thing. In addition, not only her husband could not endure these edges. At that moment, the former warrior began to apologize to his wife for the fact that she had such a fate. He did not want to stay in the north even for a moment, and because of his stupidity, his family was forced to suffer. However, the wife only recalled that they came here all together because they needed a father. Instead of returning back, it is now important to stay and be together as a family. Therefore, she suggested starting with the creation of rice cakes, which Dam adored so much. The boy was glad that they would finally have the opportunity to enjoy delicious food, and the husband was touched by the fact that his wife remained so strong. However, at that moment her body was struck by the arrow. Then in the distance they saw how literally a few dozen barbarians jumped on horses. Not bewildered, the man immediately grabbed the rod of the arrow, and he broke her, giving a woman the opportunity to move. After that, he grabbed his eldest and youngest son, ordering his wife to run after him, and the barbarians only mocked them, playing catch-ups. Soon, the village in which they lived was burned to the ground. The barbarians dragged people and killed them, searched for those very two escaped. At this time, the Dama family was hiding behind a small, inverted body, and obviously it was such a simple place that they were found very quickly. However, these were barbarians in the west, and Father Dama was already preparing to attack to kill one of the raiders. The man took the blade from him and chopped off his head to the second barbarian. However, he understood that soon the warriors would come soon, so they needed to run. He called the eldest son. The youngest was to be carried by a woman. Then she asked her husband to show them the way. As a result, they fled while the chase was followed by, and soon they found themselves on a small protrusion of the mountain, trying to move to the other side. Dama was insanely scary, but his father reassured the boy, saying that he would not open his eyes. And the warrior himself comforted his wife, explaining that as soon as they came to this place, they could no longer be pursued. However, the barbarians followed them right up to this place. Then they opened shooting, trying to get on them. The arrow flew literally between a man and a woman. Because of this, she lost her balance and began to fall down. She scaredly understood that she had to grab his hand. However, she did not have enough a couple of millimeters, and under the frightened cries of a man, she and a baby in her arms fell down. Events are transferred 6 months after what happened on that rock. Then a friend came in order to check and visit a man, but no one answered him. And at the threshold of the house, he saw a small exhausted Dam. He tried to bring him to his senses, but he did not answer. Therefore, grabbing the child in his arms, he immediately burst into the house. And he saw his friend who was in the same state. He led them to the doctor, who explained that they were literally on the verge of starvation. After that, the doctor drew attention to the warrior, and when he realized that, apparently, he was the father of this child, he noticed that he was also in poor condition. His mental state was more fragile than physical health. However, this is not surprising. Many people in the north were in similar conditions. Dam began to see his mother and younger brother in a dream, and his father could no longer endure it. A friend reminded the man that he went through a lot until he was. But despite this, he could not even imagine that he was experiencing in connection with the loss of his wife and child. Obviously, he was in an incredible grief. Grabbing him, the comrade recalled that he had to continue to live, because he was acting as if he wanted to lose the remaining family member. He would like to see in a friend the same decisive man as before, when he assured that he would not let the king's expectations. He would prefer to see him just that. However, Father Dama was already completely desperate, and understood that the king had left there long time ago. There was no hope in this country. It was simply the land of death. All he could do now is to wait for death in such a northern wasteland. After all, he no longer had something to fight for. All he could is to hate the king and curse him to the last breath. After which he, still kneeling, asked his friend to leave. After all, when he saw him, he remembered what was a man when he believed in the king and left his family. A friend had no choice, so he decided to approach the dam. He promised that he would often visit the boy, and also asked him to take care of his father. And so Dam became the head of the family at a very young age. Everything happened almost instantly, and 3 months later, another attack of the barbarians began with their meeting. Just then, the little Dam begged his father to rise and continue to resist. But he did not want anything but just to die here and now. And in the end, his desire was fulfilled. That was the day when he completely lost his whole family. And it was also during the day when Dam met Guyun. The guy was interested in whether Guyun remembers the day when he was abducted by barbarians. And Guyun remembered very well. It was right after he lost his father. But even with such a tragic past, this did not justify the betrayal of Dama. After all, Guyun also lost his family in the north. But it was the barbarians who were to blame for this, not the king. But, it seems, Dam believed that the behavior of the barbarians was the result of the king's actions. There is a proverb that it is impossible to achieve something when there is nothing. However, it seemed to him that this made no sense. Dam wanted to know if his friend remembers the day when they met. That day he decided to live on because of the weapon that the guy gave him. After all, then Guyun ordered him to continue to fight in order to survive. Therefore, he survived all these difficulties that were in his fate, and became one of the informants who are called the King's Sword. And he did not understand why Guyun stops him now, after he achieved such heights. However, Guyun had a different opinion, and although he could not convince his friend, he could not allow him to become a traitor. He had to stop him, even if it means breaking his arms and legs. But Dam recalled that everything was not so simple at all. Even despite the fact that he obediently followed Guyun, he was not at all a weakness. The hero himself, having gripped, decided to ask for the last time if Dam changed his opinion. Before he had time to say anything, Guyun immediately approached and attacked him. He threw him to the ground, and he warned that he would win him until he stops thinking about stupid things. Dama only surprised how proud Guyun became, becoming a student of the best fencer. However, nevertheless, the young warrior understood who remained stronger. After which Dam himself went on the attack. And after several blows, Guyun had nothing left but to admit that his comrade was strong. But that was not all. He was also fast enough. Despite the fact that Guyun was partly frightened by his hidden force, he could not retreat. And Dam only recalled that he also studied, crossing the boundaries between life and death. He reminded his friend that he did not ask him to kill the king with him. However, he understood that he needed to defeat the young man here, in order for him to stop looking at everything that happens through his fingers. At that moment, Guyun rushed and approaching, hit the lady in the face greatly. Then he also directed his blow to the weakest place of the warrior. The young man fell to his knees. The hero sincerely invited him to try again. Obviously, if he can defeat him. Dama will not have a choice. Therefore, rising from his knees, Guyun began to think about his plan. He realized that the enemy is much faster than him. If Guyun begins to attack, it would definitely put him under attack. Therefore, he needed to wait for an answer to the attack. Nevertheless, his plus was that he was much stronger than Guyun, and looking at the enemy, Guyun saw that he clearly plans the same thing as him. Therefore, he decided to attack, looking at how much Dam grew up in his abilities. Then a new battle ensued and they exchanged blows. At some point, Guyun even thought that Dam did not notice his readiness to attack. However, the enemy was unpredictable. because of which the young man managed to defend himself. But it seems it was a Dama plan, because he immediately hit the young man in the face. Then he intercepted his cane in order to hit him on the head, but nothing came of this, since Gvyan broke not only a cane, but also managed to hit the enemy in the face. Guyun himself was frightened, because his friend's plan almost worked, and he could really die. And at that moment, Dam realized what monster was in front of him, and also he realized how much they had a gap between the forces. But there was no way out, so he decided to grab Guyun from below and forcefully hit him on the ground. But the young man was lucky. He managed to group himself and pushed his feet on the nearest threshold. After that, Dam was already fallen on the ground. Guyun, on the other hand, began to shower him with blows like crazy. Dama had no choice but to take him by the belt and throw it away in order to escape. They exchanged a few more blows, after which Dam, turning around, threw the dust straight into the eyes. And when he managed to see, he saw that the enemy was already running away. Guyun tried to catch up with him, but everything was in vain. Therefore, he had to return to the team and tell about everything that Dam planned. They could not believe the words of the young man until the last, but he was ready to take responsibility for what was said. This message about treason was really terrifying. Dumak understood that if someone even heard a rumor about this, then the guy would be executed regardless of his intentions. For this reason, they had to stop the dam, but worried that they could not even find it. Yujon believed that for a start, they had to inform the authorities about everything. But Dumak understood that in this case their comrade would be sentenced to death regardless of his actions. Nevertheless, Jujon believed that it was too serious a situation to ignore it. But everyone was insanely rally around him, asking him to allow them to cope with this situation on their own, because they were comrades who went through the line of life and death. They understood that they did not have so much time, but asked them to give them at least a little in search of a friend. And in the end, Jujon gave up, although he opposed it, because it was still a betrayal, not a trifle. And if everything turns poorly, then the entire organization of informants will suffer. When Guiyun seemed that Yujon did not really mind that Dam were executed, he had no choice left. So he agreed to give a day to find a Dam, otherwise they informed the authorities. Somewhere at this time, the beaten Dam wandered through the streets of the night city. His wounds ached strongly, because of which, unable to stand it, he fell to his knees. However, at that moment he was found by one of the officers. He was seriously disappointed that someone was so much neglected by the commandant's hour. However, apologizing, the guy explained that he was already returning home, asking not to pay attention to him. For some reason, this military quickly realized that Dam was a rebel with rebellious thoughts, and with a smile I decided to find out if he was really going to kill the king. After which he immediately attacked the Dam in order to fight him. They exchanged a couple of strokes before Dama managed to grab this officer by the neck. He sincerely did not understand why the low-rank officer was so reckless as to blame him for something like that. In addition, it is not clear whether he was generally able to stop him. However, as it turned out, the officer and his team, on the contrary, offered him assistance in making a plan. After that, the warrior was already tired of fighting the Dam, so he easily twisted his hand. Then he hit his knee straight into his face, and when he fell to the ground, he only apologized, because Dam is unlikely to calmly listen to them without these measures. However, the officer hoped that soon Dam would understand their true intentions. Somewhere in the morning, all the members of the informators team discussed the upcoming meeting with the king. They understood that they should divide and find the Dam before that time. It was not yet clear whether they could change his opinion, but for a start it was necessary to at least find him. In order to remain hidden during the search, they needed to move quickly and change into appropriate clothes. In addition, the top leadership should not have learned about everything. But unexpectedly at that moment, General Lee Song-mon came to them. Guiyun was wondering why the general was here, but he only explained that he had come to see him when he found out that his student was in the capital, especially after they stayed in the north for so long and did not see each other. However, suddenly looking around the rest, he saw how strange they behave, although perhaps they were simply worried, since they had a short break between meetings with the king. There he wanted to know why they all look so battered and wear similar rags. But having not received an answer, he, grabbing Dumak and Guiyun, began to tell them about the houses of courtesans. He also shared that all the most beautiful women of Chosun gathered here. Therefore, he invited them all to go there so that he could show them paradise. Yuzon wanted to refuse. However, the general insisted, despite the fact that they were asked to quietly wait for the meeting. Therefore, Lee Song-mon ordered everyone to follow him and not to make him repeat him anymore, after which he joyfully led them to pleasure. Somewhere at this time, Dam finally came to his senses. At that moment, a woman approached him, rejoicing that the guy had finally woke up. She wanted to know how he feels because in the evening he was not in the best shape. To begin with, the woman invited him to drink. Then I wanted to know if he remembers what happened last night. Dam really remembered the warrior whom he met. Therefore, he frightenedly threw off the water and began to interrogate who this woman is and what this place is. But she wanted to know if this is true that the guy planned to commit treason. After that, he immediately grabbed her hand and ordered her to shut up. He wanted to know how they even learned about his plans and treason. However, the woman continued to prove that they were on his side, and they should not be afraid. However, the guy could not believe that they, working with government officials, claimed to be on his side. Then Dam headed for the door, despite how the woman tried to stop him. He explained that he would like to deal with them all right now, but he does not have time for this, so he asked the woman to pretend that he knew nothing. If she did not agree with this, she could die at the same second. However, when he left the room, he saw that he was in the pavilion, which was full of women, and soon he saw the officer who hit him yesterday. He only hoped that Dam had a good rest in the room that they allocated for him. Then Dam decided to find out what this soldier was going to do with him. However, he asked to follow him so that he could explain everything. But this only made fun of the guy, because he recalled that they could never have overcome him if he had not been pretty beaten before. Dam warned that he should not be underestimated. Even despite the fact that they know his secret, he could kill them all right now if he wanted to, and he was clearly sure of that. However, for this reason, the officer understood that his full trust was simply necessary for them. He suggested killing the king together. The woman had already asked Dama to relax and listen to what they wanted to tell him. In addition, if they wanted to capture him, then he would have been in chains for a long time, and he would not have been treated so kindly. After which the officer began his explanations, telling that they wanted to kill the king, but they did not have the opportunity to get closer to him. He did not know the details, but he knew that Dam was a member of the king's direct unit. During the meeting, he will have the opportunity to approach the monarch. In addition, he honed his combat skills, fighting in the north. They definitely needed these both qualities, and therefore they wanted his help. However, Dam believed that it was just funny. He did not understand why he should help them. He made it clear that he wanted the fall of the king himself, and they wanted to overthrow the whole country, so he asked them not to bring him to their struggle. However, the officer continued to claim that they wanted the same thing. They were also sacrificed to the greatest goal of the king, and they are just a minority that wanted to rebel against the great goal of this world. Dam was surprised that the man knew so much, but he explained that he was interested in something more grandiose than the overthrow of the king. However, soon everyone was worried, and Dam heard a familiar voice. At that moment, the woman greeted the guests, wondering that they came here so early, although they had not yet opened. While Li Songmon himself was surprised, for some time the House of Courtesans began to work on a schedule. He asked for a hurry and set the table for him. However, at that moment, the governor noticed a dumbfounded Dam, and was sincerely surprised to see a familiar face.